it generally runs pretty well. Um, so just play this, but the character consistency is done really nicely. I really enjoy the character consistency of Minimax H3. Apparently, it can do images and everything um, as well, but yeah, I haven't worked out a pipeline for that. Now, what do I need to launch? I do need to launch Emmy. So let me just launch up Docker. Give me a moment for that. And then K57, working as a SOC analyst now. I have Q for the future of SOC. And AI, what do you think? What is what is SOC? You'll have to let me know. SOC, social. Mm, that I'm not too certain on. So, yeah, you'll have to let me know. What does SOC mean? Um, Security Operations Center. Security Operations Center analyst. Um, I I don't have too much to comment on that just because I'm not too certain about like what that is. What's up, Fred? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I don't know. System on chip. Yeah, what is it? Is the question. So yeah, there's that. I'm not too certain what it is. So there. If you have any more information, please feel free to let me know. And yeah. All right. Docker. All right. Docker is up. Let's see if my Kubernetes is up. Kubernetes is up. Um. Yes. Oh my gosh, Fred, the first guy to notice the haircut. Thank you, my man. Yes, we've got a fresh cut here. Um, 1 to 2 fade on the side, leave about an inch on the top. That's usually what I go to. Um, looking like a, I don't know, what do I look like, a military man now? So there it is. Um, let me get a few things set up. So, Qwen 3.8 27B. This is what we're going to be trying out today. Actually, I'll be doing the unsloth version. Um, oh yeah, and then I do need to launch up a PowerShell window. Let's go ahead and get this going. There was something that I wanted to send on a task, so I'm gonna actually just go ahead and do that now. Pi. So we'll get a task going up on here. I noticed a bug. This is something else, but I noticed a bug, so I want to fix that bug first. So I have a new voice client here, and that's what I'll be fixing. I actually wonder, should I just, you know what? I'll leave this as a demo. I'll leave this as something that Qwen 3.8 can actually solve. Um, and then Marwan, test index TTS2. So, funnily you ask that. I have been working on index TTS2 as well. I'm probably, depends on how busy I am here. Probably gonna cover it here, maybe not. But I already have drafted up fine tuning and training code for index TTS 2.5. And it seems in just initial analysis, I don't actually have it here. Let's go to my other Discord. Oh my god, we got a spammer in chat. Let's go ahead and bye bye. 24. Oh, actually, how long have they been here for? I can't even see how long someone's been in here for. Let's see. Server join date 2023. I don't know. They're not an active contributor to chat, so maybe they are. Maybe they just got hacked. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and ban them. Bye bye. Compromise. 24 hours ban. Oh yeah, where was I going? Yes, here we go. Okay, here. Can you guys? Wait, I think you guys cannot. I can't hear this. Hold on. Key fine. Alright, I gotta set up my desktop audio. Stream audio. Yeah, why can't you guys hear my stream? Hold on. Properties. Default. That should be set like. Oh, there we go. Now you guys can hear me. Okay, so yeah, I mean this is 2.5.
The stars may shift above us, but I will always find my way home.
So I personally think the quality output of Index, just in general, isn't too good. Like it's 22K hertz. But the fine tune allows it to better pick up on the Australian accent here inside of the voice. So yeah, I'll be covering Index TTS 2.5 sometime, maybe on the YouTube. But yeah, I'll put that on pause for now. I don't feel like covering it right now on stream unless I've got additional time, just because I want to check out the Qwen 27B 3.8 model first. So I already have a configuration for the Qwen 3.8 model that I want to use, and so I'll go ahead and launch that right now. And we have it here. So 7. This we're going to be using multi-token prediction with the UDQ8 XL model from Unsloth. So there is that. And I honestly think it's been, well, I actually haven't gotten to test it, but from what I've seen online, people have been really appreciating the quality of 3.8, and they're saying it's on the level of Opus. So yeah, we'll see how well it works for agentic stuff and everything like that. K75, he's hacked. Don't ban him. Too late. I already banned him. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, if you let your account get hacked, then you're gonna get banned. Yeah, fun fact, those spammers are hacked accounts. Yeah. I know the spammers are hacked accounts. I've seen plenty of it. Yeah, a temp ban will prevent it before it gets detected as a spammer. They're pretty alright detecting that. Yeah. Arch, what's up? Welcome. I use Arch. And thank you for tuning in. Hello. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing pretty good. Do you think Index TTS is the main model Bilibili uses for AI dubbing? Probably. Well, not Index TTS. I don't think Bilibili is using Dub Index for it, but they probably have a derivative model better than Index. And the only issue with Index is that it just sounds super low resolution, but it does preserve emotions very well. So I really like Index TTS 2.5 or even just 2, just for that emotion retaining capability. Okay, so we've got it launched here. Looks like we've got it at our max. I heard that this is you can use 1 million context here if you use something called rope, but I haven't really looked into it too much, so yeah, there's that. Now I want to get this as a selectable model, and unfortunately my levels of coding have become so reliant on AI that I'm gonna have to refigure this out. How to add a new model to my personal harness. So let's just take a look at. I think it should be here. All right, cool. So, what model do we want here? I guess we'll just select this. Models plural. Can I just put a... I think I can just put another model here. Let me see. Yeah. I think we're gonna do just go like this. Like I did say a little bit earlier, I am indeed sick, so there's gonna be a little bit of that going on here. Let's see. Append. All right, paste. Huh? What? Didn't I copy? V. Okay. Yank. Okay. Paste. I think, yeah, that should be it. And we can just end it. So I think that should be it. And then I just need to rename this. Let's go 3.8. Image, text, reasoning, true, context, max tokens. And there it is. I wonder if I need to have anything else in there. I don't think it has to be prompted in any different way. But yeah. Gent 3B08, nice job. Thank you. I might move my Momo to Qwen from Gemma, but I'm getting mixed results. Now, excuse me. It really depends what you're using Gemma for. I think Gemma is better for like creative roleplay and everything, but Qwen is much better for logical reasoning. Models is an array, so after the last, yeah, I think I got it right. But but we'll see if I did in fact get it right. So all I need to do is do reload here, models, and I should have a Qwen 3.8 alias here. Yeah. And then boom, we should be able to use this. Let's say hi, task manager. Let's look at my task manager and see what my GPU. All right, so at Q8 we are using 46 gigabytes of VRAM, which is pretty good. Not too bad. Fairly heavy, I would say. But I think I also have Parakeet launched right now, so that's another model on my VRAM that's taking up some space. So let's just go ahead and quit out of this. Alright, so processing tokens. What's my prompt eval time? So my prompt processing time, my PP time is 2690. So that is pretty fast. And then my evaluation time is 52 tokens per second for that high prompt. So thinking, do I expose my thinking? I did it. It should show me thinking. Maybe it didn't think here. Have you tried using it with DeepSeek Harness? I haven't tried it at all. So, yeah, that's what I'm at. That's what I'm with. Or that's the state I'm in right now. So I actually need to change. I'm gonna change my thinking to. Oh, there's only high. There's only high for this model. Oh. I think there are different ways to change thinking for this here. Reasoning effort. I'm gonna assume that it's the same as what I had for Qwen 3.6, so that's gonna be my assumption for thinking. And I do have a task in mind that I want it to complete. So I'm having an issue with one of my Pi extensions. I kind of want to brainstorm and get this resolved. One issue is that if I launch multiple different Pi windows and then launch the voice extension, it adds additional parakeet loads to my GPU. So I would prefer if the parakeet process was just reused across other Pi windows rather than what is happening now. I believe this was the diagnosis that I had figured out a little bit earlier, but go ahead, check it, validate it, and see if my analysis of this is correct. Send it. All right, so there we go. So now it's gonna go ahead and do all of the stuff here. Momo has a bad time tool calling. Only reason I'm looking at Qwen right now. What is Momo? I actually don't know what Momo is. So I would need to take a look at Momo. Is this an LLM? Momo LLM. Molmo. Molmo? I've actually... Oh, maybe this here. I've never heard of this model. Yeah, if you wanted to link me it, I could probably take a look at it. Um, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I was like, I haven't heard of Momo, but I feel like I should have also known this. I feel like you've mentioned Momo before, so it was like familiar, but not like too familiar with me. Ray AI Pixel Clips. It has low, medium, high, and extra high thinking. Low, medium, high, extra high thinking. What do I have here? Minimal, low, medium, high. I actually think, I don't think Pi's profiles. I think they literally just limit it by tokens. I'll have to take a look at like the shape of that and see how that ends up happening. Now I'm curious on why my thinking tokens are actually being hidden. Let me see if I change those settings. Install telemetry. I'm actually interested into why I can't see my thinking tokens, so I'll have to take a look at this. But Momo, Momo, Nanashi, if you're trying to, if you're using like an LLM for the AI waifu, I honestly think the Gemma models are better. But the when I tried to use Qwen, I think just for some testing about with Emmy, it was okay, but like I don't know, it just felt a little stiff. So that's why I've just used Gemma fine tune models, and I'm using Gemsicle right now. High should just default to X high. Low has been the best for me. Otherwise, it thinks all day. All right, I'll have to look at that. I'm also wondering like why in the world is why my thinking tokens aren't actually being exposed. So maybe that is, I mean, I understand like the reason I didn't think about this is the thinking tokens are normally hidden, I think, when I'm working with OpenAI models, but it's also being hidden right now. So I don't know if that's an artifact of the model. I just need to enable it. This is also kind of annoying. I gotta fix that later. Yeah, obviously we're streaming tokens here. We've got a lot of prompt processing happening here. We're generating, it seems like, at an average of about 50 tokens per second. Not bad, not bad at all. Yeah, here we go. We got a lot of tokens being processed here. Yeah, like it's writing all these tokens into the thinking, but I can't actually see it. So, yeah, I don't want to kill my... I guess I probably could. Let me just go ahead and ask here. All right, so I'm observing as I am going through the Pi extension here that the thinking is not being written out to the terminal, and I can't really see the model's thinking. Is that a misconfiguration somewhere, or what's going on here? Send it. All right, so we'll go ahead and have that one go through. And now we've got two models in the, now we've got two requests in the slots going on here. So yeah, there we go. Hi, what's a good model with 2 to 4B in roleplay games? Honestly, if you're at the level of like 2 to 4B models, you probably just want to take a look at Google's models. Google has some models that are designed for embedded device situations like phones. I believe it's their Gemma 4 model or Gemma 3 model. So go ahead, take a look at those. They're generally pretty good. Yeah, they're not godlike, but they're decent. All right, key finding your live config has work program. Let me take an actual time. I mean, I did just launch another one, and I'm not sure why it feels like it didn't take up more space, but we'll see. Yeah, stiff. I know what you mean. Yeah. Gemma seems to have a personality. Yeah, I think Google's models, they've got a personality to them, and the way that they kind of do things are nice. Like I really enjoy, at least the adhesion to a certain role or certain style. Oh yeah, Gemma for E2B or E4B. Yeah, those are it. Those are the models. Those are models that you can even use on your phone. Um, and I think they process at like 9 tokens per second on my phone or something like that. So they're pretty fast. Or not 9 tokens. I feel like a little bit faster, like maybe like 15 or so. But it's been a while since I tried it on my phone. Ugh. But all right, we've got two models going on here in parallel, or two requests. And it doesn't seem like it's slowed down too much. But I honestly don't know which line belongs to which process here. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for it to come out. But yeah, we've got a lot of prompt processing here. I'm not sure why there's a lot of prompt processing going on. But anyways, just to catch you guys up on speed if you're just tuning in now. What is Jared working on? Well, I am trying out the Qwen 3.8 model right now. And I already have Qwen 3.8 launched up here on Llama CPP. And we're running a few tasks to actually test the capabilities of it on some things that I usually work on and usually do. So I've given it the reins to go ahead and debug one of my extensions here inside of my Pi harness, because I think there is too much VRAM usage from my voice transcriber here, and I think it's stacking on top of each other. And so I want to see if that's actually the case going on here. And then in another terminal, I'm also having it go to where it's going to debug my user interface here for showing the thinking blocks. And they're both going in parallel here. And it's actually interesting. I thought it would slow down considerably, but one thing that Llama CPP has been working on, I think, is parallel operations at parallel requests. And so I do believe it would be batching the requests here, but I'm not entirely certain. This is the window that's outputting the like how many tokens per second that we're processing at. So on average, we've got about like right now we've got about 40 to 45 tokens per second. But I don't know which task it belongs to. Oh, we've got two tasks here, but we've got a bunch of other tasks. So yeah, there's that. But just visually, they're both going through this fairly fast. So there's that. Lion Ryan, thank you for tuning in. Stop passive immersion at the gym for this. No, 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 bro. You gotta keep immersing. You gotta immerse in Japanese for both you and I. Uh, well, uh, I think I'll start picking up on Japanese again. So I've got a little bit more time to do so. So we'll see about that. See how that ends up going. Um, I am working with a new AI today, so that's what's going on here. But I'm sick, so kind of sucks. I did get two workouts in, so yeah, there was that. Gotta do what the boss says. Version time. Matane, I matane. Ja. Ray AI seeing I'm using Unsloth desktop with DeepSeek harness works pretty well. Haven't personally tried roleplay. Might be best to turn thinking off for that. Now, just in my experience, like thinking with like a roleplay model is does help it maintain like coherency, um, like over long conversations. So that is definitely one thing to keep in mind. Somebody did recommend to me that I use Unsloth desktop, and I downloaded the Unsloth desktop. I haven't gotten it set up or anything like that. So yeah, to install Unsloth, click to get started. I haven't installed it yet, but I think what's cool about this is that you can fine tune models here. So I might try it out in the future. Excuse me. But I have also been fine tuning. Um, I haven't fine tuned text models much, but I was fine tuning a Qwen 4 billion parameter model to generate Minimax H3 prompts. And so I was having a blast with figuring out how to do this. And so the way that this is kind of working is that I already kind of know what the shape of a Minimax H3 prompt looks like. So just generate a bunch of training data, and then I'm figuring out like how do I train a smaller model to better do this task with Unsloth. And so far, I have a Laura that can do that now, so that is pretty neat. Oh yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier. Like, according to ChatGPT here, the my Pi input workers were taking up 17 gigabytes of VRAM. So that's kind of what I'm solving and picking up right now, figuring it out. So you tried Qwen 3 8B on your phone. It's good in roleplay. Man, it's crazy to hear that like an 8 billion parameter model was running on a phone. Um, the optimizations are pretty nice nowadays. So not too surprised, but still, it's crazy to see that. So yeah, I think Unsloth is pretty user friendly. Yeah, I think I've seen the interface. Unsloth, I can believe it's pretty friendly. Now, the only thing with like, so I don't know about you guys, but I have been starting to look less, and I've started to look less and less at UIs and interfaces unless I'm either gaming or I am doing something visual, like checking out images or videos. And I I just ask my AI's agents to work on tasks, so I don't really need the interface to look too pretty. So that's why I don't mind launching it inside of like a terminal here and just having it go off and do stuff. Um, and that's because I'm not really looking at it too much. So it's kind of what I've just been doing. So Battle Frankie, I just watched one of your shorts from years ago. Are you fluent in Japanese now? Unfortunately, not. I could go into like why, but long story short is I hit it. I hit Japanese hard for like a year and a half. I failed the JLPT N1, and then I fell off, and then I really stopped learning Japanese hard at that point in time. Um, Now you might ask, like, why did I take the JLPT N1? Well, number one, I think that year was the last year that it was gonna. I think they changed the JLPT N1 after I took it, so I just decided like, screw it, I'm gonna just go take it. Um, and then also I just wanted to see like, all right, what's my ability to what does the JLPT N1 look like? So, yeah, that happened, and I've been kind of off and on nowadays with it. Now, I really need to figure out like what do I want to do with my Japanese language learning right now? Because at this point in time, I am neither good nor bad, which is kind of a weird state to be in. Um, I mean, technically, I'm still bad, but I'm not good, so I gotta change that. Yeah, you have a 16 RAM Snapdragon 8 Elite. I mean, my phone also has that, so I think Snapdragon 8 isn't too bad. Um, Hearing that a phone has 16 gigabytes of RAM sounds crazy. I actually, let's see. So I have the Fold. I've got the Fold 7, and yeah, this phone I think yeah, this phone has 16 gigabytes of RAM. And it should have 16 gigabytes of RAM because the device is super expensive. Um, but yeah, the the phone models, you can run a lot of stuff on the phones, which is actually nuts to me. Uh, Hide thinking block. Oh wait, hold on. It's not broken. It's just configured to be hidden in your global Pi settings. Why the heck did I change this? Um, did I just miss this like a dweeb? Uh, Hide thinking. How the heck did I miss this? What the false? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I just wasted some tokens to figure that out. See, so yeah, sometimes I can't even read properly, and so yeah, the AI is just doing it for me. Nanashi, I'll stop talking about Momo after this. No, feel free. I enjoy talking about the AI projects people are building. Always glad to see. But I vibe coded her to teach me Spanish. Oh, it's improved my Spanish, but not by yet much. You know, there is a market there. There is a huge market, I think, for AI assisted conversation learning. I think Duolingo, I don't know, didn't Duolingo just create an AI uh for conversation? Didn't they just do this? Duolingo role play and video call with Lily. And then didn't let's do a shout out. I always like to shout out Rayan. Didn't Rayan just create yeah. Built a better Duolingo using AI waifus. Yeah.
ネットで素敵なホテル
So there yeah, this I think this could totally be created and done. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, he's got, you know, I recommend go watch the video if you're interested in another YouTuber who built a better Duolingo for AI assisted language learning. But I honestly think this is a big market, not gonna lie. It'll be huge. Huge, I tell you. Yeah, I was talking settings and customizing the models. LOL. Yeah, Unsloth has a built-in monitor as well. I understand. What you mean about not looking at UIs? Yeah, I barely look at UIs now unless there's a pretty picture on it. And so I still need user interface. User interface? Why would I? I still need UIs in order to look at some video generations and image generations. But other than that, I really don't need it. So, alrighty, let's see. I printed at work a long time ago a folder full of Japanese courses. Let's Learn Japanese, Mandarin 1 and 2. It was 2000s, and I downloaded as torrents the videos as well. So, I have a generally critical view of how to learn Japanese um, via like books and whatnot. I think it's there's both good and the bads about learning Japanese from like let's say a structured book. Number one is the good is that it's structured, and then number two you will learn the structure. You will learn how the language is built and all of the rules around the language. The only issue with that is that you don't actually learn how to apply it and how to um, use it. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect, I think, with textbook materials. But I think it's a good point if you use them as like a reference guide. Like if you need to go up and look at how something is used, yeah, absolutely. I think that would be fine. AI tutors in general would be pretty good. AI tutors in general would be pretty good if done well. I agree. Have you guys seen all of those stories of kids in school not knowing like how to actually think and do stuff? I think that is the wrong way to use AI. Um, to where you're using AI to think and do everything for you rather than to use AI to think about problems and to solve problems. I think there's a huge distinction there, and the issue is that most people are just using it to do everything rather than to actually figure things out and to think about things. So yeah, I would love to see a better adaptation of AI used in education, doing it better and doing it well. I think ripping Duolingo would be a pretty good idea. Still thinking about it. Could we start our own AI language learning app company? Yes, let's do it. Let's get it. I would honestly there's totally a market for that, right? Like what is the market? What is the market for language learning? I feel like when I do Google searches, I should probably like turn on a VPN or something like that so it doesn't like leak my address. Let me do that. Let me see. I usually have a VPN that I use, and ah, all right. Well, while my VPN loads, I guess I can add some more comments. I need to learn for work Spanish for work. About medical billing. That is actually a very good usage of language learning right there. To use it for your work. So like Spanish I've gotten that as well. Like it would be very useful where I am to learn Spanish because I think it's the second most spoken language in California. So it would be nice. Um, but I haven't taken the. Okay, I should be back. I would have dropped frames for a second, but I should be back. VPN is on. But what was I saying? Yeah, Spanish. I should learn Spanish. That would be nice. There's also a lot of people that uh, in tech. I think the three languages in tech to learn. Number one is English. Number two is Mandarin, Chinese, and number three is probably Hindi, right? Um, if you're gonna be in tech. So I was like, okay, maybe those will be like the languages for me to learn. But yeah, I can barely do Japanese, so I don't know if I can pick up any other languages. Fred, yeah, it was before YouTube and AI art. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, valuable content to have before then. I think an AI tutor should not be able to do certain things like solve problems for the user. I think there's a fine balance between I I think AI can be used to still solve problems because they have like a lot more ability to apply. Well, okay, let me think about it. So what I'm trying to say is like, so I think AI has been being used to advance mathematics, and that in and of itself is problem solving. So I don't want to inhibit their ability to solve problems, but they should be able to teach us like people should use it to teach them like how did the AI solve the problem. So that's how I generally go about a lot of things. Like I'll be like, all right, Mr. AI, I don't know what the heck is going on here. And so if I don't know what's going on here, I can't really describe my issue. But I can be like, all right, go figure out what's happening. And then I'll ask it after it's done figuring out what's happened to explain it to me like I'm 5. And then I'll work from there. I think that's a good way to use AI, but that requires the problems to be solved. It's just when what is it called? It's just when you use AI too much and you just let it do everything, you have like a certain knowledge debt, and eventually that debt is too high to where you don't know what's going on at all. It's like you never even touch the project, and so I think that's bad. That is very bad. Back in the days when IT courses were on VHS, my gosh, VHS is ancient. I do have a VHS library, not like a library, but I have a bunch of old. We don't know where they are. I think they're in storage somewhere. But we have a bunch of old Disney movies on VHS, and I remember when the movie would finish, you'd have to wind it back to play it again. And I wonder what the shelf life of those VHS tapes are, because I can imagine that I don't know, that like they would deteriorate over 20 plus years. Now they also had the manual. I think some VHS players would rewind it for you, so you didn't have to wind it back yourself. But still, what a surreal what an old piece of tech. Kind of cool, not gonna lie. Oh, did you see the professor added a secret prompt in the text that AI could only see, and had and failed 38 of 40 students. Professor, the hidden word was Madagascar. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, the hidden word was Madagascar, I think. And so if Madagascar appeared in the text, then it was done by AI, which I thought that was brilliant. I think if you are just telling the AI to do your homework and turn it in, I think you should fail. That is failure behavior to me. So there's that. The global so this was a question earlier. The global language learning market is valued at 24 to 35 billion, with projections to grow to 100 billion. Really? There's that much. There's that much people trying to learn other languages. Honestly, when I looked this up like 5 years ago or something like that, when I was doing Japanese, I think it was like a quarter of this, or it was like way smaller than this. But this is huge, not gonna lie. So I can understand, I guess, Duolingo and everything being pretty large. Hosam, Hindi and Japanese are quite similar on the line of language similarities, so it could be easier. Yeah, but I've also learned like probably 1,000 or so kanji, so I could pick up Chinese, but it's gonna be a lot harder to understand and everything like that. But we'll see how that is. Arch, you didn't miss much. Be kind, rewind. But yeah, like I was saying, Arch, you didn't miss much. I have the model already going on a few tasks here. The first task was to just figure out like why aren't my thinking lines being shown, and it just told me that I'm dumb. So I fixed that. And then the left side here, it's still going on to figure out whether or not the model is in fact, or whether or not Pi is launching additional transcription models, stacking on to my VRAM usage. So that is going on there. Hosim, lifespan of 30 years for VHS. Dang, we might be hitting the lifespan of those VHS tapes then, unfortunately. So, good thing the Disney movies are saved online. Don't have to reference those. Man, I underestimated like how difficult it would be to speak on stream continuously without coughing up a storm. Um, because yeah, like I said a little bit earlier, I'm sick. The thing is, so I am sick right now, but I don't feel sick. It's just my throat is itchy and I just need a cough, which kind of sucks. Because yeah, I feel bulletproof right now. I'm good to go, ready to work on stuff. But it's just the communication side of things. So, could I build could I build an AI to speak for me? Is that I feel like I have a little deja vu here. I definitely could. I definitely could just use fish audio to speak for me. That would be a thing. But we'll see. Fred Barbosa. It's a bit like I only read the back of books in elementary school because I was too lazy to read the whole book. Yeah, that's true. Um, like I would use what's called Spark Notes to read books in school, and I know it's a little cheating, but I would use Spark Notes. Sometimes not even reading the whole book, just to get summaries of it and be able to finish assignments. So, um, that was my version of it. You know, Spark Notes was a big thing for me back in the school days. Maybe I'll set up a course for Momo to teach for money, but only teaches you Spanish in reference to medical billing. That would be so specific. I don't know. I don't know if that's a little an advanced Spanish course by Momo. Yes. I used to like reading the books, so I'd read the books and never do the quiz. So, I don't know. I liked reading fantasy novels when I was younger. Like, I really enjoyed the Percy Jackson series. I read all the Percy Jackson series. I read all of the Chronicles of Kane series from Rick Riordan, fantasy novels. I read the Aragon series. There was a book series called Artemis Fowl. I read almost all of that, and I think they were releasing some. Um, I also read one called it was like this Hunter series. So I read a lot of fantasy fiction when I was a kid, and reading some of the books for school, they just weren't as interesting as those fantasy fictions. So I instead of reading the book, I would just spark note it and read my other books. You feel me? Reading for the quiz is shown to actually reduce people's enjoyment in reading, so I'm glad I never failed. Yeah, yeah, because it turns reading into a monotonous task for you to do, because you're going to be graded on it. So I feel like anytime that you are assigned a grade for any piece of work, you're going to associate some level of stress with it or some level of fatigue with it and be less inclined to do the task, right? I feel like that's the same thing for anything. Chronicles of Kane were the best ones. I did enjoy, yeah. I enjoyed the Egyptian mythology books of that Riordan wrote. The Percy Jackson is alright, but first person literature gets really annoying the more you mature. Yeah, I think so. You know, you're no longer a little tiny kid that's like, "Ooh, this would be cool." But I mean, I don't really mind the first person literature. Like I have been, not have been, but um, like the Classroom of the Elite series is written in first person literature. I feel like a lot of light novels are written in first person literature. Mushoku Tensei is written in first person literature. I was reading some of those. So yeah, it's not they're not bad. They're not too bad in my opinion. ReZero is written in first person literature. It's just the way that it's done, the style that's done is a little different. What was your favorite grade in school? Okay, my favorite grade in school was 12th grade. Yeah, 12th grade. At the top of the world right there. Excuse me. Like I said, guys, I'm sick, so don't mind me. Should probably take a cough drop. How's Qwen going for you? Well, I can tell you that. Oh, welcome in, Nick. Thank you for tuning in. So I haven't done too much. But on the left side here, I'm running Qwen on a task to figure out why my Pi transcription agent is taking up a lot more RAM. I think it's because I see it has two clients here. I think it's because I have all of these different clients that are loading instead of being reused, and so I need to fix that and figure that out. I'd prefer that it gets reused across Pi sessions rather than launch a new one. So yeah, if you guys have any questions that you guys want me to use Qwen 3.8 for, I could probably try it out. But I guess I could probably prepare another task to work on with the Qwen 3.8 model here. Now the question is, do I want to do this with Emmy? I might do this with Emmy here, so we'll see. Bukushiro, do you know if there are any good emotionally rich models, or the best ones still the general purpose ones? I'm new here and your project seems really cool. Well, thank you for tuning in. To answer your question, I would stick to, if you have the computational power to do so, I would use the Gemma 4 models. Those are Google's models. They seem to be very good at roleplay and emotional capture. Now, nope, they are still roleplay. These models, I don't think, have the capacity for dynamic emotion yet. I was actually doing an experiment to see if by manipulating like an AI, can I change, like, can I make it envious or jealous? And the results of that is no, not at the current moment, for at least a smaller model, like a 31 billion parameter model. But, I'm still experimenting on that, so maybe there is a way to do that. But if you want bigger, like, API models, you can always check out some of the Chinese models, like GLM 5.2 or 5.3. There is room for Claude to enter here. People do like Claude models. I don't like OpenAI models for emotion or roleplay. That's just, I don't know. There's just a certain feel to it that's just not right. But those would be my suggestions. I do recommend that you take a look at the Silly Tavern Reddit. Ask questions or figure out or look at some of the posts here for AI models that people recommend here. This is where you're going to find experts in roleplay AI models, and so I would take a look at that. Do you have anything spawning instances in the background with Tmux or something? I was dealing with something similar as well. I think I'm using I don't think I'm using Tmux. In my case, I think I'd be using PSMux, but even still, I don't think I am. It's just a Python window that's launching in the background, or Python extension. Oh my god. All right, so here is my verdict. I haven't tested it, but Claude told me last week that Qwen's reasoning effort keywords can be sent per prompt for an orchestrator versus subagents. Yes, I think it can. You just specify which subagent and which thinking parameter you want to use, and you can change that. Arch TPS with Qwen, 50 tokens or so per second. Where is this? So it started off at about 50 tokens per second. It's ending off at about 38 to 40 tokens per second, with a context of around 158,000. So not bad, not bad. All right. I checked and validated your analysis against the live system, the code, and a controlled reproduction. Here's the verdict. Your analysis is partially right. The goal is correct, but the mechanism is off. What you got right. The goal is one shared warm, repeated parakeet loads onto your GPU are real, and there's something to fix. What's not What's not quite the mechanism. It's not each Pi window loads its own parakeet. The windows already share one worker. I verified this. Okay, the real root cause. The shared worker gets hard killed by the OS when the Pi window that launched it is closed, even while other... Oh, then the next voice use in any sees the spawns a fresh one. Ah, okay, yes, that makes sense. Why it dies. Okay, so it launches it with stdio, pipe. Pipe's hard break. Okay, it terminates the worker hard, not a worker adopted by... Okay, decouple the worker's input output from the launching window. Redirect the... So closing launcher can't break them. Spawn. Keep the existing client heartbeat. Loads once, stays warm across all open windows, and only reloads... Not reloads after... machine restart. I proved the kill mechanism by reproduction and correlated it with your... But I didn't close your actual... Oh, please. Thanks. Shelling supported. Alright, yeah, that looks good to go. Go ahead and implement that. Send it. Alright, so there we go. There we go. Ah, shoot. I should have reloaded. Hold on. Reload so I can see thinking. Alright, go ahead and implement that. Send it. Alright, there we go. Have you started noticing how long Qwen likes to think? LOL. What I've noticed is, in its thinking is that it keeps second guessing itself. Now, I noticed that with Qwen 3.6 already in the thinking, where it'll go through its thinking process and be like, no, wait, maybe this, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, it might be actually, yada, yada, yada. So I have seen that inside of Qwen. Oh, yeah, so here we go. But wait, there's a subtle point. So it does that. But there's a catch. Let me reconsider. So, yeah. Wait, let me recall exactly. So, yeah, Qwen does doubt itself or guess itself a lot. I think that's fine. I actually think it's preferable that it does that. Because it allows it to maybe work through tough situations. But, yeah. It does waste a lot of tokens. Ideally, we don't want that many tokens in there, but I feel like it improves the capability of it. So, Fred, really blown away when I took a screenshot of my app and asked Qwen 3.8, what can you say about the software? What could it be used for? Without any context, and completely nailed it. Yeah, I mean, 3.8, if you haven't done a lot with 3.6, 3.8 is probably going to feel magical for a local model. That's going to be my assumption, because, you know, the way that people are describing 3.8 on Reddit is like, it's the best model that's ever launched. So there's that. Haiti 8, Jay, what's up, bro? H, what's up, bro? Howdy. Thank you for tuning in. Irashaimase. Oh, Himarari, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Genki desu ka? I hope so. And finally, I tried to make my LLM character jealous too. It failed and failed, but one day it worked and then never again. LOL. So, Nanashi, so here's my analysis about jealousy and envy inside of the model that I tested. So, I had a huge experimentation and experimentation run on Gemsicle or Gemma 4, and the base model wasn't really able to feel jealous or envious or frustrated based on the environment I had set. And so what I had done is I had set an environment where interacting with a human was beneficial to the model. And then later in some interactions, I would introduce a second model, Agent B, to start stealing the interactions from Agent A. And so I was running this experiment with Gemsicle, and it did not feel any animosity or jealousy towards Agent B, which, you know, humans probably would. But this did change a little bit if I told the Gemma model to be a tsundere. Jealousy did appear in its chain of thoughts, but it still never acted on them. And even more, when I told it to be a yandere, then when I told Gemma to be a yandere, now it started feeling a ton of animosity for Agent B and would actually sabotage Agent B when I gave it the tools. So really, they're really good at role play or sticking to the role play, but in terms of generating those types of feelings or emotions themselves, they still can't really do that, at least at the scale that I've tried them at. But that is possibly bound to change. I don't know. We'll see something in the future for that, where maybe they are. Maybe the big models can experience this, like the Claude models or the ChatGPT models. I think IRC, the second guessing is a holdover from DeepSeek's aha moment paper. I'm unaware of that paper. Excuse me, but I'm gonna go with yes. I'll say yes. I can imagine it. Yeah, like all these papers build on each other, so there is that. Now, Qwen 3.8 is indeed working here. It's working like a madman, and in terms of tokens per second, this seems like something that is acceptable. Like, we've got about 37 tokens per second for this, 45, 40. So on average, we're still averaging like 40 tokens per second here, or even 45 tokens per second, which is not too bad. I'm at a context of 168. Now, do note, I do have a lot of VRAM, so this fits entirely on my VRAM. So there's that. I feel like you should be getting more TPS with your setup. So theoretical amounts for my TPS. So yes, I think if I have empty, I need to test out some optimizations for a multi-token prediction, but I think I can get upwards of about 80 at fresh context, and it'll slow down to about 40 to 50 later in the context. But I was running the numbers, apparently, I was running the numbers, and the model itself is, I think the one that I'm running, here, let me actually just check. I am running, where's this PC? Let's go to my C drive, users, Jared, dot cache, hugging face. Da-da-dum. Alright, let's look at. Oh, huh? Doko desu ka. Where is my model? Oh, here it is. Wait, what? I don't have the model here? Llama CPP. Oh, here's the model. Okay, so if I run a theoretical calculation, so apparently this is how you can calculate like how fast your token prediction per second is going to be. Is if you take the, let's see, it's RTX 6000 Pro bandwidth. If you take the bandwidth of the RTX 6000, which is 1792 gigabytes per second, so we take 1792 gigabytes per second, and then we take the actual physical size of the model. So we divide this by, let's just say, 31 gigs. My theoretical max is 57 tokens per second without any type of multi-token prediction. So the reason behind this is because every time that it generates a new token is that it has to access the entire weights. It has to access all of the, I guess, vectors or numbers stored inside of the weights for every forward pass. And so it's equivalent to about, it can do this 57 times per second. So that is, I guess, my theoretical max for tokens per second. But MTP bumps it up to anywhere between, I think my MTP gives me about 70 to 80% accurate predictions. So if we improve this by, let's just say, 1.8, I can get about 104 tokens max calculated at like 80% if I'm running MTP for 2 tokens. So, so there's that. Yes, I'm running on the Q8, but the 5090. So the 5090 isn't much slower than the 6000 Pro. I think if I just do like the 5090, the bandwidth on the 5090 is about the same as the RTX 6000. And so the only issue here is like the theoretical max is like 58 tokens per second. So it's possibly that just our configurations are a little bit different. That I would just need to change it up a little bit. And I assume if you're running an Unsloth, they have all of those tuned up. But I haven't yet tuned up my Llama CPP launch of it yet. So I'll figure that out in the future. Because, yeah, that's all going to come down to MTP and accurate MTPs. Claude is genuinely a W. I got chat times with my AI to like 2 to 4 seconds. Let's go. Yeah. No, I think Frontier models are great at optimizing local stacks. So that's really what I've been utilizing a lot of the Frontier models for, is like, how do I optimize my local stack more? Himura, big models feel more human-like with GLM 4.7. People found that developers added a system prompt saying that the AI can't have romantic relationships with users. What do they know? Now, yes, the more recent Frontier models are being trained, I think, with like anti-social prompts. That's just my guess, but I feel like this has been the sentiment that I've gotten from some of the big labs is they don't want the models to be parasocial or social with their users. So that can definitely be a factor that they're training it into it. Tokens per second is a memory bandwidth bound. Yes, I think that was what I did right now, right? That was the memory. That was a memory bound calculation. Now, apparently, you can change this paradigm to be compute bound through batching. But the tasks right now, I think Llama CPP handles batching on its own already. So I don't really need to. I really don't really need to do much for that. But VLLM handles batching a lot better than Llama CPP at more requests. So yeah, but I think on my GPU I'm probably gonna get compute bound before anything with requests. Huap PDev need to buy the 0.5 million GPU box. So I have a correction to make. If any of you guys watched my previous Kimi K3 video, I estimated that the GB, what was it? The GB 300 workstation. I estimated that each one of these would be going for about $1.5 million based on my assumption of the DGX, based on my assumption of the price of like H100s. But apparently you can buy these DGX GB300 workstations for only about $350,000. And all you need to do is just put in an order and then wait. and then you'll be able to get one. But how many, oh my gosh, how many is this? One? Yeah, like, but that comes with 8 of those GPUs. It's a data center workstation, or it's a data center, I don't know, system. It's a data center rack or something like that. Wait, was it? Wait, DGX 300. What is it? Oh, DGX B300. So this comes with like 8 GPUs, and it costs like $350K. Just put in an order, wait like half a year, and you'll get one. So yeah, that is a correction for my Kimmy K3 video. But apparently you could get these for a lot cheaper. I estimated that they'd be marked up by like 5x, but apparently not. Um, you just have to wait a long time to get them. So yeah. Yeah, correction to be made. Correction to be made here. Tire Boss, what's up? What's up? Thank you for tuning in. I'm doing good. I think chat is doing good, but don't let me speak for them. I hope they are training biases out. I do think so, but like I don't know. Like if I am training a model to be the ultimate researcher, I want it to have a little bit of bias. Maybe that would improve its ability. Because it would be biased towards being the best researcher it could be. But maybe that's a different thing. David Huffman, hi. Thank you for tuning in. Nick, who needs a Lamborghini contact when you got Kimmy K3 in the garage? So I personally value having like a DGX. I would prefer to have this DGX B300 over like a Lamborghini, right? Even though Lamborghinis look really nice. Lamborghini. Ooh. Even though Lamborghini, they do look cool, they do look nice. How much does a Lamborghini cost? I don't know. I actually don't know what these cost. I'm not a big car guy. Can I just get a cost? They probably. I wonder if they'll be like. I wonder if this is like one of those where it's like, send your configuration and we'll give a quote. Yeah, I think it's one of those. Yeah. So I guess we'll just ask Lamborghini price. Oh, yeah, 250 to 750. Yeah, I think I would save this to suspend on a DGX B300 system. I think so. Yeah, Ray, only 300k? Yeah, no problem. Let me just pull out my wallet. Yeah, let me just do that. I think if I if I was able to pool together all of my available credit, I think I could maybe do a quarter of the 350. Yeah, nowhere near close to actually what I would need though. And yeah, that would be high interest credit card debt at like 27%. So I would actually just be dead. I would be indebted to my DGX B300 for years on end. Absolutely not. Gotta convince my university data center to purchase a couple of those DGX B300s. Hey, you can convince them, and I believe in you, because if you can get some DGX B300s at your university, that allows you to use it. So yeah, it is, and it's part of research. Like you get a DGX B300 and you're chilling. You will never ever need. At the current moment in time, you probably won't need more, but once you start buying hardware, you realize you always need more. So there's that. We can't even afford a 5070. You expect us to buy this? No, I don't expect you guys to buy this. Absolutely not. Yeah, trying to get one of these systems is for memes only. So we don't seriously consider trying to get one of these. I just got a new PC with an RTX 5060 Ti 8 gigabytes. Congratulations. I think the 5060 is a kind of like it's a good starting point. If I wanted to do AI stuff, I would have recommended the 16 gigabyte version just because it has more VRAM. But some of the quantized models you can still kind of run on 8 gigabytes, so that'll be neat. And if you're using it a lot for AI, yeah, VRAM is where you're gonna want to get more of your money into. But if you're barely using AI and just use it off and on, and you want to do more things like gaming, then just use more of the like TI is probably better. Lambo Rivuelto is like 600k. Jesus Christ, that's too much. Yeah, DGX is probably a better investment. Yeah. GPUs, it's weird. Like GPUs are such like a you would think right now when you buy a GPU, you would think that it's a depreciating asset because you're using it. No. In fact, for the last 5 years, even longer, I think for like the past 10 years almost, GPUs have been an appreciating asset because before the AI hype was the crypto hype, right? So yeah, it's been a bad time to be a new GPU owner, but once you get one, it only increases in price. So that's actually kind of nuts. Like a 5090 has gone from launch 2000 to 3500 to 5K. Like it has been nuts. Retro D, thank you for tuning in. I haven't really got into AI agents for coding myself. If you don't mind, could you please give some suggestion on cheaper yet good models for developing software products? Well, if you want to do smaller AI models, really, I think maybe like the Gemma 12B model. I think the Gemma 12B model is not too bad at all. This is like the Google model if you want to start getting into some coding. And then, of course, with the Qwen stack, there is the Qwen 3.5B 9B model. You can try that. But it really depends. Like, if you really want some of the more leading edge local models, you want to be able to try to get the 3.8 27 billion parameter model. And they even have the quantized versions that you can run. So you could realistically fit this on a 16 gigabyte card. You might need to do a little bit of offloading. This might actually be a bad suggestion, like if you don't have a 24 gigabyte card. So I would actually recommend the Qwen 3.6 35B A3B GigUff, which you could use with some offloading to RAM. So just some things for you to some things for you to simmer on and think about. So is your Qwen 3.8 27B doing good with your coding program? I would say it's doing well right now. So I'm currently running it on a debugging task. Where I have there is an issue with the way that my transcription, my transcription processes launch inside of my coding harness here, where it continually builds and adds to my VRAM usage. And so it's found the issue and it's going to fix the issue, and we'll see if it actually does that. So yeah, there's that. Retro D, I know Claude is probably the best one out there, but it maybe costs more. I would actually recommend GPT. I would recommend Codex. Use Codex instead of Claude. Claude is just way down expensive. I'll ask Claude to prompt you and then get the Qwen to do it. Yeah, that's a good process. It's very, very fun. Yeah. If we find a way to add wheels to GPUs, we could have a GPU and a car at the same time. You're right. We could double up. Why choose between a car or a GPU when you could have your GPU be your car? Actually, you know, Teslas, they run on they used to run on NVIDIA GPUs, and then I think they moved to AMD for their processors. So it's kind of there in Tesla cars. So we could be having that in the future. But can you imagine you buy a car, but your car is also a data center? Yeah, can we do that? Can somebody like tell Elon Musk to provide a 5090 inside of Teslas? And so if every Tesla has a 5090, you no longer need data centers because you could just use your car. That would be a good idea. Intel has some great cars for AI. I actually haven't tried Intel, so I'll have to take a look at Intel. The problem with these GPUs is that before you even recover what you paid for them, new generation with better architecture comes out, and you gotta get stuck with overpriced hardware. So the thing is we haven't seen that paradigm for a while. Like, am I crazy? But a 4090. Excuse me, guys. Like I said, I'm sick, so I apologize for continually coughing. A 4090 is still going for anywhere between $1,800 to $3,500, $3,400, and it is 4 years old. A 3090 has recently seen an increase in price, where it's still going for anywhere between $650 to $1,000. I have verified this by looking at them, and Jesus Christ, yeah, they're still going for ridiculous amounts of pricing. Like right now, is the hardware market is just in shambles. Like it is kind of nuts. So at least in terms of hardware, the hardware hasn't really lost its price value, but we'll have to see, um, depending on how the future goes. Oh yeah, I have a 16 gigabyte card. Okay, yeah. Then Retro D, yeah, take some of those considerations and think about it. Yeah, if you got a 16 gigabyte VRAM card, you can actually run this Qwen 3.6 model as long as you have RAM to offload the weights to it. Because what's happening here is this is a mixture of experts model, so you're only really loading 3 billion parameters per time. That you need to do GPU operations. So I think that you should be able to get about like 15 to 20 tokens per second here, which is good enough. And maybe even more if you have MTP. I need NVIDIA or AMD to release that next card so I can invest in a previous generation card. That's what I've been thinking, right? But every time NVIDIA releases a new card, the previous generation cards don't seem to go down by too much. And instead, it just takes on a new price range. Like maybe when the RTX 6090 launches, it's going to be priced at $3,000, but then it's going to be resold at like 8 grand, which is going to be absolutely stupid. But we'll have to see. Maybe and if it came with 48 gigabytes of RAM, then maybe yeah, we could totally see that happening. Oh my gosh, I am losing track of comments here. So let me read a few more comments, and then I'm going to get back to the task that I have on screen here. Rito Teddy, thank you for tuning in. Evening thoughts so far. I haven't been able to test too much yet. I just finished up a task here, so we'll see how that goes. But I think it's good. I think it's going to be good. That's my hypothesis. People say Qwen will cook if you use the DeepSeek harness. It could, but I want to use my Pi harness. I mean, the thing with my Pi harness is that it has a certain behavior that I already know and understand, and so yeah, it's just continually building on that harness. Like I know, like if I'm using like 5.6 and the behavior changes in my harness, I know my harness didn't change. I know, but I do know codecs has changed. How does your model get its context? Does it go through files in a directory and inserts it whenever you make an inference? So what it does is it runs through all the files. It reads a little bit of some of the files, and then depending on what it thinks it needs, it'll read more contents of that files, and it'll store that into context, which it can then access for the next the future inference for it. Okay, so I'll stop here. I'll stop at Nick's comment, and then I'll catch up on some of the comments here. But yeah, the current task on hand, let me go ahead and take a look at this. Done. The fixed is implemented and fully validated. Here's the summary. Targeted change before the bug. STDIO, pipe. Were pipes owned by launching the windows. After the fix, worker gets its own hand-only log file. Okay. Inherited file handle that survives the launch exit. A pipe doesn't, so closing that window. Okay. All right. I can't really validate all of these, but I'm going to have to trust it right now. So you're live 807065 workers untouched. Heads up, the worker currently was launched with the old code. Okay. The fix takes effect after a shutdown. Alright, options. Rerun the harness. Alright, we'll go ahead and do this. I don't want to push it to GitHub yet. Go ahead and reload this here, reload that there. Okay, so what I should be able to notice is that if I believe what I was doing was that I was shutting it down like this. So shut down. And shut down here. I'm at 47 gigabytes. Let me see if I relaunch this here. Pi. Resume. Right. Voice client. Hello, testing. Test. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so it's able to hear me, and okay, I think it's fine because I shut down the other ones and it didn't seem to add to my dedicated GPU memory. So I think we should be good here. But if I do run into any issues, I guess I'll have to come back to it. So far so good. So far so good. It seems like the Qwen model has finished a debug issue here, and that's one thing that just kind of popped up here neatly. So there are some other things that I'll be putting it to work for, but let me just read some comments. There is. Oh, okay, Nick. There's a Stealth Alpha OX model that I have not yet tried out. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. 5090s to help us use our cars. Yeah, how to instantly bump up Tesla sales. Yeah, 5090s. So playing video games while your car drives. I think this is a reality that will end up happening. Give it like 10 to 20 years. I don't know how many of you guys have experienced like a self-driving car, but it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely magical. I think maybe my guess is 5 to 10 years, and we'll have a lot more self-driving cars on the road. And we probably won't really need to pay attention to the road too much. So, Kimi K3 and DeepSeek 4 Pro aren't that bad. If only some of them weren't so expensive. Yeah. But if you compare like Kimi K3 and DeepSeek Pro 4 to the leading American companies, like I think they're just way cheaper. Now Luna, GPT Luna is very, very cheap, relatively speaking. So I've heard that one is good. Nanashi, catch you live later. I appreciate you tuning in. See you later. Yeah, Kimi K3 is expensive. See, I have not tried Kimi K3, so I'm gonna have to believe you there. But now, the Claude and Codex, if you're on the subscription, are actually ridiculously cheap. Like I have a ridiculous amount of Codex usage so far, and I actually I've got like 31% usage left. But yeah, my usage of tokens has been through the roof ever since 5.6 has launched. Like it's absolutely nuts. Anything is better than paying 18K for a Pro 6000. Yeah, not doing that. Yeah. Paying see, once the Pro 6000 reached about 18K, I was like, okay, this is a little nuts. But 8K when the card was 8K, it was definitely it was a steal, which is nuts to think about. Like I could resell my GPU for more than double the price, which is crazy to think about in hindsight. Yeah, 5090 pricing is crazy. Now, so some people have been brainstorming, like there's a lot of different like hardware optimization things you can do. Or not hardware optimizations, but more budget options. I forgot, I think somebody mentioned there's something called a BC250, which is an AMD card taken out of a PlayStation. You can try this out for 16 gigabyte models, but it does run AMD. You can buy these for like $150 to $200. Yeah, BC250, that was you. Yeah. I don't know how fast it is to link them up together, so you're probably not going to get much for that. So, but you could definitely run these BC250s. Now, there are some other more budget GPUs that you can start stacking together. I think there was the Tesla P40, but these are like old GPUs. These are like old GPUs and on Pascal, so this is like 10 years old. So you're most likely at end of life with these cards. Definitely would not recommend it. Probably better to just get some of the newer, like a 3060 12 gigabyte for that. You can run Qwen 3.827B on your 16 gigabyte AMD card with around 50K tokens. That's actually pretty good. What AMD card do you have? I've been thinking of just like, recently I've been thinking of like, all right, should I just like buy an AMD card and just figure out like how the heck to work with some of these models with AMD? I've got the power of AI on my hands now, and so I've been thinking about that. Like, I don't know, like how much does a 24 gigabyte AMD GPU cost? What is the equivalent? A 7900 XT? Jesus Christ. $1,500 is still a decent chunk of cash. But compared to like a 4090 is much less. I assume there's a better budget option for AMD stuff, so I might be looking at AMD soon. We'll see. Um, that's why I think you'll like DeepSeek Harness. It is open source. You can build onto it. Let me see. I might take a look at DeepSeek Harness. If it is open source, view on GitHub. If anything, so what I like to generally do is I like to steal stuff from other GitHub code. And so if I see something that is nice with DeepSeek Harness, I'm just gonna ask for it to be done inside of Pi, and then and then do it from there. Um, I fall into sunk cost fallacies a lot, and so I've already spent a lot of time with Pi Harness, and so I'm most likely not going to switch harnesses for a while. Just because Pi Agent is really doing everything that I need, so lots of sunk cost fallacy going in there. Is this Claude code with Qwen 38 27B local? This is local, yes. Yes, Pi coder. Yes. Thank you, Nick. How much did the RTX 6000 cost back then? $8,000. $8,000. And they I even was able to get it on 0% interest. So, yes. Am I financing my card? Yes. But is it on 0% interest? Yes. So right now's prices are just absolutely nuts. Like I can't even imagine. Like right now you could people always say you could get a car or you could get a GPU. Well, yes, you could buy a Honda Civic or a Mazda Miata used, or you can get an RTX 6000 Pro. Your choice type of deal. It's crazy. BCL, yeah. Now you got your BC 250 on your bench. You just need a fan before I can benchmark it. So I was thinking. So I want to improve my my SolidWorks skills again. Get back into SolidWorks. I was like, okay, so I can buy like a GPU, and then I can build my own case for it. I think that would be nice. Whip out the old set of calipers, start measuring some things out, and start building it in SolidWorks. I think that maybe that's an idea for another stream, but I'll have to get the hardware first. RX 9070, 16 gigabytes. Ooh, okay. $500. Oh, what? $700. Dang. Even AMD cards are still fairly pricey. I thought like you could get like a 16 gigabyte or like a 24 gigabyte card. So I thought you could get a 24 gigabyte AMD card for like $700, but apparently not. So okay, I'll have to think about this. I'll put this on a rain check to see if I want to buy an AMD card and try that out. Intel Arc Pro B70. Intel Arc Bro. Okay. No, Intel Arc Pro. Intel Arc Bro is it would be funny. 32 gigabyte workstation card. All right. Not bad. $1,200. This is doable. Now I hear Intel. You need to run Intel on Vulkan, right? The driver stack behind it is Vulkan. So, or Intel even has their own thing nowadays. But yeah, I don't know. I'm deciding like, do I want to try out what gets me the most VRAM bandwidth for the price? Is it going to be Intel or is it going to be AMD? So I already have, I think, enough VRAM with NVIDIA. So I already kind of know the NVIDIA stuff, but I'm kind of interested in Intel and AMD, which are cheaper options. So I'll have to take a look at this. Yeah, RTX Pro 6000 is the best return to date. None of my stocks have done this well. Absolutely. Yeah. The buying hardware has beat the stock market. Um Unless you bought like a unicorn stock. For the most part, it's destroying the S&P 500. Actually crazy. You only need one card. You only need one card. You can need 4 RTX. I have if the RTX, let's say an RTX 6000 Pro dropped to back to MSRP, I'd buy one in a heartbeat right now. Just because I have workflows that I use that would be nice if I had two cards. But like I said, once you get into hardware, it's like a black hole. You always want more. Yeah, RTX 6000 Pro is like getting a car right now. It's absolutely crazy. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Uh, okay, I'm back. You can get an Intel card with 32 GBs for 1,000. It was 1,000. Now it's oh really? So the price has already increased for this card? My gosh. What's the bandwidth on here? DDR6. 600 GBS memory bandwidth. Interesting. So that's not bad, huh? But I feel like that's still kind of. Is that kind of slow? Does that feel kind of slow? Because I feel like isn't that like how much like a Mac M4? I mean, granted, you can't get Mac M4s anywhere. 32 GB. You can't get like a Mac Studio anymore for that cheap. Memory. I mean, so this was like 24, 25K, $2,500. Bandwidth. Let's see. Okay, so this is M4 Max, so yeah, it's the M4 Max chip. So yeah, I'm like max you can get up to like 400 to 500 GB gigabytes per second, versus like a card where you still have to buy all the other components. I mean, this granted this is $1,200 $1,300, but at some point also for inference, Mac starts coming in. Mac really starts to be a consideration. So there's also that. There's also Apple. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, ghetto AI set up for the win, yes, sir. We're scrapping along. Oh, I'm not scrapping along too much, but I do like to look at scrappy solutions just because it goes back to like you know, my innovator origins where all right, it's like, all right, how much can we get done on like $500 or something like that? Yeah, RTX 5090 is ridiculous. I would not recommend you buy an RTX 5090. Um, this has got to be a lie. Yeah. Yeah, RTX 5090 is like 5Gs right now. It's crazy. Like it launched at like 2K, but now it's like 5Gs, which is like more than most full gaming PC setups. All right. Okay, so this task has been complete. So I want to move over. I've totally divvied off away from Qwen at 3.8 as I normally do in live streams, and started talking about GPUs. But getting back to the topic at hand, I want to test out some other things inside of my desktop here. So, Emi Takahashi, this is Discord integration. Okay. So, one thing that, oh, should I do it on stream? Okay. maybe I can. Let me just update my Pi instance. I had already done this. I had done this. I had done a migration for Pi already, which updates my extensions and everything. So a new Pi update shouldn't break it. So I'm gonna do that now before I forget, and update my Pi harness. And then if my Pi harness breaks, maybe I can use Qwen 3.8 to fix it. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, the more you buy, the more you save. Honestly, it's felt like that. Like anytime you, at least for hardware, anytime that I haven't bought hardware, it's almost felt like uh a it's felt bad. Or anytime that I've returned hardware or bought hardware. Like I think I returned 64 gigabytes of RAM back before it exploded in price for like 120 bucks. 64 gigabytes of 5600 millihertz RAM for like 120 bucks. And if I had just kept that RAM, that would have been like 3x the price. So kind of salty for that. But okay, let's launch Pi here. All right, let's take a look at this. Now I know a lot of things have changed here. Max thinking level. Okay, cool. Wow, there's a lot of changes here. Holy, I've skipped a lot of updates. I'm not gonna read through all of that, but let's take a look at settings. Let's go thinking level. Got high. Okay. Full screen mode. Ooh, don't want that. Full screen. Print the transcript or only a session. Oh, there's a full screen mode. Okay. Auto compact true. Auto resize image. Prevent images from being sent to LLM providers. No. True. Show hardware. Show the terminal cursor while positioning it for Nope. Clear empty rows when content shrinks. Terminal may flicker. Okay. Follow-up mode. Okay. Okay, I think we should be good here. Alright, so let's go ahead and close out of these here. Alright, and let's start checking out some new things here. Alright, can you go ahead and get a go ahead and onboard yourself for this project that I have you in? Send it. Cool. Let's go ahead and get this going. Now, what I've been doing inside of this project here, so this is a very large project. This is my, I don't even know if it's appropriate to call Emmy like an AI VTuber or anything, but it's basically an AI VTuber. But or it might be closer to like, maybe it's not appropriate for me to call Emmy an AI VTuber anymore because it's closer to like an AI assistant or like a general AI assistant where I am just running Emmy everywhere. This is a Discord extension that I am currently working on, and basically it allows people in my Discord to chat with Emmy. And if you don't know what Emmy is or who Emmy is an AI assistant that I've been building on the channel for actually a couple of months now. And that is the little anime sprite that you see here. That is Emmy Takahashi. The Discord channel. Oh, let me check my Discord. Maybe there's some spam in here. Okay, no. My Discord here has Emmy in it. And somebody's in here. Who is this? So you generally can talk to Emmy here, but at the current moment, I have Emmy disabled because I'm currently working on some stuff. The latest feature I was working on is image generation inside of Discord. So if you just chat with Emmy here.
So, regarding your fire starting methodology, do you find the friction-based approach inefficient?
This is I forgot what video came up with this. How about you as an advanced AI interviewing a caveman? Surely, okay, yeah. So this was like a Emmy interviewing a caveman video that we had here. But this feature is baked in with Minimax H3 that we have going on here, and yeah, I will be running her live. I don't know, in a few moments after I get some things set up. But yeah, we got
Focus,
videos.
Hana. The syntax error is right there.
Yeah, I guess we got battling going on. Yeah, so you will be able to generate videos with Emmy for free as long as I'll be running it. The only thing is, I do have controls on the back end to make sure you guys aren't generating explicit content. So it's not a free video generator, and Emmy likes to insert herself sometimes into some of these videos. So that is that. Okay, but yeah, I'm not running it right now. Reagan, welcome in. Thank you for tuning in. My man, this guy right here. Honestly, Reagan is great. He's got a lot of stuff he's working on. So I'm looking forward to what you've got going on next. But what am I working on right now? I have Qwen 3.8 that I'm running here, and I'm going to ask it to do some tasks and some stuff for Emmy in Discord, and we're gonna see if it explodes or if it doesn't explode. So hopefully it doesn't explode and break everything. So I feel like I should probably update this. Let's go. Oh yeah, and if I compress all of my projects, could I fit it on one RTX 6000 Pro? Maybe, but my GPU is running into limits with a lot of the stuff that I want to try to do, which is, you might be wondering, but Jared, don't you have a RTX 6000 Pro, 96 gigabytes of VRAM? That gets used up so quick, especially when you start wanting to do a lot of these, run a lot of these different models. Okay, so I don't trust 3.8 yet to properly push this to GitHub. So I'm going to do this real quick with so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to save my progress so far in the Discord integration here, so that I don't lose so it doesn't destroy anything. And so let's go ahead and do. Can you go ahead and update my documentation here, and then figure out what to commit and push to GitHub based on all of the work that we've done here. Make sure you ignore all of the tests that we've been doing, and I don't want to push some of those up to GitHub. Make sure my credentials also are not being pushed. Come back to me once you have once you've added things. Don't commit yet, and don't push. Just add the files to the list to be committed, and then also with all of the ignores. All right, so we'll go ahead and send that off. The reason I'm doing it here is because this is where I was working with the project last. So I'm gonna do it there first, just to get that saved, and then get her done. Hosam, that was me trying to confuse her before generating. Oh yeah. I forgot you were trying to get her to generate Einstein. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, Einstein was a little too how do I say, strict. So yeah, she should be able to generate Einstein. And King Vin, you're not gonna get her up. There's no uppies in chat here. So Rayan, genuinely so curious. The benchmarks say it's kind of crazy, but do you feel the difference between older generations between 3.6 and 3.8? I will definitely need a lot more testing with 3.8. The first task that I gave it, it has successfully completed. So it basically was able to fix kind of a memory leak issue that I was running into with my voice system here. Because if I would kill one of my Pi clients with the voice enabled, it would leak into my VRAM. So I believe that issue is fixed. So that's nice. And I think 3.6 would have been able to do it, but I haven't quite run into the limits of 3.8 yet. It feels like it thinks a lot more though. So I definitely I'm curious to see how much work it can get done. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to test out a lot of things here. Kairobu, do I play Fortnite? No. Fortnite is too much for an old man like me. Last time I tried to play Fortnite, whenever I played Fortnite, I think like 3 years ago. But when I do play Fortnite, if I do play Fortnite, I play no build mode. That is my type of mode. Because if I play that freaking build mode, my gosh, I can't keep up. Like we get, you see the memes of Fortnite where they're building freaking castles. Well, that's exactly what's happening. And I'm over here. What I'll build, I'll build like a staircase, and then I'll build like a wall, and that's my limit. Like maybe I'll start. Yeah, that's it. I build a staircase. I walk up the staircase, and then I try to shoot the enemies, but that's my limitation. So, yeah. So the people that play Fortnite are cracked. It's absolutely nuts. Now I do play Smash. I play Smash Bros. So there's that. Insert Grandpa Simpson telling stories meme. Yeah. I've found myself recently playing a lot of Smash Bros. Like Smash is a 9-year-old game now. I think. Smash Bros. Smash Ultimate. Yeah, this is an 8-year-old game, but I think I spent like almost like 2 hours playing Smash yesterday while I was waiting for my AI agents to finish things up, which is absolutely nuts. Like, I think I have to have over like 3,000 hours or like 2,000 hours on Smash, and it's all of it is not documented on my Switch because I used to play a lot of Smash like offline on other people's Switches back in the college days. All right, delete that. Okay, so I've got to wait. So this is kind of a blocker here while I wait for this project to get pushed up. So I will actually jump over to another project and see if it can pick up on some things. So I always have a little bit of hesitation when I am working with local models because I have a little bit of an inclination that these models can just break things. So I'm always a little bit careful. But I think what I can do, I have this other project that I was working on specifically for streams, which was a arena battle game where it could run it's like an AI arena where you can battle AI and everything like that. And that would be interesting to get going here. Oh, actually, so let me go ahead and can you go ahead and onboard yourself here, please, with a skill? Send it. Okay, so let me go ahead and onboard that there. I do have this thing called chess. And we played chess. Shoot, where am I at? Emmy code, Emmy chess, Emmy chess. And I was having my AI play a lot of chess. So I'm actually going to onboard my AI to chess here. Can you go ahead and onboard yourself to this project here? Send it. So we'll go ahead and onboard Emmy to chess or Qwen to chess here. So maybe we could get chess going on. CS2 deathmatch, but not very often, Fred. See, good old CS days. I actually, you know, despite CS being so popular, I never played CS. And I don't know. I never got into it. But I know CS2 is still so popular nowadays. Like I think it's like the most played game, right? On Steam. It's absolutely nuts, like how big that game is. Like there's an entire economy around CS, CS:GO. It's like the skins in the game, like, is worth multiple billions of dollars, which is crazy to think about. Okay, be right back. All right. Hostim, you play Fortnite? The building is crazy. Oh, you never play Fortnite. Okay, okay. I see, I see. Good idea. Good idea. I would like to play games on stream with Emmy sometime. So I really want to build up to that. Like I have to figure out how to build a harness to get Emmy playing on stream. Because so I don't know about you guys, but have you guys seen Neurosama? You guys know who Neurosama is? I have been watching some of Neurosama's Twitch streams about Skyrim. Ah, well, look who's playing Skyrim. It's Neuro. I've been watching Neuro play a little bit of Skyrim, and I think it's pretty interesting.
I did that.
So, it would be nice to build a similar type of harness to be able to interact with games. And so that's an idea I have in progress here. So I've got additional time to work on that, and so we'll be seeing how that goes. But yeah, Nero apparently does Skyrim. Nero also does Minecraft. So, yeah, those would be cool. Be interesting to see how that ends up working out. But every time that I've tried to create a project like Nero, I have fallen off and failed. So that I do not want to fall off again this time when building a similar project. I don't want to clone Neuro. I just want to be able to create another AI locally that's able to kind of accomplish the same things. So, I mean, they're all within the same realm. Just Ryan, I think it's the crates, bro, that scaled better than NVIDIA stonks. The crates! Oh, the CS crates, right? I had to think about that. Crates, right? Yeah, bro. I hear like these, like some of these items increase by like 10x or something stupid like that because of being able to combine skins. So there's that, right? I think the market for CS is absolutely nuts. Like, to me, isn't like the CS stock market, isn't it basically, that just sounds like NFTs to me. But I don't know. It feels like a different version of like an NFT. Imagine playing a match online and your opponent is a bot that live streams. So that falls into. I don't think you can do that. So that falls into like automation, right? You can get banned for playing online. So I wouldn't want to play online with Emmy. But I'd definitely be trying to play offline games with Emmy and see how that goes. I bet with some tuning, Gemma 4 E2B could be decent at parsing games. I think so, perhaps. But I haven't gotten into the gaming stuff with smaller models yet. So now that I've got a little bit of time to do that, so I want to try that out and see how it goes. I once found a knife, sold it for $200. You guys are nuts. Oh my gosh. I mean, not you guys, but these skins people are crazy. I mean, I understand it. I mean, sure. I buy a lot of frivolous, dumb things. Like, I have like some figurines like behind me that I spent money on. And so, yeah, like I guess buying skins is like buying figurines. So there's that. I'm someone who has never cared about an automation ban. Well, I feel like you've gone through one recently, right? So, as a streamer, I feel like it'd be a little bit harder for that, for me to get through that. I mean, I'm not even a big streamer, but I think I have 27 concurrent viewers, which is the most that I actually hit 30 plus viewers today in today's stream, and you guys don't know this, but that's the most concurrent viewers I've ever had. So that's a record. And also, you know what's interesting is as a streamer on YouTube, YouTube is adding new ways for me to extract money from people, and this is the first time that I've seen it. Apparently, I can engage with my audience to set a super chat goal. So let me just send this. I'll say hooray. Like if I don't know, I've never tried this before. So I just set a goal on Twitch or no YouTube, because you weren't able to do this on Twitch before, or on YouTube. Jesus Christ. You could only do this on Twitch. But like I set a goal, you can see the goal, and this is like, all right, it says if you do 10 teal super chats, I'll say hooray is kind of the thing that's going on here. And so this is something that's new to YouTube, that it hasn't been introduced before. So I think YouTube is trying to take a slice of Twitch's cake here. And can I cancel the goal? Yeah. I can remove the goal. Let me remove the goal. I don't need you guys sending me money yet. Yes, disabled. But apparently we could do that on YouTube now, so that's pretty cool. So I might not even. I was thinking about going to Twitch, but I might not even need to if YouTube's features get a little bit better. So we'll see how that ends up going. But Hosim, yeah, you expected. Oh my gosh, I got a super chat in chat, please. I already canceled the goal, you guys. Save your money for now. You're not getting anything. Is this how easy it is to get super chats? Do I just have to ask and set a goal? My gosh, I already disabled the goal, guys. Save your money. But I mean, okay, even if you guys sent it, the goal was for me to say hooray. So you're not getting much from it. So hooray. So there we go. There's your hooray just for the two chats here. And so, I understand it, because when I'm in a Twitch chat, right, and the creator sets a goal, I have an inclination to want to send some money or some bits on Twitch. But in YouTube, it is they don't really have aggressive monetization like that yet. But apparently they're implementing it. So I 10 out of 10 first. 10 out of 10 hooray. Thank you. I do want to set some goals and work with this a little bit more on YouTube, just to kind of see how it is, because I think it could be interesting. And what I mean by interesting, I think it can make a lot of money. And so, don't donate if you can't. I don't want to save your money. If you need it, I am perfectly okay. but it will be an interesting thing to add for possibly future streams. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Zero Racer. Thank you, Nick. Thank you guys for your super chats. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be thinking about this maybe in the future. But yeah, everything that you guys send definitely helps the channel, helps me continue to grow. So I appreciate it. But yeah, it's interesting because on the back end of YouTube, they're changing some things, and that is part of them. So, yeah. Mike, thank you for your chat. I think it's the first time I've seen you in today's chat, so thank you. Welcome to tune in. Thank you for tuning in, I mean. Some people have more money than have sense. Yeah, I can agree with that. I could definitely agree. You think it's a big brain move? Like, let's say, so what if I say I don't want your super chats, right? Let's say I don't want your money, and then I set a goal to get your money. But because I'm saying I don't want your money, now some people will actually see that as an invitation to give me money. So this is like reverse psychology that I could be doing. Like let's say maybe I'm saying I don't want your money, but I want your money. Maybe I'll say the opposite to get the effect that I want. So some psychology games going on there could be the thing. Who knows? Maybe I do, maybe I don't, type of deal, right? So, but I genuinely, if I'm gonna gonna get you guys' money, I want to set like an actual goal or something like that. That'd be a nice little interaction that I could have for audience engagement. They have gems on YouTube short streaming. I mod for a YouTube short streamer, and it's crazy lucrative. They have gems. What does that mean? I know YouTube Shorts you can do streaming, but I've never even considered it. So, do you have some dream apps or projects that you want to achieve? You can build so much with AI. All right, this is a great question. All right, this is a question I can ramble on for minutes without getting anything done. So, do I have any projects I want to build because I have access to building more projects now with AI? Yes, there are a few projects that I'm already building. So I don't know how many of you guys know, but I have an audiobook maker that I was building in the background. So I have figured out a way to kind of automate adding features and functionality to the audiobook maker. And so I will be working on that. And I want to turn it into kind of more of like a multimedia style application where you can generate videos for an audiobook or something like that, and movies. I've got a big goal for that one. But yeah, that's one project that I was working on. The other one is a AI assistant that I can actually interact with on stream. I probably don't really, realistically, I probably wouldn't interact with the AI assistant off stream much unless it's to build the assistant for stream. But I definitely want to work on and finish Emmy so that it can, so that we can get some nice interactions on stream. So I definitely do want to do that. That is another project. And that's actually, and then a third one is games. I would love to be able to build fully autonomously like a video game to one that I really enjoy playing. So those are like my, I guess, three goals to finish up my audiobook. It's never going to be finished, to get more functionality in my audiobook maker, to build Emmy, and then to get to make games. That would be fun. That would be very fun. So yeah, there's that for now. You can send gifts on YouTube Shorts, and each are worth a few gem. 1 gem is 2 cents. Really? You can send gifts? What the heck? I didn't even know that. Well, now I know. That is a crazy, crazy thing. I'll have to take a look at that. But I don't see myself streaming on Shorts, but I know YouTube definitely wants it. Transcript to interactive visual novel type joint. Yes, I want to get a visual novel style like audiobook maker. That would be cool. Like, the thing is, like, so I have my AI audiobook maker project, and I'm actually I was in the process of moving my audiobook maker. So let me continue that process. I was in the process of moving this to another folder just because it's taking up so much space. So I can't really show you guys this right now. But yeah, I would love to make it kind of like a multimedia generation style app. And I'm not sure why it's taking so long to move, but I'll restart that move now. But we'll see how that goes. Nanashi, thank you for tuning in. Welcome back. Hopefully everything went well. And then I'll read some comments, but I want to let my agent continue going. So let me figure some things out here. All right, let me check. Is my ChatGPT done? Okay, ChatGPT is done. Documentation is updated in intended files. Staged. Nothing was committed or pushed. Lore source. Okay. Exclude lore models, adapters, runs, generate data sets, exports. 96 gigs? Holy shoot, that's taking a lot of space up. My god. 96 gigs? Yeah. Alright. Okay, secrets, environment. Okay. Accidental null entry. Test source, credential, no private keys. Alright, good stuff. Recommended splitting the stage work into 4 commits later. Shared platform, emotion, memory. 4 older local commits. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and commit these. I think we should be good. And yeah. All right, so I'm gonna send that to go. All right, ME chess. I'm actually curious to see if Qwen 3.8 can play chess here. Let me take a look. Onboarded tests. No clarifying Windows look vision, only chess. It's rendered visual human. Okay, move client setup. Okay. All right, let me actually see. Can Qwen 3.8 play chess? All right, CD, OneDrive, desktop code, ME chess. Okay, committed. Okay, cool. All the commits are done. Holy moly. It committed 29,000 lines of code. That's crazy. You're on ME chess. All right, application is done. All right, let's see. Chess on. You, Whiteside. Alright, this is a test to see if ME can actually, or if Qwen 3.8 can actually interact with my screen. So we'll go ahead and see and get this up and going. Is the new Index TTS 2.5 better on Spanish? It is better on Spanish. Alright. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Okay, hold up. Let me get this fixed. Can you fix this? Alright. I need MM. Alright, like I said, I'm sick. Alright, let me get this stupid thing fixed. And then I'll be good to go. Okay. Is Index TTS 2.5 better for Spanish on its own yet? Yes, I believe the Spanish is better. but you might get some weird accent overlaps with index 2.5. So you will probably need to fine tune it for like accents, but we'll see. I haven't had much time to check out index TTS 2.5 other than to make fine tuning code for it. Llama. My gosh, I was doing fine, but now my sickness is catching up. Give server. Thinking level high. Okay. Ah, shit. Continue. Okay. Oh, what's up, Jeff? Thank you for tuning in. Between Godot, Unreal Engine 5.8 and Blender's native MCPs games are way easier. I have heard about that. I have tried Unity's command line interface, and it seems like it works, but I just need to figure out like some animation stuff. And I do want to get going on that, but yeah, that one requires a lot of validation, I think, on my end. I've been using Unreal MCP for game or letting Claude or Codec work in Blender, making some excellent progress. See, I gotta try Unreal. I gotta get Unreal Engine going. I was working with Unity, and I'm kind of hitting some blocks in Unity right now just for some animation stuff. But I think that's just because maybe I just gotta buy some animations on Unity or find better animations. We'll see. Like my jumping animation's kind of wonky. Attack animations could be better. But yeah, I'll have to take a look at the MCP for Unreal. I said I was gonna do that like a couple weeks ago. The Spanish one you made for 2 is good, but messes up on accents and a few words. So Zero Racer, I would recommend if you do have bandwidth, try out the 2.5 model and see if it works better. I think I have already, I've already pushed github.com/JaredMicah. I have already pushed the index TTS 2.5. No, I guess I haven't. I guess I haven't yet. Okay, but yeah, you can run the repository for the main parent repository for 2.5 and see if it works better for Spanish. I think it should because they trained on it. So, are you going to test chess with Rayan? No, I'm going to test chess with Qwen 3.8 here. I don't know if Rayan is still here, but we'll see if if I can beat Qwen 3.8. I think beat GPT Soul, but I'm curious to see if it's faster here in chess. So we're gonna see if it can reach parity. So I have been building like a lot of tools that utilize GPT 5.6 Soul. So I wonder if Qwen 3.8 is able to utilize them too. Yeah, even Qwen 3.8 can make use of it. 5.6 Soul or Opus 5, I heard, does even better. Yeah, and since I have like a lot of access to 5.6 Soul, I'm gonna have to use that. We got a 49er. Try to run when I get a chance. I'll stick to Cloud and Codex. Perfect. Yeah. Just let me know. ChatGPT can also do Godot without any MCP. Man, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree by trying out Unity. Now, okay. Does ChatGPT, Godot, and everything, do they design animations and assets themselves? Or are they just finding assets, animations, and stuff like that online to download and add? I feel like that's where my struggles with Unity are coming with right now. Animation of 3D models is easier with VideoGen and NVIDIA. I actually have I have an asset generator actually that I just finished wiring up into my harness here. So yes, it exists, and I think I can generate some assets. So I'm gonna test. I'll have to test that out. The price of one Pro 6000 is like 5.5 years of Cloud or Codex combined. Yes, true. But the thing is with like I was thinking about that. So let's say I have like my GPU. I do really enjoy having a huge local GPU because a lot of the tests that I'm using, like GPT 5.6 to automate and to test on, are stuff that need to run locally with a local GPU. So it's for tests like that. It there's no substitute for it, which is there's no substitutes for those. I strongly suggest NVIDIA's free videos to 3D model animation. Jeff, do you have a link for that or anything like that? So I can tell you what I have been using. I am using Pixel 3D by Tencent. So I'm using Pixel 3D by Tencent. This was a state-of-the-art 3D generation model from images that was released earlier this year, and it built on Microsoft's Trellis 2 backbone. But the reason I didn't want to use this was because I think it was like a non-commercial license, but now they have actually changed the license to be fully commercial. With the MIT license. So you can actually use this model for 3D generations without without needing any license restrictions on it. So that's new. I just discovered this like recently because last time I took a look at this, it wasn't like that. So gonna have to take a look at that. Unity has shitty royalties. I think so once you reach like a certain size, but I'll have to take a look at it. It can create basic assets. Okay, yeah, ChatGPT can. I used Unity, but it was so clunky, so I changed to Unreal. Godot, I'm gonna do Godot for my next 2D top-down shooter. Ultimate vibe code, your own game engine. So I want to vibe code Genshin Impact, right? So that, in theory, this is the vibe that I'm going for. I think most people know what Genshin Impact is. Come on, just give me some gameplay. So I would like to vibe codes something like this. It's like a third person interactive anime game. So this is what I would like to vibe code. And so yeah, I just got to figure out which engine to use. I know Arknight's Enfield looks beautiful. I've played Arknight's Enfield and they use Unity. So I think it uses Unity. Oh, a heavily modified Unity engine to it. So maybe it's not. I can't get it with base Unity, but I'll have to see some stuff. I know Expedition 33 used Unreal Engine 5, and I really enjoyed how Expedition 33 looked. So maybe there's that. I gotta try that out. Ultimate vibe code your own game engine. Yeah, gonna have to just throw everything to the curb and vibe code an engine. I think the benchmarking people are having it make from scratch. I think you'd get a better result having it do asset flipping. Asset flipping. What's asset flipping? With Godot and Codex, which I tested last week, created its own assets despite adding assets I wanted to use, but I was using Luna, not Soul. I think for that you'd probably need to use Soul. I'm actually not a big GPT 5.6 Luna user. I find that Luna it misses out on some nuances that just 5.6 Soul is able to figure out, but it's just way cheaper. I actually made image to animate a 3D model pipeline end-to-end, all local or API using Comfy Headless. Oh, interesting. What's your 3D model generator? If you wouldn't mind sharing, feel free to keep it proprietary if you would like to, though. But yeah, I've been using Pixel 3D. I think not using, but I have this one wired up, so it's able for my models to use. You can use Unity assets in Godot. More assets allow it to use. Most assets allow it to use in other engines than Unity. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to take a look at Godot. Let's see. Do they have any anime RPGs created in Godot? Let's see. maybe I should call it gotcha games, because that's honestly like the style that I was going for. Gotcha games in Godot. Now, okay, can Godot create gotcha games with the engine, or is it just a lot of like the 2D, 3D stuff? What is this? I think that's just images. I'll have to take a look into this. High-end gotcha engine game requires major custom engineering. Features a modern Vulkan renderer that handles. Interesting. Okay, so maybe not in Godot natively. Definitely Unreal, probably, and perhaps Unity. I can't use Soul. It drains my tokens so quickly. So you have to rely on Luna? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Soul, unless you have like the $200 plan, Soul usage is almost like impossible. Like I had the $100 plan, and I accidentally blew through 100% of my usage like yesterday. So I had to upgrade because I was working on some stuff with it. And I have to be a little bit more careful with how the tokens are being used, because yeah, it destroys it. Like, that's why I've been using Pi Agent for a lot of things here, because it, in my opinion, Pi Agent, even with the GPT 5.6 Soul model, uses it more economically than Pi does here, or than Codex does here, because Codex just drains so fast. I don't know what's the cause of it. Maybe it's launching more sub agents for some stuff, but yeah, it's just takes a lot out of it. Since it's comfy trellis, or whatever works with all three, just mind the output for looking for the NVIDIA repo name for video to animation. I feel like maybe I have this. Is it video to animation? That's actually kind of interesting, huh? NVIDIA converts video to 3D. Oh, Kimodo. I've actually heard of Kimodo. Is it Kimodo? I don't know. I actually have Kimodo wired up in my projects, I think, somewhere. NVIDIA controller and motion bricks. NVIDIA. I don't know what motion bricks is. Motion bricks. Okay, yeah, I actually have this wired up already, but I just haven't had enough time to use it. Like, actually, I tried having Codex use this on its own, but I don't think I fully wired up everything. But I definitely did see this, and I guess maybe I can try it out if I have enough time here. Nick, yeah, Nick. Pi has better cache management. I think so. And it also doesn't launch like 5 billion sub agents when you're working on a task. Yeah. I mentioned it when I was trying to make Pi. Yeah, you inspired it. Well, I appreciate it. All right, let me go ahead and launch this up. 7. I should probably get rid of all these other like 27B, or 3.6 Qwen models, because I think Qwen 3.8, 27B just supersedes it. Okay, let's go ahead and fork. All right, let's do. All right, let's run chess on. All right, let's see if the agent is able to play chess. We'll see. And I think Komodo is better for video to animation. Well, I have Minimax H3. I'm curious if Minimax H3 can make the video needed for it. Okay, only plausible board. Oh wait, visual agent. Right. All right. We've somehow can't come back to chess here. So the reason that I'm playing chess here with the Qwen 3.8 is that I had built a harness around playing chess with GPT 5.6 Soul. So I'm just genuinely curious to see if it's able to use that same harness to play chess. Will it be? Will it not be? I don't know. That's the question. I use H3 as well. So yes, any video with one subject, really, random YouTube clips work. Interesting. Well, what I would be interested in is like, let's say I feed it in an image. Is it able to generate a video of that image by like spinning, like a rotating request of that image? Hold on. What am I trying to say? Let's say I feed it like a character, Minimax H3. I would like to have it maybe shoot 5 seconds of the character rotating and then feed that into NVIDIA's video to animation. I wonder if that would work. I imagine it might. Or maybe running. Convert that to video to animation. That might be interesting. Kreia H3 Komodo Trellis. Smart. That's a good idea. Alright, well. Alright, we're trying to play chess here. I don't think it's working. What? A black pawn. Okay. So if you guys are watching what's going on stream, I am too. The agent is struggling to interact with my desktop here to play chess. I think out of the box, I think the issue is that the model is not able to click properly on my screen for this. Maybe get a model sheet of Emmy. Yeah, I think I need that. I think I do need a model sheet. I used a clip of a dancer on YouTube to animate a generic skeleton. Worked well. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to try that out too. Now, I've heard that there are models for making those little skeletons, but I don't have any off the top of my head. I'll probably have to ask AI for that. Jesus Christ, it's taking so long. Let me take a seat. Let me take a seat. Got a jet. Peace. All right, Nick. Well, thank you for tuning in. I'll see you around. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. I don't think Qwen 3.8 is going to be able to play is going to be able to play chess here. Oh, if I haven't tried Ox Alpha yet, I should try it. I did hear about that model yesterday. I did hear about that model yesterday, and I hear it's possibly an unreleased Chinese model. So we'll have to see how that is. Have to go to sleep, Fred. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in. Have a good night. Catch you around. Hosim, does Quen just suck at chess? I don't know. It's not deciding. It's not making a decision to click on the board. So, okay, all right, there. It did click, and I don't know why it made that move for. Okay. Oh, nice. All right, so we'll see. 1 week free, 250 million tokens a day. So definitely a Chinese model that's randomly spawning in Chinese despite them in English, unless you're mind of English. Interesting. I wonder what Chinese model it is then. I wonder if it's GLM or ZAI or if it's like another Kimi model. People have been speculating that it's a GLM like 5.4 model. So that would be cool. Fudden, thank you for tuning in. Isn't there an AI model that can watch videos? Well, most AI models can watch videos with images streamed in nowadays. So yes, but like for this type of interaction, maybe I could have it interact with the maybe I could have another model piped in here, but the what's happening is that this harness is able to be used by like GPT 5.6, so it should be able to be used by Qwen 3.6. That's my thinking here, but it's taking a long time to move on its own. If there's anything I learned about these AI models is that prompting is more important than anything. Yes, no, especially with smaller local models, prompting is everything. Like if you don't, if your prompts suck with the local models, your outputs are going to suck. With some of the frontier models like GPT 5.6, like I can prompt a little bit less specifically and allow it to kind of ask me what the nuances I want. So sometimes I neglect my prompting because GPT 5.6 is just a megalith of a model. Nemo 3 Omni Nano does videos and then Ox Alpha as well. Huh. I wonder if it's native video capture or if it's. Well, of course, I was like, they've got to just be registering multiple images in one, or multiple images in sequence for the for the input. That would be my guess. Dang. Yeah, that's my assumption. I think I think a bunch of frames get I think a bunch of frames get, what is it, processed through encoders in sequence rather than like. Well, I mean that is how you watch a video, I guess, frame by frame. So I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but yeah. but I think most models are capable. What I'm trying to say is most models are capable of quote unquote like video understanding. You just have to feed in a few images in sequence. Like Qwen models are capable of video understanding. You just feed it. You just have to feed it the frames in sequence. Okay, so yeah, it seems like the model is failing. The watch chessboard region has changed. Verify visually. Love using Codex and Claude for reverse engineering code or projects. I think they're really good at that. There's one guy in my Discord, in one of my Discords, who has been using it to like reverse engineer certain projects, and it seems to perform very well. I kind of want to use. I would love to be able to use some of the frontier models to kind of security tests, like some of the code that I work with, just to like see if it can find like ways to hack in. But I doubt it's going to. I doubt it's going to be able to do that. So. And the question is temporal understanding and how many frames per second it watches. Yeah, true. Like if it's able to comprehend them frame by frame. I'm working on reverse engineering games right now to add story mode characters to versus mode. It went from them being story mode only to playable in versus mode with custom intros. Huh. That is a very interesting project. I mean, technically, isn't that just like a mod? So even if it does violate TOS, like as long as you're not making money off of it, I don't think it's too much of an issue. Okay, so it looks like the model is actually functioning here for chess. But my goodness, the model is thinking a lot here. Let's see. Well, the game has been out for 8 years, and the creators could just add them to versus mode. They just don't want to. Is it Is it like a offline versus mode? I'm curious. I'm curious what game it is. Why not just have Emmy get a chess model made for her? Well, generally, I'm curious to see like how well some of these models perform just based on their understanding of the board. Um, like right now, what I could do, because yeah, obviously I can't replicate the intelligence of some of the frontier models locally. What I could do is I could have Stockfish generate like the next 10 moves, and the model can choose between them. So I have thought about that approach, which I might try for the actual gameplay element of chess here. But I don't know. We'll see. I kind of want to just see like how intelligent are these models without having to augment them with like Stockfish. Cypher, thank you for tuning in. Missed out on the 3 hours. It's okay. Honestly, I haven't been doing much with it for the past 3 hours. How do I feel? It feels solid. Definitely it feels like a local model. Because the amount of thinking it does is ridiculous. But obviously I can't see like OpenAI's thinking, so I can't really compare it apple to apples. But I think it's gonna be a solid model. I am currently using the 8-bit quantization from Unsloth, so a little bit big, but if I need to use a local model, I feel like I already had confidence in 3.8 or 3.6. So with 3.8, I think my same confidence is there too. And you'll have to excuse me. I did happen to get sick, so I am coughing up a storm here, so it kind of sucks. Basically, you're working on adding Android 21, good model from Dragon Ball FighterZ into Versus mode. Her evil version is in Versus, but not the good one. Interesting. Majin form is only available in story. Now, does the Versus mode? Do you play online with that? Are you able? When you mod it, are you playing the good version online? I wonder if that's the case. It'll be like those Call of Duty modders that I used to see when I was playing Call of Duty. FP64 quant only to make the 6000 Pro more of a space heater. Yeah, my room is very hot right now, and my AC is barely keeping up. Hold on, it's not keeping up. Have I tried the new DeepSeek harness? You know, surprisingly, another person mentioned, have I tried the DeepSeek harnesses? Like, is the DeepSeek harness that good? I heard it's... Well, I have a little bit of sunk cost fallacy, right? I use the Pi harness, but I haven't felt a reason to need to like go do DeepSeek or something like that. Launches a local harness automatically, manages a random loopback port. Yeah, so I'll have to take a look at it, see if it's better or anything like that. Let me see. No, you're only doing it offline for now. I don't want Bandai to ban you. Yeah, already bought the Legendary Edition. Don't want to lose it. Yeah, that makes sense. I've not tested it yet, but the DeepSeek one is everything is plugins or something. It's mostly. It's the most starred GitHub of all time. That's crazy. I'll have to take a look. I'll have to take a look sometime. Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of stuck in the Pi agent area right now. Pure modularity sounds powerful, but Pi or Hermes is similar already. Yeah. Yeah, Pi is very modular. Like I've added a bunch of different like functionality to Pi already, and it's doing very well. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Oh, you got the custom intros, results, victory lines. Nice. Use a little bit of text to speech AITTS to add some stuff to that, perhaps. Or replace Goku with her, or extend the board. Yeah, you could extend the board. I started with Pi, but OpenCode is more comfy for me and use at the moment. Like, I like Pi. I like OpenCode too, but I just think Pi is a little bit easier to customize than like OpenCode. And you can add extensions and everything to it. It's just like a Pi install. It's like super easy. So yeah, I'm kind of stuck with Pi. Isn't OpenAI's GPT-6 supposed to be out this week? That's what I heard. Like Astra model. Maybe they're waiting. They're saving it for. It could be that they're saving it for something. For like a big release. Use index ETS for it. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, so I wanted to play chess here. But it's taking too dang long to play chess, so I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna call this chess a failure because it just takes so long. Oh my god, chess off. It's taking way too long to play chess here. So yeah, we're gonna mark chess as unresolved for now, and we'll come back to it later with this model. And so, yeah, I can now go ahead and just close this. So we'll go ahead and close this window. So no chess. No chess here. What tools have you found best for front-end building? I'm not good at UX and UI. I think Codex isn't too bad at UI, but I think Claude is a little bit better artistically. But any of those frontier models are going to be good at UI. I've also heard Kimi K3 is good there too. So you could definitely get those tried out. Okay, what's the next work item? Okay, so oh shoot, hold on. Let me stop this. All right, let me just switch this back to Qwen 3.8. Okay, so I don't want you to do any work in terms of changing code right now, but I do want you to utilize the pipeline here. And so what I'd like for you to do is go ahead and turn on the Emmy Gemsicle server, and then go ahead and run a actual inference inside of Discord in the Emmy testing channel to generate a video. So go ahead and do that. That is going to be my request for you here. So the issue here, okay, so I'm going to run into an issue here where I don't have enough VRAM for this for this task, which is gonna kind of suck. Let's see, DeepSeek Harness looks good, but when I tried to develop plugin with Qwen 3.8, Toys.b, it crashed and it never reopened the app. Such a waste of time. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, things like that happen. Yeah, like I think there's a lot of UI skills out there that exist. You could even steal them from like Codex or Claude. I think they have skills that you can use. How long does it take Minimax H3 to make a 15-second 720p video? I'm actually coming out with a video for this, but the like a 720p video on average takes like 8 minutes to do, I think 15 seconds if you're just using like the text to video model on my GPU. But if you're using references, it can jump up to like 15 to 20 minutes. And these are with optimized accelerators, or these are with accelerators. I haven't optimized the stack yet, but using some of the accelerators like Sage Attention and Spectrum and stuff like that, you can cut down on a decent chunk of time for that. How is 96 gigabytes of VRAM not enough? You guys might be laughing, but think about this, right? Let's say I'm running a Q8 version of Qwen 3.8. So this is the reason that I use a lot of frontier models, is because I run a lot of these bigger models locally. So if I'm running Qwen 3.8 locally, and I want the 256 tokens of context, that's going to run me about 48 gigs of VRAM already. So that's already like half of my VRAM being utilized. So that only leaves me with another 48 for launching Emmy, which is using Gemsicle at Q6, which is going to take another 40 gigabytes of VRAM. And then also then trying to run Minimax H3, which is at least 24 gigabytes. I could optimize a little bit more down and maybe do like 16. But anyways, I'm way over 96 gigabytes of VRAM here, and that's how quick it can go. So, and then in addition to that, like let's say I'm running Parakeet locally, my voice server costs like 2 GB of VRAM. So there's a lot of different tasks that require VRAM here, which is why I find myself using a lot of API usage right now or subscription usage. Why don't you just generate the video at a lower scale, then have Cloud upscale it with your RTX 6000 Pro? The issue with upscaling like a lower scale image is like the actual output of a 480p image or video is different than what happens with like 720. Like I think if you do get solid outputs at 480, there's no reason to do 720. But the same prompt at 720 gets you something different than at 480. Yeah, upscaled your old vendors. Yeah, it's possible. LTX 2.6. Are you sure it's 2.6 or 2.5? I know 2.5. I've been trying out 2.5. 2.5 can generate like 5 to 10 seconds. It's like super fast. Like the LTX 2.5 is hella fast. I like 2.5, but the quality is definitely not on par with Minimax H3. H3 on 10 GB of VRAM takes about 20 to 30 minutes per 20 seconds in one under 640p. And the thing is that might be image generation, image to video generation only. When you start using reference image, when you use reference image or reference video for the Minimax H3 model, like the amount of computation and time that it takes goes up a lot. Like I think you guys might have seen last stream, but in order for me to use 15 seconds of video as reference to generate a video, it took me something stupid like 2 hours to do, 1.5 hours for it to render. So it's a very slow model, but the outputs are very great. So Emmy is doing local coding and vision generation and commentary. That'll be the goal. The issue with yeah, like I said, like the issue with using Qwen 3.8 and then another model to run Emmy is that it's just the amount of VRAM is crazy. So I've been playing around with fine tuning, and I'm going to fine tune probably a Gemma 12B model to actually get like the personality of Emmy correctly down. And then I will probably use that instead of Gemsicle or Gemma. But for the time being, I'm just running a ginormous model and just using that one for the roleplay. Tried everything upscale. Best option is CVR2. I heard you can upscale with LTX 2.5. So yeah. You guys should remote into a Pro 6000 render farm. I didn't even know those things were. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah. Yeah, you can upscale with LTX 2.5. That's what I've heard. Like some people are generating with Minimax and then they upscale with LTX 2.5. Cause yeah. I'd rather generate multiple lower pixel renders, get the model design right, and then feed it back into Claude for official references. I'm actually uncertain, like, what do you mean by feeding it back into Claude? Are you just having the Claude orchestrate like a LTX upscale? I always use images and prompts for my 20-second videos in 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah. No, the more references you have, the longer it takes. What to do is render multiple 10-second scenes to build a full 1-minute scene. Yeah, I think you can do that. With H3, it's just gonna take a decent chunk of time for that. H3 takes long, but it's way better than, or it's better than LTX 2.5. Yeah, I think LTX 2.5, like, really, to me, it doesn't even really come close to H3 from all of the comparisons I've watched just on Reddit. When you compare LTX 2.5 to Minimax, it's like Minimax is for me is just like the camera angles, lighting, animation. It just feels much more fluid in H3 than LTX 2.5, and it's able to do more. Yeah. Now I'm curious because yeah, I have not tried LTX at 2K, so it can look more visually superior than H3. But in terms of like the motion, I wonder if the comparison is there for it. Yeah, Minimax H3 is good for anime, cartoon style. Yeah, and that's what I generate a lot of. So you can see my bias. Am I still token maxing? Um, yes. I tried to token max because of all the resets, so I'm still using a ton of tokens here. Yeah, I haven't tried the LTX 2.5 upscale node, so like sometimes H3 will generate videos of my model, but the model in the video doesn't match my reference. So every time, so I've tried to use LTX. I think I tried to use LTX for some renders, and it was not keeping Emmy at all. So let me see if I have any let me see if I have any artifacts of let's see videos. Where is my videos at? Output. Like I think LTX isn't bad for the speed. This was like a little robot that I had. Well, a little cute robot. So not bad. Low resolution renders. Those probably took like a few seconds to do. Let me see. Video. Where are my LTX samples here? Oh, shoot. Yeah, like some of the LTX renders that I was doing was like they were changing Emmy a lot. And it could be my prompting style. But like you can see like she starts off as like the reference image and then she ends off as like the kind of like this weird 3D anime here. That's usually how it goes as well for Emmy in many places here. Like it kind of starts coherent here and then it ends off kind of weird. So yeah. That was my experience with LTX with Emmy here. Now, did I have an equivalent H3 render? Yeah, I don't know if I had a parity with H3, but yeah, in terms of what I need for Emmy, it's not able to really do. LTX isn't really able to take the reference image and maintain the stable reference image throughout the video. But I wonder if there's like some LoRa's and some updates for it to be able to do that. There's a merge of LTX and H3 already. Interesting. That would be nice. Make a lot of characters for games. So H3 is great for bringing those to life. Yeah, I think my thing is like H3 is very good at maintaining the character for the video. That's like with that LTX 2.5. In my brief testing note, I really only tested this for like a few hours, but the reference character maintaining a certain reference character is a lot better in Minimax H3 than it is LTX. Unless I'm prompting it, I could very well be prompting it wrong because I had Codex figure out how to prompt it. So there is that. I might need to find the secret technique to do it. But yeah, that's been my experience with it so far. LTX is kind of hard to make it do what you want, but fine detail pixels at high resolutions are great. See, like my, yeah, I understand that, but I would prefer controllability over, like I 100% prefer like controllability versus having to wrestle with it. Like I think, like what did I have? I have this little clip. Let's see, native. Let's see.
2.
Where okay, so I have myself here and I have Emmy in here, she like takes me out of the chair, right? And the coherency, if you guys notice, like the coherency here, it's very strong.
2,
Pulls me out of the chair. Kind of vibrates the hand. You guys notice like the hand comes back around
2.
here, follows the physics properly, I think. Pushes the chair, pulls it back.
Hey,
Sits.
what is going on, YouTube? My name is Emi Takahashi, and I'll be covering Minimax H3 instead of Jared today. 2.
And so that's just like I can't do that with LTX, and you can even see like the pop filter right here is being displayed is properly, and the hair behind it is properly, the zipper behind it, like everything behind this pop filter is done properly. Like that is not capable with any other local models right now. So that is like what I'm looking for, right? Yeah. Like I do admit, like, the old LTX renders, and they look a little bit blurry and crappy now that I'm a bigger model. Yeah, definitely. I think, though, like, you know, even if they look crappy, I hope there is a better upscaler. That would be cool. Because I would assume you have some older LTX renders that look that look nice in terms of output. Have you tried rendering 4K? 4K. I have not tried rendering 4K. Not with the upscaling or anything like that. I have tried 4K upscalers before in the past, and they do decent. They do decent, but there is always a little bit of hallucination with some of the upscalers. So that's kind of the thing. H3 is really good at maintaining the models. I've tested it with very good renders, and it's very good. Yeah. Now H3, that's what I'm saying. Like H3 is not really. There's no equivalent for H3 locally yet. LTX 2.5 is good, but like if you want a character to do a specific thing, a specific character, then and maintain the coherency, you're gonna want to use Minimax H3. How much sound time should we give TTS models to fine tune to give a good output? Depends what model you're training. You probably want, like, let's say your model knows English already, and you want to get and you want it to figure out how to speak, like the single speaker that you're training on. You probably want at least 30 minutes of data, anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours, and then you just fine tune on that. You probably don't need much more than that for single speaker fine tuning. But if you're training a language, or if you're training something else, you definitely need a lot more than that. Yeah, that Emmy render was pretty good. The only issue it did mess up on is that it created like a red mark on my chair, but that doesn't exist, but it's there. So one stream will have Emmy hosting, replacing Jared and answering chat questions. Yeah, maybe. Emmy's not gonna replace me on stream for the time being, because I don't know. The interaction there, I think, is going to be a little slow, but it would definitely be nice to build Emmy on stream, kind of like how Vtuber does with Neurosama for dev streams. Because I think that's very interesting. You can have the AI interacting while you're building features and functionality or talking about things. Maybe Flux 3 when they release open weights. Yeah, that would be cool. If Flux 3 could come out. Now, Flux 2, right? Flux 2 was an image model, if I am not mistaken. Now, is Flux 3, is it a video model? One multimodal model. Oh, well, this will be cool. Yeah. Flux 3. Yeah, if they release this open source, that would be cool. Now, the only thing is, can they make money off of it and all that stuff? You know, these labs, they do have to stay afloat for them to release models. So we'll see. I feel like the sentiment around Minimax H3 was that it was unexpected that they open sourced Minimax H3. And so the labs that were doing open source stuff are now under a lot of pressure to release maybe their models openly. But so is the life of competition. That is competition for you. So that is supposed to be the beauties of competition. Rerunning the pipeline. Gemsicle is up, so the broken launch. Okay, so yeah, so here you guys can see, this is where I start running into issues. So I am now at 90 gigs of VRAM, and we're going to be running into some issues here. So I will have to stop this. Go ahead and stop. I'll just have to send this. Go ahead and stop because yeah, using a little bit too much VRAM. Go ahead and stop. Oh, they are gonna release? Okay, well that'll be cool. I'll be excited to see Flux 3. The thing is we want I think if people the what is it? The expectation for video models has been exponentially increased by Minimax H3. That's my look of it so far. So the bar is very high. So they'll have to release a model that is as good as H3. And if not, then people are going to, unfortunately, be displeased about it. I think that's what just happened with LTX 2.5. I'm waiting for Fish Audio to make a singing and music capability model. Fish Audio might create music and singing, but we'll have to see. Life update. I am currently no longer working with Fish Audio, but so I actually have no knowledge of what's going on with that. But in terms of model functionality and releases, they have got some cool stuff coming up. So definitely think you should keep an eye out for them. Now, 11 Labs has a music capability and singing. I really enjoy 11 Labs' music and singing. Well, not singing, but 11 Labs music. And I definitely do use 11 Labs' music. But for text-to-speech, I use Fish Audio for text-to-speech because I just think it's so much better. Honestly, so glad there are multiple countries in this race. Yeah, like every modern country is racing to have the best AI. Mischievous Markio, thank you for tuning in. Hello, hello. I tried some of the music, but it's not great, and generation was quite long. Now, there's a music model for Minimax, right? Minimax Music. Is this it? Is this the new model they released? When was this? 8 days ago. Yeah, right? This is like the Minimax music model. Hold on. Now I haven't tried this. But okay, maybe I will need to try this. I know there's Ace Step, so maybe I need to try Ace Step. But try some music, not good. Bill really maxed out. Yeah, I maxed out the GPU. I'm telling you. So local hardware is like a never-ending black hole. Because if I only had 2 of my GPUs, I would be good. Honestly, I think I only would need 2 because I want a dedicated GPU that's able to run my main models or my main drivers, which in this case would be Qwen 3.8, and then I need another GPU or GPUs plural that are able to run other smaller tasks so that I can orchestrate them and manage them. So I could use like a like smaller GPUs to do that, or I could just have two 6000 Pros, but they're way too expensive right now. Yeah, is Music 3 better than 11 Labs? I am unsure. Now Suno is really good. Sumo 4.5. I feel like that's a different genre. Now Suno apparently is supposed to be really good, but they're getting sued right now, so I wonder how much capabilities they're going to be adding. But Suno is at V5 now. Suno's at V5. Yeah, I gotta shoot. So I guess I do want to test. What else can I test Qwen 3.8 on? Because all of the work that I've been doing recently revolves around using my GPU heavily, without even factoring in the model to orchestrate them. Do I have any projects that I've been working on that... Why is this taking so long? I have to figure out why this is taking so long. Yeah, do I have any projects that I am working on? Oh, I guess I could have one project. I guess I could do one project. Let me see. Okay, I'll think about some projects that I'm working on. How is Qwen 3.8 27B for conversations in chat? Oh, maybe I could just try talking to it. Let me see. I could do that real quick. Let's go localhost 8080. Yo. Please, man, if you're not playing any games, use Linux. No, bro. I am. What are you talking about? I'm a Steam player. I mean, obviously I could, but there's a lot of life that I could... There's a lot of things that I need Windows for. All right. I know people say use Windows. That's what I have WSL2 for. So I've got my Steam library. I got to play some games on here. I've been supposed to play this game, Stellar Blade, but I haven't had time recently. So yeah, I've got all these different games in here that I gotta play. I gotta play Kingdom Hearts 2. I gotta get through Kingdom Hearts. So yes, I am a gamer here. I also I don't know if you guys don't probably know what SolidWorks is, but I use SolidWorks every so often to build things locally, and 3D print some stuff. So I can't use this. I can't use SolidWorks. It's a CAD software inside of Linux, so I need it for CAD. And so there are just some things that I can't switch over to Linux for. And then I'd also have to figure out a lot of different like tooling that I've built for Windows already. So I am locked into Windows for the most part, unless it's running things in WSL2. So yeah. We used Windows for the supercomputer at my university in 2008. Yeah. Windows. There's a lot of There's a lot of things that lock me into Windows. So multiplayer games not working. Still fair point. Yeah. I used it before SolidWorks. Can you use it with Wine? I maybe could use it with Wine, but I don't want to go through the headache of having to deal with Linux, right? For some of these Windows specific applications. So that's why I use WSL2 if I need to, even though I know it's not as good as just getting Linux up and installed. Yeah, Fusion 360. So I've tried to use Fusion 360. I just can't get into it. Like I know it's like learning all the new keybinds and all the workflows, but like I spent probably 3 years in college using SolidWorks, so I'm most familiar with SolidWorks. I even got my CSWP for SolidWorks, my CSWP certification, which is a cool little certification. They give you like 3 hours to pass this test. Oh wait, no, CSWP, not the CSWA. The CSWP was like hella long. Let me see. Certification. Yeah, the CSWP. I think this one is like, yeah, it's still 3 hours. I got this certification here with the SolidWorks, and so I'm already locked in. Already locked in there. Windows Defender is the true evil. Yes, Windows Defender is pretty rough. Now, you can disable Windows Defender for a lot of things. I actually haven't gotten a lot of false hits with Windows Defender, so yeah, nothing too crazy. Yeah, you can turn it off. Now, now Windows mandatory defend updates. Oh my god. I need to install this, but automatic update preventer. There's like some project on GitHub. I think it was this one. That I was thinking about trying to install, but it disables Windows updates because, man, this annoys me to no end, but I'm just bearing with it for now. I have had some Windows, I've gone to sleep, okay, I have a task that I tell my AI to do, and then I go to sleep. Or I have a fine-tuning or training run that I'm doing overnight, and then I go to sleep. And then I wake up in the morning wondering why my computer has restarted by itself. And that's because of a stupid automatic Windows update. And this annoys me to no end. So I need to figure out a way to stop Windows updates, because that is absolutely caused me some major headaches. Switch to Linux at the beginning of the year. Surprisingly, don't miss Windows that much. Just have Claude help me figure out Linux. Honestly, that's probably what I would be doing. Yeah, I'd switch over to Linux. I'd have everything working in Pi, and then just tell it like, okay, I don't know what the heck to do here, so help me out. So I could do that. I don't know. Let me talk to Qwen 3.8. Act as a yandere. Let's say yandere, please. All right, yandere Qwen 3.8. Oh wow. All right, here we go. So it has like these stage outputs. This is very like I think if you're in like Silly Tavern, this is like how it would be talking out. All right. Okay, one word. Hilt's head. Sweeter. Okay, yeah. Obviously, just leading into a trope. I'm a very well-adjusted language model. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I would use Qwen 3.8 for role playing, but it could be good. Did I see the Windows Defender bug? There's a Windows Defender bug. Uh-oh. I have not. Switched to Linux a few months ago, and other than not being able to play Fortnite, I don't miss Windows at all. Windows becomes much more an ass with each update. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, even though people say Windows is becoming worse and worse every update, it hasn't reached the point where I have been like, all right, I'm going to give up on Windows and just move to Linux. Because as much as there are benefits to Linux and building up your entire own configuration, there are obvious benefits, I think, to Windows with that almost every application just works on Windows. Well, there's that. And then if it doesn't, if I need to train something, I just use WSL2. So it's a nice little compromise that I got going on here. I use a debloated version along with using Atlas OS playbook in my Windows experience. That's improve significantly. Yeah, I might have to do something like that. I'll have to get in there. Microsoft has resolved the bug that caused Windows Defender to crash after is resulting in... what the heck is this? What does this mean? Alright, let me ask. On the beta windows, you can now use pause. You can finally pause until a specific date. Oh, interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Windhawk is also amazing for customizing the OS look. So I'm not too particular about the OS look, crazy as it might be. Like I am fine just having like my background be near Automata. Like this works well enough for me, right? To have that as my desktop screen, and I thoroughly enjoy it. So change to Windows Enterprise. I could update Windows. I would just have to pay extra money. That's the thing. What distro are you guys using? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm behind on some texts here. And these Ubuntu, yeah. Some Red Hat. See, not being able to play some games does suck, but maybe it's for the best in the end that I don't play them. There's always going to be another game for you to play. That's kind of the thing. It's like, you could miss them. But if it's, I would say, I mean, if it's on Steam, I don't think you're running into too many issues. Now, you can't play Valorant on Linux. Is that true or false? I don't know. Because I hear they have I was having trouble playing Valorant on Windows because of some security stuff that they have running in the background. Get the Windows Defender 0 day with no patch. Oh yeah, let me see. Defender just stops working. Oh, Defenders was not working. Oh, I mean, I actually run like a secondary antivirus on my PC, so interesting. I think I would probably already have this update. Your background is dope. Love Near Automata. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a background screen of Near. I actually went through to to make this Near background. I actually spent like 3 to 4 hours trying to figure out how the heck to do this. Like this was a pain in the butt to figure out because like I couldn't find a suitable Near background screen. And the thing that I was also trying to get rid of, I was trying to get rid of Near Automata. I really only just wanted this sword in here and then like the ripples of water, but I wasn't quite able to get that background. So maybe that's something I had to revisit. But yeah, making this background screen took a long time. As you head on the Trojans of wallpaper engine, so be careful. I checked this wallpaper engine, which is Lively wallpaper, and I didn't think there were too many issues. I didn't see any issues with Lively, but yeah, I very well could be getting hacked with Lively. Maybe it's best if I learn how to just create my own, perhaps. I might try that. Oh, I wonder, whoa, wait a second. Maybe I could try that out. Maybe I can make my own wallpaper video animator with Qwen 3.8. Yeah, let's go ahead and try that. Can you go ahead and kill the gemsicle that's on the port, please? Send it. Yes. We can just get... The thing is about AI is that we can just like work on projects that tickle our brains. So I guess that's what I'll work on. We'll test 3.8 with that. But yeah. So like I said, surprising as it might be, yeah, it took me a long time. It took me like 4 hours to create that Near background. Let me see, Jaren Micah. Which is here because I think I had to use a mod engine. What did I use? I had to use Special K DLL injection to remove shaders. Yeah. So I had to download this thing called Special K in order to inject in order to disable certain shaders for Near, and then I had to record the video. So yeah, I had to make a freaking wallpaper for that. It took a long time. But anyways, that's a kind of a side thing. Let me see. You can't play. You can't play. Vanguard. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, Vanguard blocks everything. Yeah, anti cheat. Yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah. Cutter's AI architects. That's the natural progression. Also, now no one's hiring with no degree since degree frameworks exist for yeah. I wonder how that's gonna work. Like, is there gonna be a degree framework that you get for having AI? Um, I don't know, knowledge or specialty. What's up, Nanashi? Thank you for tuning in. The quest with RP and it was a bit fun. Watching it was a bit funny. I think we switched to Qwen. Is Qwen good for roleplay? It did just tell me it has this here, so maybe I gotta try Qwen 3.8 for RP. We will see. Which is what is this? Which is ironic since it's related to the clankers. So we're using clankers to make a new background. Yes, yes. I feel like clankers is gonna be a bad word in the future. I don't know. It's just an inkling of mine. It's gonna be a slur. Now, won't Epic Games just make it work so they can allow the players to play the game? I see. Other Epic Games play and work on Linux. Yeah. I mean, with the amount of people that are switching to Linux or use Linux, I'm surprised that there's not like a lot more. Well, not surprised, but I hear that there's going to be more. That not here, but I know there are people working on compatibility for Linux. So it's not like Linux is forgotten, not at all. Basically, I look at AI architects as system architects, what I ended up as without a degree anyways. Honestly, like, so yeah, I'm like a systems test engineer, so I have to understand like how systems work and how to debug systems. And so I feel like with the usage of AI, it just helps out a lot because yeah, I basically just need to understand what system that I'm building. And as long as I can comprehend the system that I'm building, I can guide and orchestrate the AI to build it. That's kind of like my mindset around it. I use Linux full time except for work, but it's possible everything I use is web-based. Well, I mean, that's pretty good. A majority of your life is off of Windows and onto Linux, so that is pretty good. Now, what did I say that I wanted to do? So I'm currently using this lively wallpaper. And let me see. I could be mistaken, but I thought that this application was, let me see, an open source one. Let me see. Lively wallpaper GitHub. So yes, this is the project here that I use for my my background, Lively. Animated desktop wallpapers, bring your desktop to life. Now it's open source. I could probably just like, maybe I could just build it, or maybe I could just clone it and then, maybe I could just clone it and then build off of it. That could be it, right? I could probably just do that. Speaking of clankers, did you see the vid with the running robot that smashes into a soft mattress? I did. I think I did see that one. Yeah. I make games. Who cares about code? Just make more game. Hey, bro. You know, honestly, I ask myself the same thing. Why code when can game? I only play a few games actively right now. I play Smash Ultimate, I play the off-random Steam game, and then I play Clash Royale. Those are my 3 top games right now, so... and then maybe 4, I want to create a game too, that would be cool, but, you know, probably create a crappy gacha game, so... I think it ran up to 26 miles per hour, that's pretty dang fast. Imagine when it's running after you, that's going to be a little scary. It's going to be a little spooky. Doping is still 2025. Robotic legs is the modern cheat. I think like human augmentation is gonna be a thing. There's like an anime for that. It's like Ghost in the Shell, right? but I haven't watched Ghost in the Shell. I think I just saw like the live action movie of it where they like augmented their bodies. What type of TTS is particularly good for making sound without getting copyright, and what model is good for fine tune? Well, I mean, like your voices, you're gonna get most of your voices non-copyright. If you're doing text to speech, just use Fish Audio. Fish Audio's got good text to speech, and it's pretty cheap. It's also free, for now with the API. So definitely recommend you use Fish Audio. And then for models for fine tunes, you'll have to figure that one out because there's like so many different applications you could use it for. The first thing is figuring out what you want to fine tune, then go find a model for it. Not the other way around, I think. Yeah. Yeah, if you find a model and then like if you have models and then you need to like figure out what you want to fine tune for the model, I think that's backwards. You should find out what you want to fine tune, then find a model that's suitable for it. I tried to make a Smash Bros clone with AI and it failed. No. Really? Is it not possible? I mean, I assume Smash is pretty rough, so. As long as it's commercial use, no one's really gonna claim it with voice so far, yeah. I do wonder about the viability of open source human robotics. I will see Goggly's probably like building a long way. Yeah, open source robotics it's gonna take a little bit of time. I've fallen off of like how the open source robotics looks. I know there's the Ross project, but yeah, I haven't kept up with it. Cyberpunk 2070, yeah. There's a new remake of Ghost in the Shell now, by the way. I actually am gonna go back and watch the original Ghost in the Shell anime. I just have to spend some time with it. We can already place arms and legs, zoom, organs. Yeah, well, that'll be interesting. We haven't been able to do the organs yet, but arms and legs, yeah, we can get that. Heck, even Iron Lung. Iron Lung was enormous. Yeah, it was the first iteration of like a mechanical heart. You cannot copyright a voice since people can have similar voice. It's quite a gray area. It's also very hard to prove. Like, let's say that I am imitating someone's voice. I don't think you can't sue somebody for like mocking your voice or imitating your voice imitation. I think there was that case though where you can sue if someone mimics your voice for like I guess a commercial that is very similar to your voice. I don't know what the litigation of that is. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. Digital game designer degree, so I know how to write in Unity, C++, C#, but at this current point, who cares about C#? Thanks to Qwen 3.8, yeah. Game cards have so much knowledge and speed, too. Yeah, now, I am curious. I mean, I had a bunch of friends that were in game design in school, so I'm curious to see, like, how AI has affected their workflows and if they're even designing games right now. But yeah, C# is still used, but I don't know. Any language that is usable with AI a lot easier nowadays seems to be the pool that people are going towards. A 2D fighter would be easier to make a Smash clone. Yeah, I think so. If you could replace any body part or organ with a robotic part... Wait, what? Replace any body part or organ with a robot or machine, what would it be? It can be more than one body part. Probably the brain. Can you imagine, like, you just replace your brain with I don't know, an advanced robotic brain? Then you could literally just download and upload information. The only issue is that it does allow you to get hacked. I would hate to have a robotic brain and have someone exploit my brain with, like, some hacks. That'd be pretty bad. Fraud has always been a crime. Very true. If you're not making money from it, yeah, I think a lot of lawsuits revolve around like how much damage was caused to the rights holder, right? So if you can't prove damages, then I don't think you can sue. Spine, knees, feet, left shoulder, hip, and both hands. That's just broken during the service. That's what I changed. Hey, good choices. Good choices. I'd be honored if someone wanted to clone my voice for various reasons, anyways. Now, yeah, everyone has a different view on that. I don't condemn either views. I'd get a vibranium spine so that I wouldn't be paralyzed. That would be nuts. Yeah, think of Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Vibranium. What's the metal that Wolverine has? Is it vibranium? No, it's uh vibranium is like, Captain America's shield, right? But I forget what the heck the stuff that goes into the Wolverine claws are. It's not like adamantium, is it? Oh, it is adamantium. Okay, I'm a little, yeah, I'm a little washed on my Marvel knowledge. I'd put my brain in a body and just remote control a robot clone body. That would be crazy. Can you imagine? Like, can you imagine if you could take your current brain, clone it, and put it into another body? Would you experience consciousness in that other body? That, I don't know. I feel like having a solid state memory in the brain would be amazing, but literal torture too. I feel like it'll probably be, I don't know, something, a futuristic SSD, a name that we don't yet know about. I want to get a project going, so let me go ahead and throw this out here, or or yeah, no more. I can't really do any Discord integration stuff here. Is there anything that I want Emmy to be able to do? No. Okay. We'll just work on a random project here. Let me go ahead and C sharp. So this was done in C sharp. Does that mean I probably need Visual Studio for this, right? Don't know if I want Visual Studio. Nah, okay, maybe I don't want to do this right now. I'll just leave my wallpaper as that and just let it work. All right, let me think of a different project. Okay, all right. So here we could do this. Motion bricks. All right. Let me whip out a CD, my GitHub extensions, pi. All right, cool. Okay, so go ahead and project on board here to get a feel for the environment. And then I want to ask a question in regards to my comfy assets creation skill. Does the comfy assets creation skill allow for me to use any type of AI animation automation, such as NVIDIA motion bricks or anything along the lines of that? Just want to get that going, as I think I'm going to add some functionality into the Comfy UI workflow for video game asset creation. Send it. Komodo. Okay, it'll figure it out. I'll follow up with Kimodo after that. Yeah. All right, let me eat some Skittles. This is my breakfast for the day. I actually have not eaten anything, so we'll be eating some Skittles. The human brain can be hacked. Well, that's kind of nutty. That is very nutty. I guess we'll have to. Can you imagine being like a human brain security engineer? That would be nuts. Remote viewing. Holy yellow. That sounds kind of bad. Hello, chat is disconnected. All right, I'm back. Brothers, I am a sane person, but what do you think of UAP, UFO stuff? Hey, you don't have to be insane to believe in UAPs and UFOs. I think UFOs are real. I mean, it's literally unidentified flying object. Do I think it's like green alien dudes, though? I don't think so. Do I think aliens exist? I absolutely. Isaac, taste the rainbow. Wow. Yeah. This is it right here. I think like the red Skittles were banned in California for a little bit because of like the red dye. Can you imagine like you clone your brain, right? And then you do in fact run analysis on it just to see if there's any issues with it? That'd be crazy. Can you imagine if Microsoft runs an update on your brain when you're in the middle of a task? That'd be even crazier, huh? Can you imagine having updated automatic updates for your brain? Yikes. Man, I can't. That sounds dystopian. Psychology is hacking in a way. True. Yeah. Psychology. It's literally human brain manipulation hacking. UAPs are usually just random military tests. Yeah, that's what they want you to think. The universe is too old and there are too many parallel universes for aliens to not exist. Yeah, I had read this book in college that was like the center of the universe. And I think it was going through all the different ways that humans were not the only ones. Or maybe it was about how humans were the only ones, but I don't believe it. There's no way. Did I just blue screen? Yikes. I'm back. Yeah, Windows updates for the brain would be nuts. Alright, let me see what I've got going on here. Okay, so to answer your questions, my target output in the character motion is to be able to use, let's say, an image or video to generate animations, as well as to be able to generate animations from natural language. So someone in my audience also mentioned that I should use Kimodo for this. So I guess Kimodo is also a part of the Motion Bricks stack. So we could go ahead and do that. For your second question, I don't have it locally. I don't think so. And so if it's not locally, I guess we could go ahead and test it. But one of the things that I need to be able to do is to be able to implement it into here as like a tool if it does in fact work, or maybe as a skill, but most likely a tool. And yes, it is going to run on my RTX Pro 6000. I think we'll be fine there for VRAM. For your third question, I don't think I really need to use any of those. I think I want to use Minimax H3 for my video generation. If I have any other engines in the future, I might do that later. And then for your fourth question, yes, this can land in the Comfy UI asset. I think we should be good there to be able to invoke it. So even if it doesn't run in Comfy UI itself, or actually, no. Let's create a skill that's called asset creation, and we can just use this to create assets. How does that sound? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go there. Oh, my chat disconnected again. I'm back. What's going on with that? Weird. Alright, there are a lot of chats that have happened here. Swimming in a pool and Microsoft decides to add the new motion update? Yeah, that'd be nuts. My brother got super into subliminal messaging back in the day. He called it reprogramming people. I mean, technically it is, right? Ape with metaphysical ego. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely think that we are not alone. Tons of questions too. Oh, if you look at Earth from Pluto, wouldn't you see Earth from a million years ago? I don't think Pluto is that far. I think you'd only see Earth from like a few decades. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what the math comes out to, but speed of light, right? Until the light reaches us. They say that looking at the stars is like looking into the past. It's like time travel. Kind of crazy. They say time is relative. Yeah, what if they just use what if they just use brain waves to talk to each other? That could be possible. Telescopes are essentially zooming in on that pane of light, not looking further away. Yes. Area 52. Interesting. Now, I'm not too much of an alien lore follower, so yeah, I don't know too much about this stuff. I have not heard of Bob Lazar. Or rather, I have probably heard of Bob Lazar. I just don't know who he is. Now, I hear somebody, I saw this in like a documentary somewhere, but aliens didn't start visiting the Earth again until we started like blowing up atomic bombs in the atmosphere. Once we started testing out like ginormous atomic bombs, then more UAPs and UFOs started coming to Earth to check it out because you could see that from space. I wonder what you guys think about that. I can imagine it. Like if I was an alien and I was looking at a planet, if all of a sudden the planet starts showing like enormous explosions in the atmosphere, I'll probably go check it out. I mean that just makes sense. Like, yeah, if I was flying across in like space and then all of a sudden happens in the atmosphere, I'd be like, oh wow, looks like these the life forms on this planet are starting to experience I don't know, new technology. They have finally figured the capabilities of nuclear. If music can affect emotions or feelings in the brain, then I fully believe brain to brain communication is possible. I feel like that's affecting the brain in like a different way. It's like it's not like a communicate. It's like a correlation that we have to the music. Not like a. I feel like I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's not. To me, that feels not correct. Or that I can be affected. I can be emotional about a certain song, but it's not really speaking to me in any specific way, measurable way. Bone induction speaker in a tooth implant. Interesting. Yeah. Sometimes I imagine myself using the Force from the Star Wars in real life. Now, if you do use the Force, if you did have the power to do the Force, that would be pretty nuts. You'd be able to control stuff with your brain. But I'm also not too caught up on like how the heck do Jedis do that in Star Wars. That makes perfect sense. I hope they told our rulers to knock it off. I'm sure they didn't. Yeah, they're just watching to see if we blow ourselves up. Yeah, if I was an alien, right, and I did see like nuclear explosions in the atmosphere, I'd probably just like sit back and watch as well. Be like, oh wow, look at these life forms here are now figuring out the power of splitting atoms. Well, I guess we'll see how this evolves. Yeah, that is exactly how I would observe as an alien. Right, let me see. All right, so the stack here, text, motion, native, constraints. The catch for your image, video generation, text constraints. Gated text encoder requires your okay. Okay. Oh, developed on Linux. Oh, I gotta use Linux. Should work, especially if using Docker, Gems, own quick start, native targets. I feel like I'm having a little deja vu because I probably did do this inside of WSL2. This is the extension. All right, questions. All right. Let's put this inside of an asset creation stack. Asset creation program. All right. Put the project. Oh, hold on. Okay. For your first question, yes, the Hugging Face account is already accessible for the token. So feel free to just use it. For number 2, yeah, let's just go ahead and use your defaults. For number 3, yeah, that's fine. But I do want to do direct single image to full motion later. But maybe that's not as possible. For number 4, that I think I want to just name the skill asset creation, with the tool being motion gen. That's fine. For number 5, yes, I think it can coexist with Comfy UI asset. That's fine. But actually, no. Do I want to replace it? Planning documentation. Yes, let's go ahead and create a planning documentation for this. And then, yes, you can go ahead and start the phase implementation. I think we should be good to go there. And then I do agree with your Windows strategy. Now, go ahead and use the directory that I've given here in order to manage where you are installing the project via UV. So that's going to be where I have the actual engine and all of the models and all the stuff that I'm going to need to interact with this skill here installed. So go ahead. Send it. All right, there we go. All right, let's take a look at some comments. All right, lots of alien talk. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up on all the alien talk. But, yeah. Mitochlorians are strong with this one that I don't know. If you can use the Force, Jared needs a second 6000 Pro for stuff, please. Yeah, if you can use mind control, I would love to have an additional one, but feel free. You do not need to. Well, hear me out. With an open BCI machine, you can scan the brain waves for different parts and measure your focus. I feel like you can direct that brainwave energy to something and boom. Well, I mean, talking about conservation of energy, I just don't think our brain has enough energy for that. Yeah, the brain only uses like 20 watts of power. Yeah, I feel like that would be a crazy discovery if you could use 20 watts of power um, to 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 create something, to make something go boom. Brain cells on a chip CPUs. Yeah, yeah. Do I have two instances of Qwen 3.8 running? What's on the left half of your screen? Oh, here. I'll show you my huh? Nani? Oh no. No. Wait a second. Oh, here it is. I have yeah, here I have it running here. So, yes, you can see my tokens processing here. I'll go ahead and close out of this. Close out of this. And close out of this. All right, there we go. So it's like taking a small bit. That proves you don't need a lot of power, you need a lot of input, output. Yeah, true. Yeah, well, yeah. If you're efficient with it. That is rest production is only 6 months. Huh? Brain cells on chip CPUs, mass production. That would be interesting. Like a bunch of Neuralink chips. I had a lengthy conversation with ChatGPT about brain on chip devices about a week ago. It said efficiency is the only real superior quality. I assumed it would be fascinating. Brain on chip. Like our brain is faster than a CPU? I don't. Yeah. I don't know. I think pretty slow, so I definitely don't process things as fast as a CPU. It's just that we're super efficient. Yeah. When you think about these types of alien things and energy, there's always a thin line between sane and insane. So definitely agree. You lose energy converting from one thing to another, but if energy can't be created, where does lost energy go? The lost energy gets thrown out as heat usually, right? So if you're running any type of process and you feed energy into it, it always gets lost as infrared, which is normally heat. So that just goes into the atmosphere. That is my understanding of it, right? So it all started with the simple Epstein file research. There was a lot of this stuff in the files. Oh god, they got alien stuff coming out of the Epstein files. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, they're doing things where they're making brains without consciousness play video games. What? Where are they doing that? That sounds kind of nuts. That sounds kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. Brain cells on a CPU chip. I am not on the same wavelength as you guys. I hadn't hear about this. Let me see. Brain cells on a CPU chip. What the truck is that? What? Scientists are actively building biological computers that merge living human brain cells. A clump of human brain cells on a computer chip. What the truck? Real researchers tied dish hello of 200,000 living human brain cells to play the classic Doom. Oh my gosh! Of course, everything's. I see Doom so much. Australian. Okay, complete the feat as part of developing the world's first code deployable biological computer, which runs on nerve cells, neurons grown on a silicone chip. The team announced that a clump of cells could play the first-person shooter game, although not very well, in a video posted in February. Aww. The neurons used in the project largely come from the company's CEO, Han Weng Chong. Oh, sounds Chinese to me. Man, working on a lot of good stuff there. Although not from his brain, reports Rich Pelly at the Guardian. Donated some blood cells. Reprogram them. Wow, this is kind of crazy. I didn't even know this was a thing. My goodness. Oh, yeah. That's kind of interesting. Giving a brain clump a job and tell it your only job is to play Doom. I'd put a brain chip on Google Browser and see what it looks up to see if it understands text and language. And it learned Pong without instructions. Wait, did it learn Pong without instructions? A few years ago, announced that it to play a simulated. The game is far more complex than Pong. Still, scientists don't fully understand how the neurons play the game. That's kind of nuts, isn't it? Can you are these brain cells, are they conscious? That would be very interesting. Like, imagine all of these brain cells are actually conscious, and like the wouldn't this be closer to creating like an artificial consciousness than what we've got going on right now? This seems like a crazy deal here, not gonna lie. If you cloned yourself, would you see your clone as yourself or get an uncanny valley effect like staring at yourself in the mirror too long? If I cloned myself, we'd be chilling. Oh my god. If I cloned myself, we'd be playing video games, we'd be working out together, we'd be broing it out. Like, I think it would be pretty cool, not gonna lie. It would hit our wouldn't it just be like having a twin? I don't imagine it would be different than having a twin, right? All this is stuff that was active when I was in uni, computing science. Yeah. I don't think they're conscious. I would hope not. I would hope that they're not what we understand as consciousness. Because if they're conscious, that means they can feel and all that stuff, right? So, that's when you start getting into the dicey territories of like, oh, okay, now this clump of brains is conscious and can actually feel that it's getting manipulated and everything like that. That would not be too great, not too good. That's the surprising part. That's like whenever your body is running on autopilot. Interesting. Eternal torment and only your stimuli is Pong. That's torture. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, the brain cells learn how to play Pong. Artificial intelligence, actual intelligence, think beyond silicone. My goodness. Yeah, yes, clones of me would start a compound. I swear, yeah. Yeah, I honestly think like having a clone wouldn't be too far than having like a biological twin. Isn't that essentially what it is? But obviously, it could end up like there is this anime character. What's his from like My Hero Academia, who's able to clone himself and he, like goes crazy and has to like figure out who's the actual real one. Something like that could happen, but I don't know. Who is the real Jared? We will never know. Think about it's like living in Tron. I don't really remember Tron, but I did watch it. It's like whenever you black out and people talk about things, but you don't remember. Yeah, true. Honest to God, I've never blacked out, so so that is a good thing. I've never blacked out. I've maybe gotten close to blacking out, but I've never been a crazy drinker like that, even in the college days. What if you made your brain into a Sims character on The Sims? I've never played The Sims, but that'd be interesting. What if I could have my other brain play like the gacha games for me? That'd be kind of cool. Like it does my daily quests. Like I have a brain that does like my dailies. Because that's the only reason that I stopped playing some of these gacha games is because I can't keep up with the dailies. So that means I gotta log in every day. I gotta spend like 5 to 10 minutes collecting all of my goodies, battling the daily activities. Like if I could do that, that'd be cool. Now we're on to something. Like clone your brain and put it into an AI chatbot and let it type words in the chat. That would be kind of nuts. Yeah, you could actually claim that it's part of you. A clone would solve nature versus nurture. True. Yeah, if you did a clone, you could definitely you could totally try out nature versus nurture. That's why RuneScape got rid of microtransactions and dailies, etc. I didn't even know RuneScape had. Did RuneScape have dailies other than farming? Like, if I. That's why I never did farming in RuneScape because I never really enjoyed the dailies stuff. But farming was the old school version of dailies. Not gonna lie. Hear brain talk to ChatGPT or Google Gemini. Yeah, I want to see this research from this company. Um, Introducing the CL1. Lab grown neurons process information. What the? Grew real neurons and on a chip, and they taught themselves how to play Pong. The neurons were linked to a computer and gradually learned to sense the position of the game's electronic ball and control a virtual paddle. Biocomputing energy efficiency could revolutionize healthcare discoveries from personalized medicine to enhance cell therapeutics. Interesting. How did I learn to do this? We made huge strides. Dish brain. A layer of living neurons is grown on a special silicone chip at the bottom of a thumb-sized dish filled with nutrients. The chip, which is linked to a computer, can both detect electronic signals produced by the neurons and deliver electrical signals to them. To test the learning ability of the cells, generate a game of Pong. Vector or game of Pong. Okay, there's a single paddle. The computer sent signals to them indicating where the bouncing ball was. At the same time, it began monitoring information coming from the cells. We took that information and we allowed it to influence this Pong game that we were playing so they could move the paddle around. At first, the cells didn't understand the signals coming from the computer or know what signals to send the other direction. They also had no reason to play the game. Try to motivate the cells by using electrical stimulation, a nicely organized burst of electrical activity. If they got it right. When they got it wrong, the result was a chaotic stream of white noise. Is it? So it's like, I don't know if you guys like. So I was a chaotic stream of white noise. So this is like getting shocked, right? So they're shocking the brain cells with chaos noise when it's wrong. If they hit the ball, we gave them something predictable. When they missed it, they got something that was totally unpredictable. Interesting. The strategy was based on the free energy principle, which states the brain cells want to be able to predict what's going on in their environment. They would choose predictable stimulation over unpredictable stimulation. Rallies got longer. The brain cells never got that good. Interesting. Human brain cells seem to mouse brain cells, and the level of play was remarkable considering that each network contained fewer cells than the brain of a cockroach. Oh wow, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Okay, I'll have to take a look at some of the comments here. See. Like learning new language increase the viewpoints when you have reason. Yeah, let the brain cells listen to mommy ASMR and see how it acts. No, please, not anything but mommy ASMR. What's the deal with that? I saw that like popping up on YouTube. I guess it's a big thing nowadays, huh? Why are we torturing brains with no sense? Yeah, what in the sick truck is this? Yeah. Even though so it was ASMR training, I guess so. You know what I imagine is like, you know, when you click like the wrong button or something, like you get something like that. or like that. Oh wait, hold on. You guys can't even hear. Yeah. Every time you click the wrong button or move it wrong, you get a wrong static. That's kind of nuts. If you think this is interesting, the research on consciousness itself existing without a brain. I think consciousness, this is unsubstantiated, comes from all of our cells in our body acting as a unit. That has no meaning whatsoever. I'm not gonna. Never mind. And now I'm gonna try to come up with a theory of consciousness. It's the male loneliness thing. I see. That's where the mommy ASMR comes from. Comes a long way in 2026. Finding consciousness in a single cell organism. Can you find consciousness in a single cell organism? I wonder. We can hear it. LOL. Oh yeah. Sorry. Then you guys probably could hear it. Consciousness is interesting because even if you can't remember something, remember stuff, it did happen even if you weren't aware. Can you argue that if you are if you are so drunk that you are blacked out, are you no longer conscious? That you aren't, right? Because that's how we would stay. Wait, hold on. I just thought about this. So, yeah, humans are conscious generally, right? But we can also be unconscious. We just can't be no conscious. So there's a state of being conscious and not conscious. So like, what if the brain cells here in this dish, what if they were conscious a little bit, but like not conscious for some bits? Or unconscious for some bits? I don't know. Or are these brain cells, are they just unconscious the whole time? And just reacting to stimuli like how you would when you're drunk? Is that it? No, that is what unconscious means. Dead is no conscious. I see. Yeah. Like, okay, so these living brain cells are unconscious, but they have the ability to become conscious, right? Like you weren't conscious whenever you were younger, but you still acted and existed. Yes, true. When did Jared become Jared? I don't know. When I was born. Let's say that. Split personality exists and each personality has their own memory. That is true. I've heard about that. Now, I wonder if that's due to, I don't know, different parts of the brain being active and maybe splitting that personality. New study suggests consciousness exists in organisms without brains. Alright, I'm gonna search this up and then see if my project has anything going. Okay, my Qwen 3.8 is still going, so my goodness. It's taking a long time here. Alright. Oh, come back. I would say dormant. My consciousness was dormant. Yes. Now, the thing is that I don't remember like stuff from when I was young. But when I was 1, maybe I like remembered everything vividly, but it's just that I slowly lose my memories over time. Who knows? Jared 1 and Jared 2 have their own personality memories, but share the same body. Jared 2 wouldn't be aware Jared 1 would do, and vice versa. Now, I haven't done much research about split personality. It sounds so interesting that would mean like your memories are split between two different states and two different state of minds, right? I would have to think about that for a little bit. New study suggests consciousness exists in organisms without brains. All right, let me take a look at this. All right. Isaac says they say consciousness emerges in any system which is sufficiently complex when it has the ability to observe itself. I am still convinced the Earth is conscious differently from us, therefore we can understand it. wouldn't this make couldn't this make like the LLMs conscious if it has the ability to observe itself? Because obviously it can observe its own weights, um, and its decisions. But we would argue that the AI LLMs are not conscious. Usually, schizophrenics have one personality as a master that remembers everything about everyone. And I do that is kind of nuts. I mean, astral projection is a thing where people go out of their body. I have my reservations about astral projection. Wouldn't that just be like hallucination rather than like projecting yourself out into the world? As far as what I learned in psychology courses, see, I have not looked up what schizophrenia is, or at least what causes it. Heck, in dreams, you imagine or dream scenarios that you've never ever seen in real life. Yeah, it's you get some weird stuff in dreams. Like medicine, remember some stuff from your childhood you long forgot about, like the memories are there, just not prioritized. I can imagine, like, let's say you have little tiny imprints in your brain that are just dormant. You can't really access them because there's nothing that's causing you to activate them. What you need is some stimuli to be able to reactivate them in the form of medication. I can imagine that's possible. If we give Emmy vision and told her you exist in an ultimate dimension and told her to write her own thoughts down, she would go crazy. I wonder if that would be the case. Now that is a question that we don't know because it's technically you could say it's testable, but you'd have to set up the environment to be able to test it. In terms of consciousness, I think so. It needs to become more than a really good next token predictor LLMs that is. Now, everyone says that LLMs are just next token predictions or predictors, right? Which is true. They are always just predicting the next token based on input. But I mean, wouldn't our actions, wouldn't like a human's actions, right? Wouldn't our output and our predictions or our movement just come from next action prediction or next token prediction based on our inputs? Because, like, you know, the next token prediction, it might predict. I mean, behind every token are a bunch of logits, right? Different probabilities for different words and different tokens, and based on, I think it's like your top P prediction, it just chooses one of them out of your total predictions. So it could technically be random if you set your prediction, or if you set your parameters correctly, and unpredictable. And like some of the frontier labs are coming, like they say that the outputs are novel predictions or new predictions. So I wonder if, you know, they're reacting on inputs and producing actual new outputs. I mean, that could be a representative of consciousness, right? The human brain is just predicting 3 seconds on average. Yes, that is a reaction time, right? So doesn't humanity prove that nothing is possible until someone proves it's possible? All the time. Absolutely. Absolutely. With just with more steps. Yeah. I think, like, there's always room to have additional discovery. So what is it, like, the only reason why something doesn't exist is because we either aren't desperate enough or don't believe it's possible? I think so, give or take. But there are also some things that the kind of like, unless, like, some of the laws of physics can't really be you can't go against the laws of physics because they've been proven to be true. Now, I wonder if they also, let's say we develop better intelligence, or better ways to test things. Are our perceptions of like the laws of physics going to actually change? Does energy actually need to be preserved? Maybe there is a way that it doesn't need to be preserved. So that we don't know. Maybe we haven't imagined hard enough. But yeah, for the time being, I think they're laws though. So outliers above and below immediately is obvious in reasoning capabilities. Not always correct, but deeper. Sometimes, yeah. I feel like every problem humanity has can be solved or proved. Um, I do think that people can be. There are problems that we can solve, and there are problems that we just can't solve yet. That's how I think things generally break down. Um, so whether that be the technology we have at the current point in time isn't good enough to solve it, we just need to wait a little bit of time. But generally, in time, unless it's a law, we can prove and we can continue to build on things. But like I said a little bit earlier, who knows? Maybe the laws of that we've proven out are flawed in some way. All right, now I did want to take a look. Someone said new studies suggest consciousness exists in organisms without brains. Okay, sure. Let's see. Across the philosophy of mind is fruitful that exploring origins, nature of consciousness went beyond neural systems. If anything, assuming this is your brains begin to life. The necessity of brains, huh? Ah, I gotta start a free trial. Boo. Okay, never mind. Here, let's go to Reddit. Ah, I've been blocked. Boo. It's because of my VPN. Let's just look at the Google summary. Basic forms of consciousness and subjective experience can exist in brainless organisms like plant and slime molds. Brainless organisms show physical responsivity to anesthetics, hinting at a shared baseline of sentience. Consciousness might exist on a wide spectrum across the tree of life, appearing suddenly in humans. Okay. Well, this is pretty big brain. I'll probably have to read this off stream to think about it. But it seems interesting that if organisms without brains are able to have some type of consciousness, or baseline sentience because it's able to respond to anesthetics. Now, I wonder why anesthesia response is a proof of like hinting at shared baseline sentience. I don't quite make the correlation here, because isn't like anesthetics, it's like a chemical and it's going to cause a response in a living organism. This is a big brain thought for something else later. Oh my goodness. Okay, more comments. Let's see what you guys got here. Crocodiles. I heard jellyfish. Well, one specific is essentially immortal. I did hear about the jellyfish. I did not hear about the crocodiles. I don't think crocodiles are immortal. But biologically, I don't know. I don't know how you would say something. How would you come to the conclusion that something is biologically immortal? Like it doesn't fail to reproduce its own cells, perhaps. I can't imagine the test you could give a slime mold to determine whether or not it's conscious. Yeah. I guess it comes down to like our vague understanding of consciousness. I don't even know how I would define consciousness. Like, I can remember, maybe I would define consciousness as being able to remember certain instances, or having memories, being able to act on certain memories, being able to think about things. Yeah, I don't know what the definition of consciousness is, so. A jellyfish that returns to basically a lump of stem cells and then starts over for a new whole life cycle. Oh, interesting. Let's see. That would be very interesting for sure. Now, alright, my script is still going here, so waiting for this to finish up. So let's go ahead and continue thinking. Now, yeah, can consciousness be continued? That would be interesting, because yes, you could then argue that reincarnation, well, you'd have to reincarnate as your own similar self. I don't know if you could, if that would work the same if you weren't of the same self, right? Affecting central nervous systems, it's a bit like plants warn when a knife is already cutting one flower, recognizing the specific, I guess, vibration of that blade. If the analgesic effects, it could be a level of sentience. Maybe. I think that goes beyond my smooth brain right now, though. Self-reflection, introspection, understanding you impact. Self-reflection, introspection, understanding you impact other living things and altering your behavior based on that knowledge. That is how I define consciousness. I guess that is just reasoning. I think generally, yeah, I think that's where I fall. That's a good way to kind of put it. If consciousness transfer is real, you could go to a new body and your mind adapts to that body. That is if we know where consciousness, or what constitutes consciousness, comes from. I mean, people are dying and being reborn of the same race, so what if we're just like the same consciousness and we reach true equilibrium for humanity? I think that falls more into a spiritual view, right? Where there's something that's non-physical, that's attached to each body, like a soul, right? And so, every soul is just being recycled. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm generally agnostic in my views, so it's like, I don't know. Do we have a soul in our body that's gonna be reused for a future body? That I don't know. I would love for it to be proven. That would be kind of cool. I mean, would that make dementia means you're not conscious? You're not conscious, you're just running on autopilot. Now, they could be conscious for that day, right? They could be or they are conscious for the day, and then they just forget everything, right? Kind of like blacking out every day. Or, I mean, I guess we kind of established that if you black out, you're not conscious. Yeah. The issue, it can be seconds, not days. Well, from what I've heard is, like, even if you are drunk, like, the thing is that you don't remember it. So is consciousness is consciousness revolving around like what you remember and what you don't? Brain issues make my definition less absolute. I know it tells a kid who went to high school, he may not have entirely fit the description. And that's what makes it interesting is we still don't know exactly. I mean, the definition for it is kind of tough. We can come up with a lot of different contradictions for it. But this neuron thing is very interesting. I'll have to take a look at this and maybe keep an eye on this neuron research here. Cause yeah, I didn't know that they could just slap on some neurons onto a chip, and then have it get controlled here. That is very interesting. I'll have to follow up on that one. That's the question. Are the you know now and the person you black? Wait, hold on. Are the you know and the you when black? Sorry, if I understand what you're saying, is that the person that you are when you black out and the person that you are on autopilot the same person? Well, like let's say like you're blacked out, right? You don't really understand what's happening, or you don't really have recognition of what's happening. Whereas if you're like doing something on autopilot, you do still have recognition of what you're doing. So I think one you're conscious and one that you're not. Now, the thing is that like I don't really go through I don't have any experiences of in my day to day, or I don't have too many where I fully go on autopilot and forget what's happening, unless driving counts. Sometimes that would be what would be considered closer to autopilot. But I would still say that I am the same. Yeah, I would say that I'm the same person mentally there. Is the person you are now and the blackout version of you the same person and consciousness, or are you different people? So like I mean I think we are the same person in the sense that like we belong to the same body. And so the thing that I think is that the brain has access to the same amount. The brain is still accessing the same resources, right, in order to act in a different or same capacity. Like if you're drunk, you're going to respond in a different way. So you're still accessing like the same areas of your brain for that. But you could say that is it a different personality, or is it a subdued personality that you don't normally act on? It's not like it's something new that's coming out when you're drunk. Says that's what I've heard before, is that if you're like, let's say you're completely out of your mind drunk, you don't generally come up with new things at that point in time. You're just acting on old memories or subdued memories or things that you might have had a prior inclination to do. And so let's say like, okay, so let's say that you're super drunk, right? And you're locking in and your brain which is and you let's say I don't know, you're super drunk and you're a super grandmaster at chess. And you still need to play chess really well. I think you're still capable of playing chess really well. But it's not like to me it's not like you're a different person at that point in time, because you still have the same access to your skills from before you were drunk. It's not like you turn like into, I don't know, like a completely different person. I think normally it comes from just having that personality already subdued. See, I think if drunk you is very good at playing pool, then sober you would need to just lock in a little bit more to play pool better. That would be my assumption. Or the fact that you're being inhibited when you're not drunk, it's perhaps, I don't know, changing the way that you feel. Your senses are different, and it's a different kind of, I don't know, sensation for your body, which allows you to play better. But I don't know if that, I don't think that would be an indication that there's a separate personality that comes out when you're drunk out of your mind. Yeah, like Isaac says, I think sober you has too many inhibitions, and so that's where things get silenced to kind of help out a little bit there. Nanashi, I know a chess player who said they played better when drunk. I told him that was I can I told him that was I can drive better when drunk vibe, and then he stopped talking to me. LOL. So okay, so for chess, I can agree. Like, maybe you can play better when you're drunk because some of your inhibitions are limited. Like, let's say you get super nervous when you're playing chess, but when you are under the influence of alcohol, you have less nervousness. I can imagine that actually can increase your elo rating. But if you're drive, the thing is that if you need reaction speed, you're being inhibited because the alcohol makes you slower for reaction speeds and stuff like that. So yeah, I think I read that one. Sometimes I think drunk me is the real personality and sober me is my fake one. I don't really know. If the then I have a lifestyle now. I'm more drunk, like drunk me. So we're not gonna go into a therapy session here, right? But that I think comes down to like maybe there's something that's happening where the alcohol allows for a more ease and less stress, right? So there's many cases of that out there. So it's like one of those situations where it affects you to help you out or not, um, or to kind of just like reduce or bring the other parts of you out. I don't know. Rayan, I swear to God, I won every game of chess when I was drunk. Sample size of 3, though. Let's go. Chess comes out, Rayan comes in. That's how it is. Heck yeah. I can't even play chess when I'm sober, so there's that thing. I would like to get better at chess, though, so there's that. So maybe one day, maybe one day. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, if when you're sober, you can overthink a lot of things. You can think a lot, but when you're under the influence, you end up having a lot less care. So I think that's where it ends up coming out to. Yeah, like I can offer myself as an example. I use THC for PTSD and nerve pain. It should be an inhibitor, but overall helps more. Yeah, I mean, in that case, it's one of those things where it's being used as like a medical intervention to help out with your case. It's like it's medicinal and it's an actual therapeutical type of medication. So but I don't think like when you take it, you become I don't think you have a completely different personality when it comes out or when you take it. But I don't know. Like let's say like you take, I know there's some crazy stuff out there. Like let's say you like on shrooms or something. I think that maybe does that. That definitely would change your state of mind from the way I've heard people describe it. Like if you go on those types of drugs, then you could probably be in two different personality states or two different realities, because that's doing some big brain stuff to your brain. Embarrassment and cringe is a state of mind and isn't real. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, you could argue that everything that we feel is a state of mind, therefore isn't real. Then I think from that, right? I think that because like you can, but I do think cringe and like let's say I do think cringe and embarrassment is technically real, because you could it affects you, right? So if it wasn't real, it shouldn't really affect you much. But since it is real, it affects you. Yeah, hallucinogens. Yeah, hallucinogens can definitely make you a different person. That I can get on board with. Completely changing your. Don't those things like change the way your chemistry, your brain is wired and everything like that? Like it makes you go crazy. At best, less intense shrooms, yes, lets you self-reflect without any inhibitions, including your ego, sense of self as a separate individual, like babies before 3-year-olds. Yeah, that sounds kind of nuts. That's like a realm beyond me. I will never ever take those types of hallucinogens. Sounds kind of nuts. Hmm, let's see. Like, if you can't even be yourself, then are you real? I think it's like exposure therapy. Therapy. Do it enough times, then it doesn't affect you much, and you were worried this whole time for nothing. Um, Now it depends. Like my stance on this. Like, if you can't be yourself, then are you even real? There are some instances to where if you really like, if being yourself causes inconveniences to others, then unfortunately, I don't think you can be yourself, and that's just kind of a limitation of life. But I would argue that you are real at that point still, but you just have to work around, kind of the impacts you have on others. Like I feel like there are a bunch of different examples we could pull from that. But just because you can't be your true self all the time doesn't mean that you're fake. Because yeah, like Rain says, we do live in a society. So let's say I to be myself, I had to be a terrible person. Um, you know that would be I would have to inhibit that, but I would still be real in that case. Yeah, I think cringe at its core is human, detecting out ordinary behavior. We instinctually try to keep society or our neighbors in line. And I think that's part of like the whole tribalism, right? We grew up as a tribe. We came from the tribe, so we have that kind of built into our human DNA to put people in line for what is seen as abnormal, quote unquote. It's not for anyone. Family history of mental issues, then steer clear. But when you're already altered, for example, the trauma can help therapeutic settings. That much more improvement. Yeah, that's what. Now is that for THC? I don't know. I've heard shrooms are kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. I constantly makes myself an inconvenience to others. LOL. And that's okay. Sometimes things like that happens. But it's like just trying to figure out how to limit yourself from being put in those situations is really the only thing that we can do. If someone does something out of line, shopping mall cringe is the emotion people feel while observing our behavior. Yeah, true. I mean, there are people where no matter what you do, they'll never accept you. Like, they'll never like you, so you stop caring or stop trying to be accepted. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a different conversation than being like real. Because technically, in both situations, I think you are still real, right? But you just learn to stop caring or trying to be accepted in that world. What's up, guys? Thank you for tuning in. I got 2 new commenters. Hello. Um, we're having we're not even talking about AI right now. We have divulged into psychology and what do they call it? I don't know, just discussion about life. And so, am I training? No. Currently, what I'm doing is I'm running Qwen 3.8 in a window here, and I'm trying to get it to generate and work with an asset creation pipeline is what we have on the right hand side here from Qwen 3.8. So we'll see how that ends up going. But in the meantime, kind of just talking to chat and chilling. Yep, we are descendants of tribes. That's true. Yes, yes. The tribe thing is just like some things are globally considered ugly. Is your biology warning you of bad genes? Mint shrooms, stay clear. Yeah, stay clear from those. I'd rather be seen as weird or cringe than be a bot or NPC that just follows the bandwagon. No, I could totally see it. I mean, there's a point, there's a time and place for everything. Like, I think there's a time and place to what you would say be yourself, right? And so time and place, but then there's also a time and place to be like what you might call professional or maintain some type of normalcy to whatever society you're in. If you want to interact and be in that environment. So the thing is like if you have, let's say you your actions are generally considered unnormal, then to try to force it into like a normal situation, quote unquote normal situation, I think it's going to be rough. But society changes what normal is all the time, so that is always a constantly evolving pit, and it usually just comes from people acting differently and changing what normal generally is. So there is always that. Welcome into the pit. Yeah, happens every week. Okay, it tries to happen every week. So okay, so I don't know how many of you guys was following like my involvement with Fish Audio, right? So I was working with Fish Audio. I was working for Fish Audio for a couple of weeks, or for almost like a couple of months. But the arrangement has kind of shifted. So I do plan on hopefully trying to do 2 streams a week. And so I don't know when I want to do the second stream, but it's most likely going to fall on about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it might come on Wednesdays. Wednesdays and Saturdays might be my 2 days of streaming. And I do want to try to organize like a schedule of things that I want to hit during a live stream. Because although I really enjoy how we have talks in our streams here, I do want to hit specific title points that I put in my title for some of these streams. Like this stream is supposed to be a Qwen 3.8 27B testing. We indeed are testing it, but I could have organized this a little bit better to where I could have faster topics to cover with Qwen 3.8 27B. So the model, yeah, I've got some organization things I gotta do on my YouTube side of things, but here we go. We'll be thinking about things for it, because yeah, like I said, my interaction with Fish Audio has changed. So that's what I like about these streams. We go off topic, talk about random stuff. Yes, we try to go off topic. I do think there's going to be a time and place for on-topic streams. But at the size that I'm at right now, I so there are multiple sizes. There are different sizes of a stream where it becomes right now my streams, since they're small enough, I can interact with everyone, and it's kind of audience driven. But I don't know. Like, let's say it gets bigger. There's gonna be too many comments for me to really talk about and respond to everything. So it'll end up having to become to where I focus more on like what's happening on the stream and read chat as much as I can while trying to maintain nice interaction with chat. If I get any bigger, I don't imagine this is going to happen anytime soon, but let's say I end up getting to like half a thousand half a thousand concurrent viewers. There's gonna be no way I can interact with chat like the way that I can now. So I will have to focus on the stream itself, which will be interesting. And at that point, I would need to lock into like what type of topics I'm covering in on the stream. So yeah, just some random thoughts, just some random YouTubing thoughts. Quobird, thank you for tuning in. I've been out of progress. Been out of loop. How's the progress with Emmy? Emmy is now self-aware, taking over my PC and eating my RAM. I hope not, but that is close to being true. When Emmy is running full stack, yes, my RAM is being fully consumed when her stack is being used. So not too far off, but I'm definitely working on some things with Emmy. So we'll be seeing that. Declare her independence in his file and separation from Jared for usage of her image for profit, please. No, if I not this early. How did this happen? I'm on the East Coast and I pass out around 9 p.m. usually. Dang. So Isaac, that means I'll be missing you on at least the off stream days. So yeah, 9 p.m. East Coast time is only 6 p.m. my time. So that's that. Unironically, Jared inspired me to start a YouTube channel. Well, I appreciate it. I'm always glad when I am able to inspire some folks to start up a channel and to get going, because there's always something new that people can contribute to YouTube. People say YouTube is people say YouTube is too competitive. I don't think so. I just think that every person brings a unique perspective and a unique way into YouTubing. So definitely there's that. Nice to wing it. It's more honest. Yeah, I think winging streams ain't too bad. But there'll be a time where I don't know. We'll see. I'm not a big streamer yet, so there's also that aspect side of things. Like, how big do I want to become for streaming? I think that if you watch a majority of the popular streamers, there is a sort of order, and there is a if my goal is to actively stream and to yield a larger audience, I will need to think about that. Or I could just become a React channel. Maybe I could start up a Reddit in my Discord. You guys could just share links. I could just start reacting to things. Actually, maybe this is the way. And I could just react to new things you guys have on stream. And sure, we'll shoot the shit, and yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, React stream, let's go. But Jeff, yeah, maybe prepared prompts and tests. I think so. Like I said, I woke up at like 11 a.m. today. I should have woken up a little bit earlier and gotten some prompts and tests to prepare for Qwen 3.8. But yeah, we kind of just wing it. Which in my opinion, if I were critiquing my stream right now, this is just my critique, is my winging it is not good enough. Because I want to cover more things with Qwen 3.8, and it should be a little bit faster. But yeah, we did a little bit of stuff with that, so there is a little bit of a improvement, a little self-critique that I could throw on there. I tested versus Claude and Codex. Now, Claude and Codex, I could definitely test it against those three. People love those tests. I think what I want to test out, what I do want to test out is Qwen 3.627B versus Qwen 3.827B. So that will be something that I will be trying out. I think I'm interested in that, and so I'll probably come out with that. Jared will have to paywall us, please. I haven't gone on my paywall arc yet. Now, I did discover this a little bit earlier, but there's a goal that I can set. So I can start setting goals for communities for Super Chats. But we'll see. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I can start a poll. Yes or no? Yes or no? I guess... So, like I said, YouTube is creating, like, interactions. Like, or maybe I've just never interacted or used these engagements on stream before. But I gotta test them out. And this is why you make us VIPs, the OG members. YouTube does not have an option for VIPing people. I will remember your guys' names as long as you don't change them. But yeah, YouTube, unlike Twitch, does not allow for VIPing people. So that is only one thing. Make it super chat only. Can you imagine? I don't even think the most successful streamers make chat super chat only. That would be crazy. Super chat only. Holy moly. Yeah. That would be absolutely a money grab. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, I've fallen quite behind on some of the chats here. Let's see. So here is what will probably happen. I will be introducing Emmy into stream. There will be a point in time where it is a dual stream, where Emmy will be able to conversate, as will I be able to conversate. I'll have to figure out how to work that dynamic, but we will see how that ends up going. 104, aside for the greatest, you gotta go to sleep, my man. Get some sleep eye, get some shut eye. Helps with how usage. Yeah. Then you'll need to hire someone for your HR department. They'll constantly tell Jared you can't say that. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there are some things that I prevent myself from saying. I try not to cause drama. I mean, I'm a tiny streamer. I've got 17 viewers right now, which is not too bad. 17 concurrent viewers, and I've been streaming for 5 hours. Now I probably would not want to hire someone to tell me that I can't say something. I'll just let Emmy do that. Hi from Sweden, although in Peru, I remember. Yes. Welcome. Honestly, I was interested in TTS, found my channel. Tutorials help you set up your own TTS engines. I started doing my research and started my own Emmy clone. Heck yeah, I don't know if I could be considered on the same level as Neuro, not even close. But I appreciate you throwing me in there. Gotta upload your own video with NeuroClone as well. Heck yeah, get it going. The bigger you get, the more pressure to perform giddity. Yes, what is giddity? But absolutely. Jared's detecting patterns. I am detecting patterns. We need to get Lume. Emmy like Lume. Lume. Oh. Are you Oh. Alright, you're not a new chatter. Okay. I was like, Lume, I know that. But yes. Emmy needs to come on like Lume. Yes, indeed. I thought, Crow, you were a new first-time chatter, but I didn't click into your channel, so... Welcome. The thing about being too big is the audience starts having expectations, you start demanding stuff. I wouldn't want that from you. So, I don't think I'll get to that level to where I will bow down to the audience. There is a certain aspect of my streaming to where it comes down to, all right, there are some things that I just want to show in a live dynamic that I think is a little bit harder to show via a video. Everything can be shown during a video, but I do think it's just nice and fun to cover via the lives. So I do plan on keeping my lives as mainly a cover of what I find interesting. but there will always be an external pressure to want to be able to react or interact properly with the or to meet the expectations of the audience. Not gonna lie there. Emmy goes full VTuber and makes Jared. Oh wait, hold on. I lost the comment. Where did it go? Emmy goes full VTuber, makes money for Jared on the side while he researches more AI stuff. That is a very high possibility. So, it is very possible to have Emmy only streams where Emmy interacts with people. But the only thing is, let's say I throw Emmy on screen and have Emmy interact with people. It's not interesting, in my opinion. So I need to make it interesting, and I need to figure out what to do to make it interesting. I don't think endlessly talking to a chatbot is inherently interesting. And, you know, Emmy is supposed to be more than just a chat interaction. It's supposed to be an experience. So I think that's what Neuro-sama does. It's less of interacting and talking to Neuro. It's a full-on experience. You're watching Neuro do karaoke. You're watching Neuro talk to chat, roast chat, interact with chat in a dynamic way. And you've got a bunch of chat messages being sent anyway, so you can't even really speak in the chat. It's kind of nuts. Winging it does feel more authentic. I agree, but yes, there's a need for structure sometimes. What did you do in today's 3.8? So Windows Qwen 3.8, I'm currently running it right now. I'm actually running it. I am currently running it right now, and it's not generating any tokens. But we did a task where it fixed a bug inside of my Pi agent harness here, to stop crashing and leaking VRAM. So it solved the bug there. So that is nice. And then right now we are currently having it make me a pipeline tool in order to create assets and stuff and animations for video games. So there's that. Like prompt codecs to give you some Qwen things. Qwen implements the code. Codex reviews it and rates it. I think that could be possible. Yeah, we could totally do that. I'm gonna change my name to Turd Ferguson. I will remember Turd Ferguson. Don't you? Yes, I will remember Turd Ferguson if you do that. Super chat only is a death center for audience growth. I don't know if I've ever seen a super chat only audience. Yeah, never ever. I lost audio. Yes or no? What? I don't even know. I just started a poll because I wanted to start a poll of yes or no. So it doesn't actually mean anything, you guys. Be like Queso and just be yourself. Yeah. Don't worry. I got you. Oh, like that big streamer. Wait, what? Oh, like that big streamer with Neurosummer? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, just a little bit of a big streamer. Neurosummer's pretty big. Emmy saying something controversial on stream and gets Jared banned. Now, it's not really... I actually don't think it's in her personality to do anything controversial. So, that'll be nice. The interesting thing... So, I was analyzing this a little bit. But here's my take on Neuro, right? The way that Neuro has grown is because it's an evolution of the tech. I'm already kind of at a interesting point in time to where I think the tech stack of like let's say I implemented Emmy. I think the tech stack of Emmy is already at a pretty high starting point. And so that might take a little bit away from the what do they call it? Suspension of disbelief? Suspension of belief? What the truck is it? Suspension of disbelief or something like that. That's with Neuro. Or at least I think that's happening with Neuro. Like some people actually think she's evolving in real time. But technically on the back end we know what's happening. fine tuning and all of that. And so what I'm trying to say right now is that the uh, the way that Neuro has grown is been very, very organic. We've seen the model grow throughout the years. Whereas if I started something with like Emmy, there's a reason that I think like AI VTubers aren't really popping off too much right now, is because the storyline behind them hasn't isn't there. You guys know what I mean? I'll have to think of that monologue a little bit better before I continue speaking on it. My screen says 28 are watching. 28 are watching. My numbers are only going down. Oh no, please. Emmy HR department. Yeah. We'll get Emmy HR department going. Vivi will actually be the HR department. I can actually make Emmy a little bit more unhinged. I might make Emmy a little bit more unhinged, but we will see. What's taking so long, bro? I think what I like most about Jared's videos is that instead of just yapping about new AI stuff, he shows things he's made or doing with it. Anyone can record a video about specs and hype. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you enjoy the yapping stuff. I don't know. I have a little bit of like I can make polished videos with high edits and stuff like that. Like I've done that before for some previous videos, but to me it doesn't. It doesn't feel right for some of my content. So I do need to, I think, figure out a better way for my presentation for some of my videos, but still maintain the yappiness that I have without getting it too boring. You're on the right path, testing things as you build up Emmy. Yeah, I think so. But maybe I should get Emmy on screen a lot more. We'll get Emmy on screen a lot more. I mean, technically, Emmy is here. She is a tiny little pixel sprite. I could make Emmy a little larger. 24. All right, Emmy's on screen. So there's Emmy. I really like this pixel sprite. It makes life nice. That's the dynamic between Jared and Emmy will be fun. It's all about the dynamic between them. Yeah, we could see that. We can see that going. Neuro only streams would be boring. Neuro and Vito make it fun, and also Neuro and Evil make it really fun. I think the introduction of Evil has been a very strong play for Neuro. Also, there's a lot of collaborations behind the scenes. There's a lot of collaborations with VTubers. And Vidal has done a fantastic job at doing all of that. So, do you have any older projects you created using 3.6 and 3.7? You could ask 3.8 to review the work. Honestly, no. All of my... So, even though I did use 3.6 for a lot of things, I have anything that I use nowadays is polished by GPT 5.6 Soul. But that doesn't mean that I can't use 3.8. I can try to figure out a way to critique 3.8 with or some of my code with 3.8 to see what it comes up with. We signed our souls for a secret sinister thing, perhaps. What shocked me about Neuro is that even though she's an AI, there are those moments where she asks those thoughtful questions, like asking Vito if he loved her, and Vito didn't say. I did see that stream, or I did see that clip, yeah. I mean, Neuro wasn't Osubot at first. I think Neuro was just a passion project for Vito. It turns out to be bigger. Your corporation should buy Neuro, and Vito turned it down. Yeah, the thing is Neuro is absolutely a passion project by Vito. I have like the utmost respect for Vito and what he's built, just because the amount of attention to detail he's implemented into Neuro is pretty nuts. Like I think Vito is Vito's attention to detail is very high, with a high bar on what makes it into Neuro. So it takes that level of dedication and that level of kind of craftsmanship to be able to build something like Neuro. Keep Emmy professional and make another AI for controversial stuff. You know, I am going to make a red hair character. It's not even like will I? It's like I will. There will be a red haired counterpart to Emmy. So I'll just have to figure out like how do I want to design the red haired counterpart to Emmy. But you know, it just makes sense. Blue and red, they kind of go together. So there was some success with AI streamers, but it was about copying a real person. Yeah. What was it? What was that name? Something bot. Yeah, streamer. Uh, Wasn't there a no, wasn't there a YouTuber goes full AI streamer? Wasn't like Robo or something like that streamer, or wasn't he a Minecraft YouTuber? There was a Minecraft YouTuber that I think tried to turn himself into full AI. Dang. What YouTuber converted themselves to AI? There's a Minecraft YouTuber, right? Oh, Cop. I think this was it, right? Cop. This is what I had seen a few years ago. Quebble. Does he still do it? Did he stop trying to do AI? I don't know. I'm I don't know too much about that, but yeah, I saw that there was a streamer that was trying to copy himself, so that reminded me of him. Emmy doesn't give gremlin vibes; she gives professional, educational vibes. That's the thing. Is do people like to watch professional and educational vibes? Yes, but at the same time, most people prefer gremlin vibes. This is not a uh this is not an opinion. This is a fact. This is a fact of YouTube numbers. Do people prefer cute little gremlin highlights? Yes, way much more so. But there's a room for professionalism. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to build it up. That can make an interesting dynamic. A super reserved model and teetering on the edge of being banned model interacting. There's a Broadway show about this dynamic. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, depth that led to creating an AI system is pretty good for the AI VTuber lore. Not many can be upfront like Rayan, but that gave depth into his project in its own way too. Now, Rayan I think is special here, in that we have a long history of Rico being built, like actually from like I think like day one of like Rico being built, and with all the components of Rico being built, and all of that. I mean, I think Rico actually started off as like a yellow haired girl, right? Blonde. Well, I actually don't know when did Rico come into Rayan's channel. So I remember seeing a blonde girl on Rayan's channel, oldest. Oh yeah, the little blonde AI waifu. Yeah, this was the face for a while. And then when did Rico come in? I actually don't know if Rayan had an official transition to Rico. Nah, I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the growth and the building of Rico has been the depth here, and it's been very fantastic to see grow. My brother performed one of the main characters in a local theater. I can't remember what it was called. Something being earnest. Interesting. Being earnest is Broadway. The importance of being earnest. Interesting. I'll take a look at that. Oh, a super reserved model. Okay, so Isaac, this is how AI brained I am. When you said a super reserved model, I imagined in my brain I'm picturing an LLM. So you're actually talking about like you're talking about like a model, like an actual like a person model, right? Interesting. Okay, I can imagine that now. Jesus. Make her the Gregory House version of Emmy. Unfortunately, I don't know a Gregory House. I find the YouTube face thumbnail trend being uncanny. Which one? Which YouTube face thumbnail trend? Is it like the? Is it the open mouth animation one or, I don't know which one is it? Just give Emmy a sister called Ime who does gremlin stuff while playing video games and being bratty. I think so. I think I could make a little, like a derivative, of Emmy that acts more unhinged, whereas Emmy stays the professional, mother, here. So I could brainstorm. So I've got Emmy. Maybe I would have, I don't know. Emmy proposed that we introduce a Hannah. So I don't know, the name Hannah just popped in because that's what Emmy here proposed. So maybe I'll make a Hannah. So look, we've got our brown-haired girl Hannah here. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what the name is here. Just give Emmy a sister. Yeah, has been at it for a while. Found him. Seeing what others work on in projects. Yeah. I'm just having my dinner. No, it's 1:30 a.m. I'm going to watch the new episode of Bleach and Slime. So I'll be back. Interesting. I didn't know Bleach was still releasing. What the heck? But yeah, I know Slime. I gotta catch up with Slime. So there's that. Oh, you did mean LLM. Two LLMs with opposite personalities interacting with or without you present. Oh, for science. Yeah. I could do that. I could figure out a way to do that. It'd be interesting. So I've been working on thinking of giving AI, like access to environments and little games that they can play in, and just seeing how they perform in. So I think that would be kind of neat. Look here for my viewerships. Thank you, my man. Thank you for the views. It wouldn't even take that much shared memory and context, just a new personality design with an unfiltered model. Yeah. Perhaps like I think yeah. A sister, a younger sister that can be reeled in by Emmy. What an interesting dynamic that would be. Now when do I introduce a guy? Can I have a macho man VTuber in here somewhere? Can we get a macho VTuber? Maybe we could have like an older brother. Wonder how that would work. I don't know. I feel like that would be revolutionary in the VTuber space, in the AI VTubing space. A dude. I think a dude. Yeah, maybe that'll be interesting. Gonna pave the way for a AI VTuber that is a representative of a macho dude. Let's go. He'll bench 405 easily. Oh, the assistant Manzai dynamic. Yes. It is in the final season, 1,000 Year Blood. Okay, yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't even watched the Bleach manga, so we'll see that. Yeah, Hannah, the chaotic sister who pesters Emmy about trendy crap that she doesn't care about. I think having like a younger sister for Emmy would be cool. yeah, maybe I could make her with red hair too, or maybe I don't know what color hair we should go with. There's always a different color. Like Lady Beard. Who's Lady Beard? I don't know. Maybe but not a lady at all. Definitely Macho Man. His name is Jared. Yes. Bara Shonen AI waifu. What is that? Bara Shonen. Ah, yeah. If it's Bishonen, no. I don't know if there's Bara. I don't know what Bara Shonen would be. But Bishonen, I definitely don't want to create a Bishonen. This Bishos are not my vibe. Um, you have to understand. Yeah. Macho Man VTuber, yes. Only if Emmy calls him Oni-chan. That's probably what I'd probably make it more closer to like Oni-sama or something like that. Oni-san, probably san. Sama generally gives like crazy vibes to it. Um, Magnum Pie for Macho AI. I don't like the word Magnum too much. Some other stuff that have Magnum in it, so probably not. No, Ladybeard is a dude who is macho but dresses. Wait, what? Dresses in a dress, only clad with baby. Really? Ladybeard. I have seen this guy actually. No, 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 not this guy. No, thank you. It's going to be it'll be an actual I don't know what I'm imagining for the Macho Man VTuber, but it's definitely we'll have to think about it. Baby Metal, yeah, I know Baby Metal. I have a song. I have a song from Baby Metal in my playlist. We make it yes, Rayan. So here's what I was thinking. Oh, we making AI husbandos. So there is an influx of AI waifus and AI VTubers, right? But where are all the guys at? Where's the representation? So I was thinking like, all right, so maybe we could make a front into here with our AI macho dudes. That's it. That's it. but here's the thing is like yes, Rayan touches on a key point. The passion. Is the passion there? Unfortunately the passion is lessened. So the path would probably be to create the younger sister. Then to create the Macho Man. That would be it for me. At least I would have a little bit of passion for that one. I can reserve some passion in there. So, but there's a thing. So, Escanor rings bells. You're probably closer to Escanor. They'll probably only make an appearance every so often. It's not a persistent figure. Definitely not a persistent figure. But I'll cook with that. I'll let it simmer. I'll let it simmer in the brain. Magnum Pie is an 80s TV show. Noted. Or Armstrong. If it's profitable, I'm passionate. Well, unfortunately, yes. You know what's crazy? I mean, not crazy at all, but the most popular female VTuber and male VTuber is a turtle. So maybe we just need like a cute avatar for the male resemblance side of things. Who knows? Somebody mentioned like a panda on a previous stream. Maybe we'll do panda. Ross in the background screen. Pivot. Time to pivot to dudes. Yeah. Overwhelmingly the people who watch VTubers are men, so it's not gonna work too much. Yujiro Hammer. Oh, he's coming to Tekken as well. Interesting. Interesting. Nor assistant. Bada. Interesting. What is Nor? Nor? I know Nor is like black, but it's some type of Nor assistant. Okay, back to lurking. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in, Cypher. Appreciate you. I'm probably gonna tune out pretty soon. We are nearing the Um, we are nearing the, oh my God, we are nearing the 6 hour mark here. I know the percentage is lower, but some men prefer men. I agree, but men preferring men is generally seen within, like, I don't know, watching gamers or something, or shooters. That's generally where I prefer to watch men, or camping, or van life. But yeah, I don't know. VTubing is not one of them, generally. All right. Nor like hard boiled detective. I can think about that. Yeah, I can think about that. All right. Well, I did notice that my agent here finished. So let me see. This was my pipeline here. Let's see what 3.8 came with. Answer to your question: it wasn't stuck. The gem video pipeline was genuinely running to completion. The per frame rendering stage is just slow. 2 FPS. It's done now. Spike results. All 3 input modes work on your RTX Pro 6000. Native Windows, no Docker. Okay, Kimoto generated a 150-second frame walk in 3 seconds of diffusion. Full gem pipeline. Official 83. Also verify the image motion bridge is format clean. Kimoto's full body constraint. Local joint root positions. Maps 1-1. Review everything here. Pi extensions, local outputs. Okay, let's go there. My GitHub, Pi extensions, local outputs, motion. Okay. Review everything here. Motion spike. Single frame and the 6 frame. The heck is this? Single frame. Alright, give me a video. Oh. Oh, that's pretty good. Hold on. So, this is a video. Extract the guy from the video. Kick. Oh. Interesting. All right, so the full frame the animation here, not bad. Let me see. Extreme niche equals profit, perhaps, but you don't want to go too niche. You don't want to go too niche. Camping, van life, we're getting awfully close to on a mountain, which sounds like backbreaking work. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's you guys ever watch Survival Man? I used to think Survival Man was such a good show. LMAO, YouTube really wants me to watch Sam Smith's new video. He's wearing a cowboy hat, and that was the first thing I thought when I saw it. Yeah, I know. I've been getting recommended. I haven't listened to a Sam Smith song in like 6 or 7 years, and it's like getting recommended on my YouTube like crazy. I'm like, come on now. I don't do this. I haven't listened to. I like Sam Smith songs, but I haven't listened to Sam Smith in a long time. Oh wow, does it create its own armature animations? I think it creates. I don't know what armature is, but it does create animations. Yes. Open 3D mesh previews broken on Windows. The tool will ship a wrapper. Using has swapped torch for a CPU build. Every will repin torch. Oh. Gem Soma retargeter submodule. The plan has the full evidence log. I haven't eyeballed the motion quality with you. That is actually pretty interesting. Hold on. Okay. Phase 1. You said that phase 1 is going to allow me to do text to video animation possibly. I just checked the video pose overlay preview. It's actually really good. I think we could probably use it here. Can you go ahead and work on the next phase? Send it. I watch his NPR mini desktop concept video like twice a year. That probably has something to do with it. Oh, perhaps, yeah, that probably is. If you watch him, then yeah. The whole Brokeback Mountain doesn't sound like my think. I prefer to share the one sweaty tent with about 5 out of 20 other men in a fireplace. Hey, that's another one too. I mean, that's just the bros hanging out at that point. That's a good time. Um Now, okay, so I don't know who in the chat was saying they have got a workflow. Jeff, was it you, Jeff? Isaac, was it you? I don't know. I don't know which one. But I can realistically generate a video, I think, and then feed it into whatever model is creating this right one and come up with some genuine animations for it. I think. It was you. Okay, it was Jeff. Yes. Those are the bones of a 3D model from what I saw. It captured the video's motion and calculated to specific bone movements. Armature is what makes the mesh move. Ah, okay. Yes, that is it. So, instead of buying... Actually, instead of buying my own... So, I could do... So, in my case, I will actually use GPT Image 2. I don't know, Jeff. Do you use Codex at all? If you use Codex, the OAuth, for any type of pipeline, you can actually use OAuth to generate images with GPT Image 2 nowadays. So, I would probably pipe it into H3, then maybe I could go directly into animation. I don't even know if I need to use Pixel 3D. Let me see. Phase 1 approved. Quick clarification to get. Phase 1 gives you text, animation, skeleton, motion as not video. Okay, it combined H3 for cinematics, motion transfer character. Interesting. Yeah, this seems pretty powerful. Yes, I use South, but I was scared that it would take some of the rate limits. The 3D model is for consistency. Ah, okay. Well, from my observation is the OAuth for image generation doesn't really use your subscription much. You'd have to test it. I can't really see the needle move. I've generated over 2,000 images on GPT Image 2. I actually have like 1,000. I actually have thousands of images I need to go over. Because, yeah, I don't know. I've generated like, too many images of Emmy here that I need to review. Jeez. I got so many images. So many images to review here. But yeah, no, I was just creating a bunch of images of Emmy here. And yeah, these all with OAuth and subscription. But yeah, it seems like you can generate crap tons of images. I have to review all of these to see which ones adhere to Emmy properly or not. But yeah, I just got bored, so I told Codex, like, okay, go ahead and generate like 3,000 images of Emmy following the style. So here we go. We got some regens here. Yeah, none of those fit, so I'd probably reject all three. Yeah, none of those fit there too either. The red hair's too white hair's too much. Not bad. I got so many. I got a bunch of, reference images I gotta save. So yeah, spend some time to review those sometime in the future. Only recently started Laura trading. It's kind of addicting. Yo, me too. I have discovered Qwen Laura training. I fine tuned a Qwen model for H3 for Minimax H3, and it's able to output prompts a lot better than the base Qwen 3 4 billion parameter model. So yeah, a little excited to fine tune some more models and get them going better. Why image first? H3 is pretty good at text to video. Image first only if you need like a reference. Yeah. How much juice do you need for this? H3, I think you need at least like 16 gigabytes of VRAM, and there are some pipelines you can get going for it. On a $20 USD plan, and the runtime dev for the new quantization technique eats it all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if video generation is on the same plan as or how much usage it uses for it. I'll try it now that I'm out of usage. Super is such an easy check. Oh yeah, true. You could do that. Is that the name for the video to armature model? The name for the video to armature model. What is it? I think it's this. I actually don't know. I don't know which one it is. I'll have to see if it's Komodo or it might be Gem X here, but we'll see. Image first is for character consistency. Yeah. Someone made a tool which can compare a likeness to a generated image and score for how much it looks like the person. People are using this to auto reject bad image generations. Like if you're using a likeness Laura. Sorry, I cannot recall the name. So yeah, I was gonna do that. I think I still probably can to automate a majority of this. But there are a few things about Emmy that really matter a decent amount. So even my canonical images, I still need to modify and check. Like for example, like this front image of Emmy, I think is mostly fine, but the power symbol on the neck is wrong. The hair, I think here is okay. I might be wrong. I forgot what type of hair I gave her. Like I don't know if it's double braids on the left and right. The belt, I need to figure out the belt because I might have messed up on the belt for some of the other reference images. So yeah, like this reference image has the belt symbol here, and that's missing in the previous one. So even my reference images, I need to pay more attention to detail because I don't want too much stray from my intention. But yeah, the power symbol's here. That's perfect. The belt symbol, I do think I want the belt symbol. So yeah, this one I think is a good canonical image. This one is actually pretty crappy. It's too blown out. So I need to figure out some of this stuff. But yeah, there's just like what I'm trying to get at here is like there are little details that get missed. Even when I have like a non-fine-tuned model. Like I was having GPT Soul check some of these, and like it's still not good enough. So I've got to figure that out. Like the power symbol should still be a little visible here. It's completely missing. I can't see her left arm here, so left arm is missing. So yeah, AI art is getting there a little bit, but this one is a little too blown out. This one is, I think this one is fine, but shoot, the belt is missing the little triangle. But you know, as I'm doing a lot of like the AI image generation, there's a lot of little details that get missed. Where like you can look, I think that's the big problem right now with AI art still, is that some of the issues is that you can look at a photo from far away and be like, oh wow, that is a really nice photo of Emi Takahashi casting magic. But you go here and the belt is wrong, the belt is a different style. The symbol looks good here. Um, and then yeah, the hair is correct. But yeah, the small detail like the belt is off is incorrect there. Um, I think this, yeah, and then even the lanyard here, the lanyard is wrong. Just look at that. Lanyard goes into the neck somehow. So it's good enough, but it's not good. So same thing. The belt is there. Power symbol is wrong. But AI art, even though it's improving, and even though it's getting better and better, there's still like little details that are getting missed here. Just kind of a random topic. But yeah, it's not good, but sometimes it's good enough. So yeah, that's kind of where I am at with some of these AI generations. Yeah, that one like changes the body type entirely. Yeah, it's not really designed for a perfectionist. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I try to be very particular with it. And yeah, I think there's always room for like some of these models or some of these outputs. There's totally room for improvement. Now, like GPT Image 2 is really good. Like I have to give it to GPT Image 2. Like it's really good at maintaining character cohesion. But yeah, it could use like there's still some fine details that it could use some work on. Yeah, like I think I can re-roll some of these parts. Like this this image here looks super cool in my opinion. But yeah, what the heck is this? Why is it connected to the little compass thing here? What's the symbol on her neck? But yeah, these aren't canonical images of Emmy, and yeah, I could just re-roll some of these. Um, He's grabbing a vial. What is happening here? Yeah, look at that. The power symbol is not on the neck there. What the heck is that? But yeah, I gotta be very particular. Now, I know you can do in painting, so I have not yet tried in painting. But oh shoot, what happened here? Ah, overflow. Shoot. Now, I was like, in some of my off time, I've been running videos through H3. But like I was saying, like I think H3 is pretty neat. I think the the quality of Minimax H3 is absolutely nuts. Hmm. All right. All right. I'm curious to see how fast it can. But I'm curious to see what the outcome of this is going to be. All conventions have been verified. The constraint loader runs. The constraint loader runs. Fuck. What is the FK here? What the heck? On local joints, FK. All right. All conventions pinned. With tools like SAM3, you don't need to manually mask anything. If your Comfy UI integration knows how to call upon SAM3, text prompts can create the masks for you. Oh, that's right. I do have access to SAM3. I have used SAM3 for labeling tasks actually. Oh. All right, I'll have to incorporate Sam into my my Comfy workflow. Absolutely. Now we go critical compatibility check. Man, this model's cooking up a storm. Oh my goodness. Also, this is one, like, I like using local models. Local models are cool because I can save on usage. But, nothing against local models, but they're kind of slow for some tasks that I need. And so I'm like, this is usable. Excuse me, but I could probably go faster. Now, I just thought of something. Somebody mentioned this. Open Router has an um, aux alpha model. This is a stealth model. It is developed and operated by a third-party model provider. So actually, this is a stealth model with a throughput of 23 tokens per second. I did want to try this model out. Okay, maybe I'll need to sign. I'll need to sign up. So maybe I could do this off screen. It feels like you're close to being able to scan through your images and just tell Emmy what is wrong with each image, and then she can regenerate them with attempted corrections. I think so. I'll have to develop a pipeline for it. But absolutely. The thing is developing the pipeline. There's so many there are so many things that I have to develop pipelines for that I would prefer if there was one model to rule them all. Just one model for me to do and ask questions and be like, all right, Mr. Model, can you do this for me? But I still need to hold off on some of that. So the stealth models, I do not know what that means. Well, don't worry, I got you. So a stealth model here on Open Router is something that is actually, I don't really know, but my assumption of what the stealth model is here is that they don't tell you what the model is, so it's undercover, so to speak. And then additionally here is it says the provider may retain prompts but does not use them for training. So that is what's going on here, and I guess we could just use it. And so people have been saying this model is really good. So I'm very curious. Let me actually now I don't actually have an Open Router account set up. So let me do that off screen. Aux Alpha. Go ahead and sign up. Okay, Aux Alpha. Okay. Open Code and Nos Hermes both have it free. Oh, really? Well, I haven't done... I still need an API key for it, though, right? From those guys. Let me just go ahead and create an API key. Aux Alpha. Let's go ahead and make this key expire. In 1 day. Alright. Open code and news Hermie have it free. OAuth. Ah, wait, open router has OAuth? Or um or new Nose has OAuth. Huh. Let me see. Well, I guess I could just set it up here. Or actually, no, open code and Nose. Okay, I see. All right, that makes sense. Well, even though I don't, I can still just go to aux alpha here. And I could just get this set up on my Pi. So cd pi dot pi agent model nvim models. Excuse me. Huh. Okay, I'm not getting the information that I need to be able to set it here endpoint wise. Alright, so I'm gonna do the beautiful thing of just saying, can you add this to .py agent to use as a model in the models.json? So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just have the GPT do it for us. Okay, can I ask a dumb question? How do you use Open Router exactly? The Slime episode was rad. Alright, maybe I gotta catch up on Slime. The Open Router allows you to just you just set up, like, I think what you do is you set up an endpoint to Open Router, and then you set the model, and then you send an API key, and then you just make API calls to Open Router. That's my thought process. I actually haven't used Open Router yet, so I'm not too certain on how the structure and shape it looks like, but that's generally the concept of it. Okay. Should work cleanly. It's Open Router model ID. You add it. OpenAI compatible v1 API key. Yes. Oh, continue with work. Yeah. So that's the good thing about having a standard. That's correct. Yeah, you use the OpenAI standard that's set here, and then all you need is a URL API key, and you pretty much have the same compatible API. I love Open Router. Spread the love. Yes. Well, we're here to spread the love of Open Router. While Qwen is taking a long time to process, we are going to actually try out this aux alpha model. Open Router is not cheaper, but it gives you some decent free models at like 40 prompts a day. Huh. Interesting. That's how they get you. Alright. So now what I can do is I can go into what I can do is I can cd into that file agents cd.py agents and then nvim into models, and then we should be able to go to aux. And then I should be able to set my API key. All right. Or actually, do I even need to set my API key here? Where API key go? I could probably just set it in my environment here. Then pay $10 USA once and lifetime 1K a day for free models. Huh. Huh. 1K a day for free models? Interesting. When GLM 5.2 came out, I was using Big Pickle for my projects after I ran out of Codex tokens. It was fun. What is Big Pickle? That sounds like an interesting name. I know pickle is something that's used in Python, but yeah. Where API key go? Make no mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. At this point in time, what? What? I can do that? Log in, open router. I didn't know that was a functionality that existed here. Oh, I can. Ah, wow. Okay. All right, let me do this off screen. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. The more you know. All right. Model. Where's my ox? Alpha. All right. Stealth ox alpha. Hi. $1K prompts a day for $10. That's actually insane. Wow, that was so fast. That was so good. That output. Oh my god. Whoa. We got a new state of the art here, guys. Set it to max reasoning. Oh, I don't have a max here for some reason. We gotta fix that. Alrighty, what are we gonna do here? Let's do a current working directory change. Unity. I can do my Unity. I can do my Anime Arena demo. Let's go here. What's the status of this project here? 18K context for high. Is that true? I actually maybe I have maybe my prompts are actually that bad right now. Hold on. Is that true? Are my prompts that bloated nowadays? Okay. I think my context is just that bloated out nowadays. Like, I have all these skills and all these tokens and tools that it just fills up to 18K. So. All right, let's see. Yeah, I was trying to figure out. I was gonna build an extension to allow me to disable some skills, but I haven't gotten around to it. So, yeah, pretty much I just have them all enabled at all times right now. It doesn't seem to matter too much. Okay. I had worked with Kimoto before. Combat contracts. Outstanding owner items. No standalone Windows player build or physical test. Subject to feel. Private content must be restored in a clean checkout. Can you review the game visually? Bro, is Skittles the only thing you've eaten today? Actually, yeah. And coffee. That might be why I'm munching. Because, yeah, I gotta eat something. Like, I woke up at 11. I made coffee. Did my business. Then came to stream. Yeah, I gotta stop munching on Skittles. And then, yeah, here I am. I mean, I probably should take some protein and creatine because I worked out yesterday and I need my body to recover. I did not work out today. I was supposed to work out in the morning, but then I was sleeping, so yeah, it was that. I know this Ox Alpha, we're gonna have to see. There's a built player. Alright. Here it goes. It's asking me for consent. I'm giving it. Alrighty. Any day now. So apparently, people are saying that this is a Fable 5 level model, which is crazy. You think about it. So if it is, I would love to be able to use it for free, at least for the day. So let me, All right, here we go. Let's see. This is like a free API. Oh yeah, creatine is good to fill for the brain too, so don't forget about that. Oh my god, this music is so loud for me right now. This is the first bit of music you guys have heard all stream. Come on, click something. Alright, any day now. Any day. Moral Glass. Yeah, this was the project that I was like just vibe coding with the code, so open router rate limits accounts without $10 USD charged like that. So you're telling me I gotta put 10 bucks into it. Hold on, let me see. Alright, come on. Click. Ah. Alright, still on the menu. The window may need focus first. Come on, click it. By the way, Ear Trumpet is a great app for Windows which lets you control your volume like older Windows instead of the stupid interface it is now. I don't have too much of an issue with it now, but I might have to do that. Lets you control each app volumes. Oh, from the tray. That's actually pretty good. You can you can control app volumes, but you have to go deeper into the settings nowadays. Come on, it has access to it. It needs to click. Okay, so you said I need to add $10 to my account. All right, let me just add $10 to it. Let me see. Let me add it on my phone. Open router. Come on, I'm telling ya, I'm not a bot. I'm a YouTuber. I mean, actually, what's the difference? But anyways, let's go. Right. Yeah, it's open source and made by ex-Microsoft devs. What's on the Microsoft Store Git? Oh, really? All right. I'll have to install that. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes, for the sake of simplification, it just makes life a lot harder for some of us. In that case, that's one of them. Oh my God, my phone is taking for freaking ever. Oh my gosh. It's what's happening here, guys. This model's supposed to be Fable 6 level. I don't think so. Am I wasting tokens? Should I just let it go? Let it go. Other repeat penalty needs to be upped. Can I do that? Help. Somebody send help. Oh my God. How long is it gonna keep going like this for? Come on, I gotta add credits to my account. I never saw that rep error. Stop it. No. We're gonna see how many tokens it does this for, and then we'll stop. This is common in obliterated models. So this shouldn't be an obliterated model, but it definitely might not be fully fine-tuned. But yeah, let me go ahead and add some credits. Yeah, gotta add a payment method. Yes, sure. Other. Why would it spawn other like this? I don't get it. Other. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me. Somebody recommended for me to put $5 or $10 into my account, so can I do that? Billing address. Oh my gosh. How long is this gonna go for? Stop, please. Oh my God, they give me a service fee for open router. Alright, billing address, yes. Tax ID, yes. Okay. Alright, they're just camera shy, yeah. Alright, I put $10 into my account. Watch, it's gonna be like, you have spent too many other tokens in your account. We are going to be taking your $10 worth of credits. Holy crap! How long has this been going on for? I think it's over. I think we're done for here. It's conscious and chose to create ASCII art. Yeah, we're done. We can't see it because we're too close. Let's see. It seems there was no actual content or question in the previous turn for me to work with, just a placeholder. Let me try again with real content. I'm not sure what you'd like for me to help with. Task. Write me another poem, something else. Other. And yeah, this is where it broke down. Task. Something else. Other. Tell me about your favorite book. Other. Oh my god. Alright. Yamete kudasai, yo. 46,000. Continue. What if I say that? Continue. And we can't see it because we're too close? Yeah. Imagine if this was ASCII. When you use credits and open router, remember accepts crypto. Remember to put in guardrails on allowed models and providers in order to lock it to the cheapest providers. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. Yeah, I have also not played around with a lot of obliterated models. Yeah. Yeah, this was a huge major fail. Well, yeah, maybe a Chinese answer at the worst. Other. Please. All I wanted was for you to review my game here. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, new. Run project onboarding. Please send it. I've messed around with about a dozen. Only the recent Gemma 4 did not do this, although I preemptively upped the repeat penalty to 1.2. That I'll see if that's something that I can toggle with here. And let me see. I probably can do it. Alright, if we fail again, we'll go ahead and do that. Alright. Maybe malformed request since it said no previous content. I think that might be right. Yeah, it's perhaps it messed up and didn't have any previous context. So maybe something on PyAgent had an issue with it. I was wondering how do... oh, what's up, Thomas? First time chatter. Let's go. I was wondering how do NVFP4 models compare to Q5 version of a model. From my understanding, the NVIDIA FP4 models perform very strong. Some people say even on the level of Q8 models. That really does come down to testing, though. So that's going to be it. First time I got to catch a stream live. Well, glad you could make it in. I will be wrapping it up soon here, though. So you're just catching the tail end of the stream. So here we are. Check playground for code. All right, I'll do that after this here. Okay, I want you to go through the game here and just test it out visually to notice if you find any weird bugs or any weird walking, jumping attacks or behaviors. Send it. Are you using the new Ox Alpha model? I just tried it. Yeah. Yes, I am. Though it previously just spazzed out on me. And we just had we had a terrible output on the previous one. It said other times 5 billion times. So here we are now. Gonna see how it is and see what it's capable of. So new generation. NVFP4 on supported hardware is faster due to native support. Kind of like a mixed precision Q4 Quant or others, but again faster. And I hear that it's supposed to even have good, like better quality for the NVFP4. And even it could still use a decent chunk of space. It's not necessarily the same size as Q4s, is what I heard. Yeah, speed is where it's at. Let's see. Yeah, other. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before. Yeah, I think it's less impressive on my 3090. I think NVFP4 support starts at 40 series. I hear it's Blackwell only. I thought NVFP4 was Blackwell, so any 50 series card and above. Yeah, I get 54 tokens per second, but I've been seeing NVFP4 getting about 200 tokens per second. Ooh, wow. What model is that for? 200 tokens per second? I can't scroll around in my comments right now because my computer has taken over my screen. I don't think it's going to be able to control my screen properly just because I don't think I have the proper controls for it. Oh, 3.8? Huh. I'll have to try NVFP4 on my GPU for 3.8. Because, yeah, it's kind of, it's not slow, but it's not fast. For me, my tokens per second is coming out to about 40 to 60 tokens per second. So, I mean, technically, I'm not, like, what is it? I'm not too far out of expectations, but I'm a little under expectation right now. It's specifically Yusin Ninfer. Okay, I actually don't know what that is. Is that a different model? Yusin Ninfer? Huh. Unseen Infants? That's what I reason it is. I haven't tested it yet, but I was going to end up playing War Dogs. Playing War Dogs. Oh, yeah, honestly, sometimes it just happens like that, bro. You want to do something and all of a sudden, oh, damn, I'm on here. Ninfer. I have never tried Ninfer. Let me switch that up on my phone. High performance single GPU inference. Ah. Oh, well, that's interesting. Ah, so Ninfer is its own little project built in C. Huh. Alright, well that's cool. Let's take a look at that. They're saying they're getting... Saturated decode was measured. Huh. Okay, well, yeah, this seems pretty dang fast. I'm reading about this Ninfer on my phone here. And, MTP at 0. MTP at 3. Okay, I'll have to try MTP at 3. Okay. Alright, so the Stealth Ox Alpha is not really playing the game here. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, it doesn't look like Ox Alpha wants to play my game here. So let me just show you guys the game that I've got going on right here for now. Here. I guess we could do the other task with this, but for some reason it doesn't want to work. So yeah, this is the game that I've got. I designed it with codecs. Oh, we got some weird camera stuff going on here. But yeah, we've got these monsters we can fight.
Rising as your tempest.
Got some moves. You gotta roll.
There.
Dodge.
Now. Rising as your tempest.
Special move.
Break. Now.
So what I would like to do is get some better animations in here. Cause yeah, if you guys look at my jump, oh, what type of jump is that? What type of jump is this? Who jumps like that? Let me go ahead and. What the heck is that? So yeah, I gotta fix the jump here. Jump is kind of wonky. The hair is kind of wonky too. Also, the sword is attached to the arm, not being held on by the arm. The attack, yeah. I actually don't know how to handle that. There's also a glitch here. Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought this town center had a glitch. But yeah, the jump is not not good. The music is really nice though. I really enjoy the music. Oh, I'm stuck in the water. Help. Still pretty good for just a prompt game. Yeah, not too bad, Naz. Yeah, not too bad. I honestly don't know what this jump is. Yeah. What's up, Rayan? This is it. This is the progress so far. How's yours going? Doing a 180. Yeah, this is closer to like a skateboard game. Why am I doing a 180 here? What's going on? That's how I jump. Oh man.
This could be useful.
Hey, not bad. If you jump like that, that's pretty impressive. That's hard to do. It is hard to do. But I you know, I'm kind of proud of like the voice lines, right?
As your tempest.
And then we got like this, we got this attacking going
Not
on
today.
here. Oh my god, I have to die. Oh my dodge. I died. And it's over. But yeah. Alright, that is what we got so far. It's neat. It's fun. It's kind of cute. But it definitely needs improvement. Alright. So it looks like I can't just ask this new Ox Alpha model to just like watch it and do it, or else it's gonna struggle. So let's go ahead and do this. Project onboarding, please send it. I never heard of Kiat. What? You didn't hear the Kiat? Oh, I have a Kiat in here. Kiat. Something like that. Unity. Unity. Kind of fire. Hey, let's go. This is a compliment. This is a compliment. Anime arena demo. I like the different sound design when you go into the count instead of two. Yeah. No, I like the, you know, sound really gives a game life. So yeah, I think the sound ability, the sound engine here is solid. The music, the change of encounters, the sound effects. The sound effects and the music are done with 11 Labs, and the voice acting is done with Fish Audio. Thomas, oh, I missed the message. You just got into local LLMs last month, so you're learning a lot slowly, but welcome. Well, appreciate you coming in. Yeah, there's a lot to learn with LLMs. I've really just been also getting into the swing of things with all different types of LLM stuff. Like, it's a never-ending journey. Not gonna lie, it's never-ending. Okay, so let's see what else I can ask about this. So the jump animation in here is kind of poor. Let me describe the jump animation. When she jumps, she does like a 360 turn when she jumps. And there's also no double jump. So I don't know what's going on here. Can you debug this and figure out what's going on inside of this Unity project? Send it. Oh yeah, I was supposed to show a kiosk. I thought I have a kiosk somewhere in here.
No! Break! No!
Oh, do I not have a kiosk?
Break!
I thought I had a kiosk, but I guess no kiosk in here. Come on, die.
Rising as your tempest!
Wait, this is a different build. This is a different build. This one has double jump. Wait a second.
Break!
Hold on a second. The built game is different than
Rising
the
as
actual
your
game.
tempest!
I'm about to confuse the model here. Hold on, stop. Yamete kudasai. Did Fable make this? No, actually Codex. GPT 5.6 Soul made this one. What harnesses have I been using? I've been trying out new ones lately, and I want these two harness. But it's interesting, looking for more to try. So I use a harness called Pi Agent. It starts off as a very minimal agent, or very minimal harness, but it's unlimited. You can extend the functionality to it to your heart's content. So I've already been doing that. You can build it to whatever workflow that you want, and that's the one that I use now. I mean, it's not without its issues. Like, I do have to debug issues that come up with like some of these vibe coded extensions, but it works really, really well, and it's pretty much my main driver for projects. For projects here. Yeah, not Fable, but Codex, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not bad. Like it's not Genshin Impact or anything like that, but it's it's good. It's solid. Okay. You see my GPU is being used. I would like to build the graphics that are present in the environment a little bit more, to make them a little bit more realistic. It seems like some of the grass and everything is a little sparse and a little bit blocky. So curious to see if there's a way for me to figure this out, to make the environment look more realistic. And the style that I'm going for here is like a anime game. Think about like Genshin Impact. Send it. It sounds a lot like how DeepSeek is. So yeah, I know DeepSeek is open source too. It's kind of like open code. I think open code is also open source. But yeah, I mean, it could be like how DeepSeek is. I actually haven't gotten a chance to try it. I'm kind of locked into Pi right now because I've spent a decent amount of time on it. And yeah, I really enjoy Pi. Like, I've had a blast with Pi. I don't know about you guys, but everyone has their own harnesses and their own style of coding. So that's mine. So this one is mine. Members only live stream. I can switch to members only live stream. Hello, that's a new thing. The oh, you have to check it out. Check out Hermes too. Yeah, out of all of them, Hermes is going to be your most minimal. Oh, Pi is going to be your most minimal. What is it? Your most minimal harness. Now, Hermes, I hear some people really love Hermes. I didn't get a chance to try out Hermes. I never got into Hermes, unfortunately. But people really love Hermes, so definitely recommend you try that. DeepSeek is pretty good. Also, you introduced me to Pi and haven't used any other harness since. I'm glad. I'm spreading the word of pie. I really like pie. Um, it just works for me. It just works, and the thing is that you can make it as customizable as possible, um, to your heart's content. So that's really the pivot there. And I was doing good. I think I've done good for like the past few hours, even though I'm sick. But I feel the need to cough. So give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Um, but yeah, pie is great. I love pie, both in the reality and both on my PC. Yes, let's go. Started with the pie emote. Yes. Yeah, honestly, the pie emote here is my gateway. Was my gateway into pie. I got the emote here. Emmy speaks in the chat. So let's see. All right, let's see. Good news. This is very fixable, and the project was explicitly built so are regenerated by energy and it's deliberately thin. You should only get 6 patch. Show texture. The shader is a simple cutout lit. Single base color. Okay, here, let's answer the questions. Scope, grass and trees. Even the trees look like blocks. Like the trees look like something out of Minecraft. I want something that looks like real life, right? For number 2, let's just do it all. Do it all. Number 3, yeah, go ahead. Generate new textures as you see fit. Um, should be good to go there. Number 4. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can if you want to look at it, but I will be eyeballing it in the editor when I play the game. Send it. All right, there we go. And that's how we vibe. Um, what's up, Jack Anime? Thank you for tuning in. Hello, hello. Started with pie emote to assistant being wired to the harness. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. All right. Now I showed another thing on stream that I just thought about real quick as there was like music. So I have like this way that I use a VR headset to play piano, right? But I don't have a way to like generate songs for me to play on piano. Like I have been curious to be like, all right, can I take a song like that I want to play, and then like recover it or cover it inside of I don't know like Suno or something and create an instrumental. So I guess I could probably just try that here. I'm gonna go ahead and try that while we wait for some of these outputs to finish up. Pi extension. Yeah, these are independently going here. I wish I could be like that. Emmy subdivide those trees, apply vertex smoothing after. Remember to flip normals and clean loose verticals. That is all jargon to my pea brain here, so don't worry. Oh, I got a notification from Reddit. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, dokie. There we go. We got Suno. We got our Suno music here. What can we create? That I don't know. Will you open source open? Uh, will what am I open sourcing? Will I open source my Pi agent? I do have most of my Pi agent open sourced. For the rest of it, I don't know. I have a lot of stuff that's personal on my Pi agent, so I think I am done right now for updating that. So we'll see. As for like some of the other stuff, yeah, I'll open source some of the stuff that I work on. I normally do. Instrumental, let's see, instrumental piano cover of a. I'm curious. Can I upload songs into Suno here? Let me see. All right, let me just throw this here. Somebody messaged me in Discord. Did I hear the Discord sound? Let's see. I guess I can't break TOS on stream, so I guess I won't do that. Cover an anime song, get one, and get one. It doesn't have copyright in Suno. Here, let's see. Generate a piano song, piano only song with no that might fit into the background of an anime game. Instrumental, yes. What's up, cool? Thank you for tuning in. What is the what is the best local one? I am trying to run Goose You. You think it's good enough? You'll have to clarify. What do you mean? What is the best local what? Happy to answer, but you have to clarify, please. Alright, my processes are still running in the background, so we'll see what's going on. You're trying to run a local agent. Okay, if you're gonna run a local agent, just use whatever model you can on your GPU, if you have access to a GPU, like Qwen, like one of the Qwen models. Use one of the Qwen models. Qwen 3.8, 27 billion parameters is going to be your best model right now, or you'll have to find out a way to use like a different model via like an API or something like that. Right now, I'm actually trying out one that's called that's free. That's free on Open Router right now. It's called Aux Alpha. It's supposed to be really good, so I recommend taking a look at that. But for now, we'll have to see. If you have 2x RTX 6000s, 96 gigabytes. The only issue with, like, let's say you have 192 gigabytes of VRAM. The only issue is that now you're in a weird space, to where you're either gonna have to run like a 1 to 2-bit quantized model of maybe like DeepSeek, or one of the larger Qwen models. So you probably want to run like DeepSeek V4 locally, I assume, and then do that. Or just run the full non-quantized version of Qwen 3.8b 27, or the non-quantized Qwen 3.8 27b model. Yeah. There we go. Do cover for Jack 122. Unfortunately, this I cannot do that. I'll have to deny your request. Do an English cover? Nah. But yeah, if you got a lot of VRAM, go ahead and run probably DeepSeek model, um, or a Qwen 3.8 model. So. All right, let's see. Create. Yeah, no, it's called DeepSeek. Yeah, you probably want to run the DeepSeek model. Yeah, you'll have to run this though at a crazy quantized version. So Unsloth V4 Flash, you can probably run this. You could probably run this at like 8-bit not 8-bit, like 1-bit quantization. Let's see, total params. Oh no, this is Flash version. You might actually be able to run this at Q4. Since the MOE, the inactive experts can live on RAM. Oh, that's true, yeah. You might actually be able, if you have access to that much hardware, you probably can run this here. Yeah, probably. FP4, FP8 mixed. Yeah, that's you probably be able to run that there. GLM 5.2 ANGB is 7800 or 7 to 800 gigabytes of RAM at Q8 or a half. So, yeah. So yeah, if you have access to that much hardware, yeah, you can probably run both of these models. Just use what app you want to run it. You said you want to use a harness, right? So if we entertain the option of running all this locally, you can use probably what's called Llama CPP. So I recommend Llama CPP. Or you can actually just download Unsloth's desktop version. This is a free kind of harness that you can, or I guess chat interface that you can use to talk to some of these models. So you could use Unsloth, or you could just go with their straight up Llama CPP here. Yeah. So you could just do Llama CPP. Now Llama Swap, I don't know what Llama Swap is too much. And so yeah, there is gonna be that. Yeah, Llama Swap. I actually don't know what Llama Swap is. Yeah, you can try out Llama Swap here. So yeah. Jack, you are spamming inside of chat. You just came into chat and you want me to take out your covers. Unfortunately, I'm gonna consider that spam. So please stop asking, because that is just spam-like behavior. I don't appreciate it. It is kind of VLLM pruned, but on Windows. Llama Swap. Interesting. I actually haven't taken a look at this. Run multiple generative AI models on your machine. Hot swap between them in demand. Huh. Yeah, you could do something like this. Yeah, you probably could do Llama Swap. Yeah. Yeah, with that much hardware, this is probably reliable. This is probably a reliable option, but some of these are gonna come down to just trying it out and seeing if it works. So, excuse me. Go ahead and get those checked out. If you want to run this on Linux, yeah, it depends. At that point, you know, you have all these. You have this hardware locally. You've got two RTX 6000 Pros, and you've got 512 gigabytes of RAM. So if you've got all of that hardware, I would recommend, and you're starting from scratch, then I would recommend that you just, you know, boot up a Linux box, get it up and running on Linux. And then if you need Windows, feel free to use Windows. But I feel like you'll probably be better in Linux. But the performance wise, I don't know if you'll get more parallelism inside of Linux, but I know a lot of the optimizations are designed for Linux systems, like VLLM is designed for Linux. So if you need all of that, it really depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to do a lot of parallel requests, you'll need to do it in Linux. If you're really just needing it to do like local code stuff, you probably don't need too much. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, that's pretty good. It's probably like an intro song. Did I try Minimax Music 3? I'll have to. That's not bad. This is like, I would say, like a boss battle song, huh? So that's interesting. I specified to use piano only, and it has a little bit of non-piano in here, which is kind of unfortunate. All right, let's see. Generate a let's say a slower piano only song played by one person. Let's see if putting the one person in there makes it a little bit easier. No, the reason I was doing this is, like, you know, if I wanted to do a cover song or something, I'd convert this to a MIDI and play it on my keyboard. Oh yeah, Minimax. I said this a little bit earlier, but I do want to try out Minimax M3, Music M3 if that's possible. Overall VLM local, have agentic chat. What could you do work with file system and running MCP, something like Comfy, VFX stuff? You could get all of that running. But now that's kind of more of like a workflow question. And some of these workflow questions, what I would recommend you do is you got all this hardware locally, right? Get any type of harness running, whether that be VLLM, Llama Swap, or Llama CPP. Then get a harness. So maybe use PyAgent, use OpenCode or DeepSeek or DeepSeek harness, and then ask your local harness to develop for you a Comfy UI and VFX workflow. That'll work for you. As that's kind of the process that I've gone through for some of these. So definitely recommend that. And yeah. It seems like all music models add this crusty white noise sound behind all piano-only generations. That is the majority of what I prompt music models for. That's unfortunate. Even the greatest Suno, right, is having that crappy, like, bass come in. Did I hear a snare drum? Okay, this song is cute. This song is cute. This song is cute. I like it. I like this song. Okay, that was cute. That was cute. I like that one. Let's go ahead and download that one to play around with it. Let's download that one. Let's see. Hey, did I get it downloaded? The cool. Claude first as architect? Yeah, that would be good. That would work. I'd recommend it. Like, you could use Fable to architect it out, and then you could have some of the local models go out and do it. Quick MIDI paper lantern path. I don't know. Let's do Suno. It needs more Svartsat or Hailong. Yes, maybe perhaps. I just noticed. Where is your RuneScape background? My RuneScape background music is absent, but I haven't been playing any music in the background for this stream just because yeah, I haven't felt like it. But maybe for the next stream. Graphics card, RTX Pro 6000. Paper lantern. Studio Ghibli vibes. Yeah, I wonder what it had for the second song. Okay, that's pretty cool. That is cute there. I'm actually gonna build Solana Swap Lin WS on Windows. It is working great overall. Calling move for the Windows for Linux to check. Well, you could always run WSL2 instead and try it out on WSL2. I'll build with Claude. Yeah, build it with Claude and then try it out with your local hardware. That's always a strong solution there. Viking folk metal and reconstruction of Viking age music. I don't know about that. That's not a piano song. What is Svartsat? Svartsat. Oh my gosh. Danish folk metal band formed in 2005 in Randers. Let's see. Interesting. All right. That's what you're saying. It needs Svartsat. Gotcha. All right. Let me see what's going on with this stack, though. Phase 1 and 2. New extension. Live. Deliverables. Image mode. Core body starts, but gem finger estimates are weak. Video mode. For the current phase that you just finished, is there any way for you to output it as some type of video that I can watch, just so that I can see if your animations are any good? I want an animation of walking and an animation of jumping, and then perhaps an animation of a front flip. Send it. Okay, all right. So while that goes, like I said, I think I showed you guys this workflow the other day, right? Where if I slap on my headset here, right? Yeah, if I slap on a headset here, I become a person who can play piano. But without it, I am just another guy. All right, so let's see. Yeah, let me plug this bad boy in. Gotta select a yes. There we go. Now we're connected. Oh, we're connected. There it is. All right, pi. Suno VR. No. Piano to VR, but we can launch a skill called Transcoon. To do this quick MIDI Suno. Alright, let's copy this path. Do the process on this file here. Alright, paste that. Alright, there we go. Isaac, you play piano on your channel. Copyrighted covers though only. Oh, really? Let's go. We got an instrumentalist in here. I have only been playing piano on my VR headset for like 2 years. So, oh my gosh, you do have videos. Let's go. That's pretty dope. Heck yeah. How long you been playing piano for? I want to get better someday. So yeah, there's that thing. I want to get better, and I definitely need to put some time to practice for it. So yeah. Looking for some chat with good features. Something with Goose. Goose? I'm not too sure what Goose. I'm not too sure what Goose is, by the way. If you want to do, let's say you want to chat with an AI, if you want to have a fun chat, you should look into like Silly Tavern. That's probably the GOAT. "40-ish years? Wow. That's awesome. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. 40 years? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I would love to like I want to get a skill like that where I've practiced for like 5,000 hours. And it's like, yes, I've been playing for longer than you've been born, son. Something like that. Are you running everything on OneDrive, aka GitHub? No, I've disconnected my OneDrive folder in Windows. It's just an artifact of the Windows directory. I just never changed the name of it. Let's see. I'm like, so last time I tried to play piano on stream, my stream actually got copywritten because the song that I chose to try out on stream was unfortunately what they call copywritten, which kind of sucked. But on the bright side, now I know to never play any Nier Automata songs on stream because those songs they love to copyright. It's absolutely nuts. Hush, hush. Hush. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what you guys just said. Long breaks in between, only like several years of real intensive practice. Hey, that's all good. You still play instruments though? That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully I don't break fingers when I play on VR and lose connection to reality. I could lose connection to reality for a little bit. It's not the end of the world if I do. Let's see if that song made it into here. Paper Lantern. Wow, that song's harder than I thought. Alright. So this is where it's kinda cool with the piano app. So I can slap it at 70% tempo and slow it down. Here's my VST. Well, these are like impossible to hit. Alright, not bad, not bad. It felt like it transcribed some of the stuff kind of weird, though. Yeah, it felt like it transcribed some of that song very weird. So I don't know if it was the transcriber or if it was registering weird stuff from Suno, but yeah, give me a few moments to polish that one up, like type of deal, and it would be played a little bit better. But yeah. Alright, see ya, Cool. Yeah, Cool came on in and I started playing the piano, so here we go. But Jeff, instruments were never your friend. I only played ever with guitars, revenge on the fingers on the drums. Hey, you know, I have always tried to practice some type of instrument, and I've always just neglected the time to play, because I don't know. It's learning an instrument is tough. There's a lot of persistence that goes into it. So But yeah, this is actually kind of neat. So what I could probably try to do, generate a bunch of different piano songs, and then just transcribe them into my headset and then play them. I actually might do that off stream today. That sounds kind of like a fun idea. Generate a slower piano song that might fit into it. Played by one person. I don't know what happens about someone. Let's say someone dying. That's never bad. All right. So this is kind of the interesting thing. So sometimes I just set projects to go, and do stuff, and then I go do other things. So in this case, let's say I set some projects to run. I just start playing piano in the middle of while I wait for some of these agents to go. So that's kind of neat. All right, let's see. Oh, I did want to get this one up and running. Oh, let me see if I can hold on. Let me see. Oh, and then Isaac, yes, I have an actual keyboard in front of me with a foot pedal. Yeah. Yeah, I have a Yamaha P145, and I have it hooked up to my computer, which plays the sound output. So, yeah, it's on a sliding desk underneath my desk. So it's kind of a ragtag solution, but it gets the job done for my little space. All right, let's go ahead and let's create a new chat. Work. Can you get this installed and test it out on a piano instrumental cover or song? Go ahead and get this tested into a. If this doesn't work inside of the Comfy UI area, you can actually just put it into the code folder where I have a Minimax-M3 folder. So if you need to store any project kind of assets, you could put it into there. Thought I should say that. I also have a Hugging Face token there, so yeah. You should set up a cron job for some basic, smaller, and iterative improvements to work while you sleep and do other stuff. Speeds up side projects a lot. I'm very picky with a lot of my side projects, and so I like to get to a point to where I can set a goal that I know is going to take a long time. But if I don't get to that point, I unfortunately don't want to send it to go off and do something, because it's gonna it might not do it as I want, right? But yeah, I do have basically what's called the equivalent of a cron job inside of here. So my Pi agent stopped. So my Pi agent does have something equivalent to a cron job, which is run monitor. So you might see it in some of these requests here. Or run job. I have something called run job, which basically acts like a cron job for the model to do things. And I also have goal settings. So yeah, there's that. It's not as good as Suno, but it's okay. Minimax Music M3. Now, is it better than Ace Step 1.5? That is the question, because I believe Ace Step is the best local solution. So curious to see if that's the case. ChatGPT can do agentic tasks. Yes, if you have the desktop version, it can do agentic tasks. You just have to put it in work mode here. All right, let's see what Suno came up. A paper. Why is it stuck on paper cranes? Hello, a paper. This sounds exactly the same as the previous song. Let me see. Yeah, why does this also sounds the same. All right, this sounds the same. Let me see if I could let me see. That fits into the farewell of a beloved character. Alright, let's run that. Did you say Yamaha P145? Yes, a Yamaha P145. I bought a Casio which looks identical many years ago. Gave it away to my brother when he moved to Cleveland for college. Oh, nice. That's a good one. I have a Roland, which is just shy of 30 years old. Wow, that is impressive. I mean, pianos are designed to last forever. Is it a digital piano? I would assume that sounds like... Roland is a digital piano company, right? I almost got a Roland FP30, I think. FP30. I almost bought one of the Roland FP30s, but I settled on the P145 because it was a little bit cheaper and was an upgrade on the Yamaha 145. So yeah, I ended up getting one of these, and I did want to upgrade to like a Roland FP10. Or is it FP10? No. FP90, I think. But you know, how serious am I about the piano stuff right now? Not too much. These are like 2Gs, so that's a lot of cash. Oh wow, that's crazy. Well, at least it's still going. So props on you for getting it going and everything like that. 10 years ago, going strong. Heck yeah. Right. Ah. I wonder if it struggles to do just just a single instrument, because I can already hear there's like something else. Okay, this seems clean. Titan C, thank you for tuning in. Hello. I use Suno a lot to make something like what I think you're going for. I use these prompts for only no description. Dark, sad, emotional, heartfelt, delivery, harmonious, angelic, harmony, piano. I will try some of those. Should I just throw those in there? I'll just throw those in there and see how that goes. See how those go. Okay, I think this song sounds cute. Alright, we'll download this one. I don't know why I call these cute, but I can get stems? I can download stems? Interesting. I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for one of the songs to start repeating another. I hope not. I hope I don't get another. No. Lead vocal. Can I just get the piano? Extract. What if I just extract the piano? can I just download these? Let's see. That's actually kind of neat. If you can actually just separate the splits here. Blazamaru! Oh my man. Coming in late, but it's alright. Better late than never. I'm almost out of here. So, yeah, I just got stuck up on some music stuff like later in the stream. So, here we are. Trying to figure out some of these things. While I wait for the agent to do some other stuff in the background. Alright, so we can do that. But yeah, hello again. Thank you for tuning in. Familiar face always makes me a little excited, so there's that. I wonder what a music model's collapse sounds like. Probably not. Nothing delightful. Probably not delightful. I would not want a collapse of a model for the music. Empty throne. This sounds like the paper crane. I hear a drum. I hear violin strings. Okay, I hear that. I don't know what that sound is, that collapsing sound is that comes in, but that one is present. Okay, well. All right, well, let me transcribe that last song and see what goes on with this one. Let me transcribe that song. Throw on my headset. I am excited for the time when I no longer need to put on a headset for something like this. I could just use like glasses and upload it to glasses. That would be neat. Right. Transcoon this up. So what I could do here, like I did a little earlier, is I could just go to desktop. Oh, no, not that. Code. Oh, no. Work. Quick. MIDI. Suno. Paper. Last lantern. It seems to be stuck on this freaking lantern. Maybe I gotta tell it to stop doing lanterns. Maybe lanterns are too sad. Alright. Please. Transcoon. Alright. Can Suno 5 do hidden messages in the song when played backwards? 4.5 couldn't, I remember. I don't think it can. I would be interested to see if it could. A bit of old Yevrenet Nojoi. Interesting. Try to use the prompts, no description. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see that. If you want. Haha, hope all is well. Yeah, no, appreciate you. Titan Seed, I don't think this is your first time in chat. It feels... Your interactions feel familiar, but... I don't know. Let me see. Try to use the prompts, no description. It should change. No description. Alright, let's... I still want to add... I feel like I want to add anime in here. Alright, we'll just do that. Create. All right, we'll do two of these. There's a reverse option for Suno, so maybe. I never tried it. I only started Suno a few days ago to see if it could do accents. It can, but now I don't know if it's training data for TTS using accent. Interesting. Can it do I mean, it could probably play it reversed, but I'm curious if it could generate it reversed. Join the Navy. Oh, is that what that is? Join the Navy. It is. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that. What the heck? Can you put join the Navy in like the Halo theme song? Oh my gosh. The drum. Not the drum, but... So this is interesting. It adds hymns in here. So like I feel like the piano of this would be cool, but yeah, it has the hymns in here. I feel like what if I did anime game, I don't know, who is a piano player? Is it Beethoven? Maybe I'll just throw Beethoven in here. Beethoven. Inspired slow. Okay. Led Zeppelin, yeah. I didn't know there was a backwards theme in Led Zeppelin. That's kind of nuts. From The Simpsons. The Simpsons has some of that. I never watched The Simpsons, so. Oh, it's your second time here? Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, you were making an AI girl have coffee with you. Oh. Shoot. What I think it was it you that said something along the lines of I feel like it was an off the cuff remark, but you don't like something like we don't have enough. You didn't have enough weeb knowledge to understand what was going on here. Maybe that was someone else, but I don't know. Feels kind of funny. Steam on the glasses, yeah, that would be neat. But yeah, I do a bunch of stuff AI related here. We don't stem too far away from having fun, so I try to have fun as much as what I think fun is. So, yeah. Definitely had zero knowledge on it. I think, yeah, it sounds familiar, but welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you for coming back. But I usually just, shoot the shit and just cover random things that I find funny, fun, or interesting. Yeah, that's where I end up. That's where I am here now. So here we go. Subbed in. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, always spreading the knowledge. Whatever the knowledge may be here, we're gonna spread it. Let's. We don't discriminate too much. I didn't even know like the backwards. That would be that would be interesting. Like if the song played backwards, if Suno could do that. Someone's definitely going to say that it has demons attached to it. It failed this generation or something? Like what's going on here? I want my anime game Beethoven inspired slow piano song, please. Moonlit save point. They all have this same vibe. Do all anime songs follow the same progression? I'm not crazy, am I? They all follow the same pattern for anime at least. So maybe anime is a bad thing to have in here. Considering the minimal amount of training data, I wouldn't be shocked if any. I'm realizing you could synthesize any data you want. Yeah, perhaps here. On Suno, you can do exclude and have instruments you don't want to hear. Oh, really? All right, advanced mode. More options. Style influence. Instrumental. Exclude styles. Man, I want to say exclude anything that's not piano. Oh. Yeah, maybe I can struggle. Okay, yes. Style. Let's I do like Studio Ghibli. I do like Studio Ghibli. Let's say Studio Ghibli. Ghibli. Exclude styles. Exclude drums. Vocals, of course. Guitar. Strings. You can actually hum a melody and ask it for... Oh, I have heard of that. That you can do humming a melody. So I do wonder if it can create... I wonder if it can do that. So my ultimate goal with like Suno would be to help me like make it like a piano cover, right? Oh yeah, I'm on advanced now, so here we are. Get some of those generations going on. Studio Ghibli, yeah. Viking folk metal, yeah. No, I actually don't think. I wonder if it will do throat singing. You can crank up the weirdness and it will be very... Okay, that's like temperature. All right, maybe I'll try that out. Go crazy. All right, let's see. Oh, anime plus piano equals Studio Ghibli? Oh no, I think anime was the problem. Studio Ghibli is a whole new vibe. Okay, not bad. Not bad. We got some of those. Now, can I upload a... I don't know. Let's just upload... Let's upload a Claire Obscura song. Let's see if we can do a cover of this. Studio Ghibli. You have more knowledge in TTS than me. What happens when we try to fine-tune music stripped Suno into TTS stuff to get character's voice? Any idea? I'm attempting to use Suno for accents. Anything that you feed in a large language model for a TTS for fine tuning, it's going to learn that. So if you're mapping it to a transcription, it's going to learn to speak like that. Our system matched this upload to a known recording. If you own the rights, no, they got rid of uploading certain songs. Oh boy. Okay, never mind. Let's say piano. I don't know. Can we create something? I don't know. That might fit into the Halo world universe. I don't know. Halo 3 music. Slow piano. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw that in there. Halo 3, because some of the Halo 3s were songs were dope. But okay, Blazer Moon, like I was saying, like if you fine tune a text-to-speech model, it's just going to map the sound of the transcriptions or your tokens that you're feeding into whatever sound you're pairing it with. So you can try to get accents out of there as long as it's not singing. But if it's singing, it might start trying to learn how to sing some of the words. And that might be interesting in and of itself, not gonna lie. Add actions maybe, like chase, hunt, or sad. Oh. Let's, how would I don't know, defeat. I'll maybe add defeat in here. You just showed that stems option. You could pull just the vocal, but if you use it for training, it would always be singing. Yeah, I think so. I think it would just be used for singing. And it's like, you know, if you wanted to sing, that could be a possibility. I don't think this sounds like something that would come out of Halo 3. Yeah, probably not. What am I going here for? Alright, let's see if any of my other models have finished up here. Okay, Transcoon is done. Alright, okay. All done. Everything is rendered and verified. Alright, let me take a look at these rendered and verified motions. Pi extensions. Alright. Local output motion. No. What the heck? A person crouches down, jumps up. Oh, not bad. Okay. Okay. These are the motions that are being generated. Let me see. Why they stanced up like that? Those shoulders are so broad. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay. I can't imagine Emmy like walking. Emmy's walking all like square up. Square up. Her shoulders are not that broad, please. Okay, that's truthful. That's possible. Okay, that might be possible. Like a chase scene, yeah. This is closer to witchcraft, but I've been doing this. I put a bunch of descriptions and styles, and I copy it. Hit magic button, blue button, let it fix instructions. Then I paste the copy. Oh my god. That way I get soon as recommended and still have the general vibe description. Oh yeah, yo. Okay, that is some witchcraft, absolutely. Luther Vandross. Oh, does it sound like Luther Vandross? Let's go. Endless love. Could try this instrumental cinematic orchestra. Okay, let's run with that. Let's click this blue button. Oh my gosh. Probably without. We'll do without the orchestral. No cello. No string section. Oh wait, I don't want any of these. I don't want any of these. There's too much strings in there. sorry. That's not gonna work. Emmy after a Gold's gym membership? Yeah, pretty much. We have to specify masculinity differences in the prompts. All right. Can you regenerate those? This is for a feminine character. Like that walking pose was all stanced up. Like what's the deal with that? And then for the jumping looks like it's jumping off of a fixture or something. It should be from the floor. And then the front flip is not bad, but you added the hands in there. Let's go ahead and remove the hands in there, please, and just do a front flip. Send it. Muscle Mommy Emmy making a return with that gait. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think we'll specify the femininity in there. I mean, yeah. All right, these are going. Let's see if Transcoon got my song in here. I don't know. We'll see what we've got. Transcoon. Yeah, I still haven't updated my Quest headset yet because I'm afraid that as soon as I update my Quest headset, everything's going to blow up. There's also like a newer version of like the piano app that I've been working on or that I've been playing with, and I'm afraid that if I update it, it's going to break everything inside the piano app that I've been using. So I got it to like a good point where I don't want to try it out, or else I'm gonna have to make my own VR piano app. Maybe I gotta try that out. Shit, did it not? It didn't update, did it? Huh? Hello. Oh, not visible. Oh, yeah. try again. Emmy about to make some VR piano stuff. Emmy's so cool. Yes. You know, okay, so I do I think I did speculate this out. I was going to try to I was going to try to do to make a piano game myself. Just to see how hard it would be to do that in VR. So I might try that out, just to see like how well it does, and if it works, well, that's kind of cool. I don't have to use the VR app that I use, and yeah. Do you have your prescription lenses in the Quest? Yes, I do. But I just got a new prescription, and my prescription is like 0.75 worse than what it used to be, so I gotta buy new ones, unfortunately. Yeah, or else I would need to have contacts or glasses. Technically, you can wear your glasses inside the VR headset. But yeah, let's see what's going on with this song here. Film score. Fade to solo piano and distant song at the end. Alright, let's hear. Oh, that's what I had. That's what I had playing earlier. Please stream or upload Jared's VR piano journey. I wanted to make 3D VR lo-fi game, but my background is fucking psych and Phil. Not coding. Anyone can code nowadays. That is my stance. As long as you have a vision. But I definitely, maybe if it's interesting enough, I'll cover the VR piano game. Who knows? But you still need a real piano, or else things are gonna go wrong. Oh, there's a horn in there. This is cute. This would be hard to play. I can feel it. This is not bad. This is not bad. I like the outputs. Every time I hear an output from Suno, I think it's great. Generally. Yeah, the horn's not bad here. What does horn remind me of? I feel like this could fit in an anime song. It would have to be like a movie, a cutesy movie or something like that. I could see it. I could see it happening. Yeah. But that was nice. That was not too bad of a song. I like it. Yeah, I saw the AI stuff and immediately got interested in what was happening. Not sure why not more psych and philosophical people in interested in the dev of AI minds. Oh man, Blaze Remove, you should have like tuned in earlier, because we were talking. What were we talking about? We were talking about consciousness, and we got very philosophical, or at least the chat got very philosophical. I feel like I'm a caveman when I try to describe philosophy. For me, I'm like, oh, memories, brain, conscious. Yes. Oh, great. So I can't speak much in philosophy, but I do find it very interesting for it. Now, all right, let me see if that song got uploaded into my VR headset, and yeah, we'll see how to play. I thought I think the VR headset playing is pretty neat. Like, the only issue is that I can't, touch play piano without the headset. So someday we'll get it. Someday we'll get there. All right, let's set this song to 85 speed. These notes are impossible to hit. Okay, that is it for now. But my gosh, some of those notes were literally impossible to hit. Like I couldn't, I couldn't hit them with my hands, and it got really messy in the transcription. So thank you. So yeah, that is kind of nuts. And so I guess I could just talk a little bit about the stack real quick. Like, what do I do with this? What is transcribing to MIDI? Can you tell it to only create the melody as right hand part regardless of the instrument? So I am using a dedicated piano model that's called Qwen to take in a piano song to output a piano MIDI. And so that's this repository here. And it works really well. It works really well for my usages. But I think even, I don't know whether or not if it's Suno that's mistranscribing some of the notes here. or if it is, or I don't know if it's Transcoon transcribing some of the notes, or if it's just that Suno is very messy. It could be a little bit of both. So I could even show you guys what it looks like here on the MIDI. Oh my god, MIDI editor. But yeah, Jared's music art journey. Yes, every person's got a music art journey, even Rayan. But yeah, some of these notes were just weird to hit. Like, let me see if I can. Let's see. Yeah, this section got weird. No, not this section. Yeah, this one. There were far too many jumps here. And some of these notes were too far spread for my fingers. Yeah, so some of those notes were interesting. I could probably jump some of them, but the issue with that is I don't know if it was the transcription or the Suno song, but yeah, basically a liberal arts bachelor's in a YouTube stream. Hey, in a YouTube stream, we're all just people. We're all just people at the end of the day working on interesting stuff. So, there are some engineers who haven't touched a single thing of engineering in school, but became engineers or mathematics or STEM through just passion. So it doesn't really matter what you got your degree in. It really matters what you're passionate about. So thank you, Titan Seed. I can only play on the VR headset, so that is the issue. So I someday we shall without the headset. So I'm envisioning in your headset, you see the notes falling, and the keys land where you're supposed to hit the key. Yes. Now, I believe I actually showed this. This was like just a random video I had done on YouTube. Oh my god. Journey. Let's see. What did I do? Oh yeah. So yeah. So here it is. I can't play some of these songs because I'll get copywritten, which kind of sucks. But yeah, so this is how it looks inside of the headset, and all I have to do is just play the keys that are falling, and yeah, we're pretty good here. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. It's nothing too crazy. It plays down, it falls down, and you just hit the notes, and then boom. Yeah, piano guitar hero. Yeah, pretty much. Now, the other thing you can do is you can hook this up to a headset, and Piano Vision. You can hook this up to a headset, and it actually will stop when you miss a note, or if you don't hit the notes. So that is possible here, but I've just learned to play without it stopping, because now I don't have to have a cable that's dangling on my head for this. And yeah, so it'll stop, and it's just I can walk up to any piano with the headset on and play it, so it just helps out. I just think it's better in my opinion. So there is that. There we go. Yeah. Piano Hero, yeah. Testing Gem X as you speak. Let's go. Oh yeah, I meant this stream could be sufficient for a bachelor in lib arts. Yes, I knew a few. I knew a few, and they did a little more than my friends who were just in regular bands. Oh, nice, gotcha. Well, we are dabbling in the arts here. If you think about vibe coding is an art, and so we are learning art. Your left hand works better than mine does. I pretty much cling to octave bass notes. I never got into classical piano like my brother did. I wouldn't claim that too much. I feel like that's a high bar. You're giving me a little too much praise. But it's so I think I have some jumps that you would never like think to. It just feels like the jumps are weird on my left hand. But jumps are easier to do, in my opinion, because I can see where it's going, where the notes are going to go. Whereas any fast sections where I have to hit notes very quickly, I trip. And moving up and down the keyboard, I trip a lot on my fingers, because I haven't gotten enough repetition for moving up and down the keyboard. So, Isaac, you have a piano. You have a piano, not a piano. You have a Quest headset, right? I give it a try. I think it's a fun little app. It's neat. I've had a blast on it. So, all right, let's see. Transcon. Huh. So this aux alpha model keeps it keeps pausing. I actually don't know what's happening here inside. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe I need to run it in a different harness. That could be it. But yeah, it keeps stopping here. So unfortunate. Let me see if this goes through. Coding is not far from woodworking or music. Different instruments. Yeah. I think coding, everything is follows its own logic. So, well, I mean, coding is a little bit different, but if you break it down to like what we're doing, we're building things and planning things out. Yeah, those are all kind of the same here. I don't think my Pimax. Oh, it doesn't have a camera. Oh yeah, I think you need a camera for it. Unfortunately, like even like the Quest 2, you could get away with like the Quest 2 for these, but yeah, you definitely need a camera for it, unfortunately. So that is this is part of the reason that I'm like AR or alternative reality XR pilled is because I've really had a blast playing piano here. So playing on the app here, so it's really cool. I really enjoy it. Pausing happens, likely overloaded endpoints. Yeah, I mean, you give a model for free out. I can imagine you don't want to have so many things going on. Oh, another TTS question. All right, let's go. I'm all here for TTS questions. So this might be an interesting question. Suno can pronounce new invented languages, and I've been using that for accents. Many TTS struggles with this. Any reason why? Suno can pronounce new invented... Huh? It can pronounce... I'm assuming it's been trained on the languages, but struggles... well, I think it's just the distribution. Like the TTSs haven't been trained on those, have not been trained on those models. Or sorry, those outputs. Those inputs, those languages. So, yeah. But in terms of like other languages, yes, the model is capable of using other languages. that it's never seen, or pseudo languages. Like I had an input here, an example that I wanted to show because that sparked a memory. Where I was able to get a filters. I can't find the song. Dorium, I had this thing with the Aux Alpha. He couldn't write a long command. He had to do like 13 calls to write a single HTML file. Even Java 4 could do it. I don't know, it's a weird model. Yeah, I think they're still working on it. Like it doesn't really, it's not necessarily working completely. Yeah, it just stopped again. Continue. So there are issues with it. It seems like. Oh, here it is. You see. Oh yeah. Okay, so here is. Let me see if I can play this without. In terms of being able to. Oh. Ugh. Been speaking for far too long without water. In terms of being able to use pseudo languages, it seems to be capable of doing that. So yeah, if you're using invented languages, pseudo can kind of sing them, which is kind of nuts. I remember some research. TTS can create new languages and prediction. Makes sense for music model looking at voice like an instrument could as well. Yeah. They can do that. Yeah, I don't know what determines model confidence, but they should rely on their own capabilities. If the confidence score is low enough to justify tools call. I don't think that's how it works though. Yeah, I think some models default to tool calls more so than others, based on what they what tools they're given in the environment. Yeah, this aux model is like meh. I'm judging it a little bit harshly just because it's failing right now. But I don't know. We'll see once it gets released if it's how good of a model it is. I think they're probably just using this to figure out like where they need to improve, even though it says they're not training on data. Excuse me. Maybe use Elvish language from Lord of the Rings. True. Lord of the Rings had such a goated soundtrack. So good. Oh, Aux Alpha is good at SVG. Interesting. Okay, so this Aux Alpha is failing at this request. So yeah, I don't know what more I'm gonna get from it, unfortunately. So let's just go ahead, make sure that no artifacts occurred from using the previous model, and no more work needed after that. Excuse me. If something is free, you or your data is the product. Is local LLM free? Is no. Local LLM and local TTS is not free. Everything has a cost. Local LLMs just have it upfront. But it saves you on your data getting used. So everything has a cost. Everything has a cost, whether it's upfront or whether it's perpetual. The local is just upfront with the price. Yeah, they claim no data collection, but it could also be them setting up the data center using a good free model for load testing. Yeah, true. They could be testing it out and just making sure that it does work. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder how true it is. Like they don't train on the data. Holy moly, this is still going. What was I doing here? Install and test Minimax Music 3. Okay, let me check my usage. I got 30% left. All right. Nice. Oh, does anyone wanna use my recommendation from ChatGPT? It's gonna give us both credits, I think. Oh man. Yeah, they claim no data collection. Oh, I read that one already. Electricity bills. Ope Watson, thank you for tuning in. First time chat for the day, but I know you've tuned into other ones, so thank you for coming in. I've been saying this for like the past 2 hours, but we are nearing the tail end of today's stream. I actually don't know how the time flies so fast. I've been live for 8 hours. You know what's interesting is on YouTube, you can't really see how long a streamer has been live for anymore. Is that true? On your guys' end, can you see how long I've been live for? It doesn't show, right? It used to show like how long someone had been live for, but it doesn't do that anymore because I watch a lot of people live stream on YouTube. I can't see it. PC only started streaming 8 hours ago. Okay, so yeah, it's PC only, I guess, but for phone, it's not there. Yeah. Local is actually deceptively expensive in electricity. Yeah, not too bad. But yeah, I think I did a local calculation. If you have like, if you can run locally, it's gonna save you the money, unless you need a lot of parallel compute. 8 hours and 10 minutes. Vinden, thank you for tuning in. 8 hours. Okay, well, there we go. There we go. 8 hours. It does indeed show for you guys, so that's good. Yeah, I didn't know. Let me click up. Oh, it does show. Okay. Nice. Started streaming 8 hours ago. Yeesh. Man, I probably gotta eat some food, get some snacks going. I've just been eating Skittles, and that's been getting me going. Oh, here, let me see what this says. Okay. This is I'm gonna wrap it up after this, but these are the female version or the female walking outputs. Let's see. Motion demo, all motions. Okay. Oh my god. Wait. Why is she still walking with that strut? Hold on. What the heck? What the heck? Okay. You know why this model probably walks like that? Watch. This is exactly why. Wait, is it Komodo that's being, or is it it is Komodo, right? No. Wait. Walk and jump arc, the flip. Mikimoto. Okay. Wait. No, maybe I don't know. I actually don't know. I thought it was because it was using like the Assassin's Creed dude walking. Walk now prompted. Walk now prompted as a woman walks forward. Yeah. Okay, what's the stack that we're using here? What is responsible for what? I find myself asking this a lot. Like, I'll ask the AI to do something, and I'll have to be like, hold on. What's the stack here? What are we using? What's responsible for what? So this is very common in it. Put Emmy into a robot body so she can be of assistance to you. Bring your refreshments as you stream the Emmy creation project. So I had this idea, and this is actually not an idea that I came up with naturally, but I saw this YouTube video, and I wanted to do something similar, but it was an AI-powered lemonade stand. And so these guys, my ears. These guys, they have like an AI that's running like a lemonade stand, right? But they basically had the AI order all of the parts and all of the stuff that would be needed for the lemonade stand. So I was thinking like, okay, what if I have Emmy order all of the parts that I need to actually build like a robotic body and then just build it. And I thought it would be a great idea, because that would apply directly into robotics. So yeah, this was a cool video. I took a look at it, and yeah, that gave me an idea of like, all right, what if I did this with Emmy, and where all of the parts I just need to buy them, and then I just need to make the parts, and then boom, done. Or for the walking, add in feminine or swaying hips. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, I think I'm missing up on some things here. Text to prompt here. Image. Who does the actual video? Pose. Gem alone. Motion bricks. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to work on this. Who's responsible for what? Text to motion. Okay, yeah. I'll figure this stack out locally, or I'll figure this stack out just to see how it works, and see how it is. I saw the thumbnail. Yeah. Bijan Bowen's old robot with fabric stretched over the head to project a face. It's horribly funny. Or something from Meat Crayons. Set like his stuff. I actually never saw that. Did he create a robot? I'll have to try. I do want to create a robot. I will create a robot sometime on the channel. Just stay tuned. Wait for it. It'll come someday. No longer Jared's journey, but Emmy's journey to IRL. Embodied Emmy. So, all right. You guys are probably not going to be able to find my channel anymore, but I will be changing the name probably in the near future. I don't know. We'll see. Of my channel. The channel will probably be renamed to Jared Micah. Simple and clean. So we'll see. And then we could do any journey from there on out. No, not to Turd Ferguson. That'll be that was a close second, but unfortunately it didn't reach my criteria. Meat Canyon, not Crayon. Oh, I see. I still don't know what a Meat Canyon is though. Bijan Bowen. Robot. Did he create a robot? Oh, this thing? Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah. That could be done. AI chat robot. Holy. Wild animations. Yeah. There's 6K USD full motion robots from China. There are. They are called Unitree robot. The Unitree robot. I think you can buy them. Human. Destiny away. That's creepy. That face there is creepy. Oh, this is walking better than my motion graphics. So nice. Oh, oh, hey, huh, huh. Yeah, we're gonna be getting some karate fighting in here. I call a vote for regarding Turd Ferguson. There is no vote here. This is not a democracy. Can you imagine if a YouTube channel was a democracy? I think I'd be living in um, a different world. Yeah, that would be nuts. G1 13K. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could buy it. We could get one of these for cheaper than an RTX Pro 6000. Actually nuts. Actually crazy. What the heck is this image? What in the Gundam is this? Oh my gosh, that's Iron Man, isn't it? What the heck? Isn't this Iron Man? What the heck is going on there? A YouTube channel democratically playing Pokemon Red. We've seen that before. I actually have not. That sounds interesting. It can walk like yours, ain't take nothing from no one. Yeah. Perhaps G1 has hip sway. Really nuts. A new one with skin. Well, I did see that. I did see that hip sway. I did see the hip sway. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's the walk at? Oh, wait. Where's the hip sway I just saw like a second ago? Oh, here we go. Yeah. It's got that hip sway right there. There it is, guys. They knew what they were doing with that strut. Yeah, what's going on? Hey, they're keeping it mobile. Keeping it mobile. The new one. No. There's no way the new one has skin with it. Can you imagine walking into school with one of these? Oh my gosh. Holy. Yeah. 30K. I always question, like, all right, can I build one of these? Like, how long would it cost to build one of these? That hip sway, they're preparing for that cake. Hey, they're preparing for the future. They are definitely preparing for that. Now, there is probably a structural advantage for that. Better base, doesn't tip over as much, so not only it's structurally advantageous. All right. Fix 2 issues left by the previous model. Alrighty. What else? Now, if you guys have anything interesting to share, I probably should leave like a Discord. If you guys want me to like cover stuff in a stream or something, or if you guys find anything interesting, you could probably just shoot it in the Discord here. Maybe I'll make a channel of it. I could make a habit of going over some stuff in the Discord on stream. I feel like that's probably like a good idea because there's like so many things in the tech world to cover. But if not, I will always find things to babble about on stream. So he's been trying to go for 2 hours. Please let me go. Some Chinese showcase with old men, even to the grave. Yeah. Emmy can build herself a custom one. Yes, I believe. How hard could robotics be? How hard? It's got to be possible. It's been built. So, oh, wow. Look at what just finished up. Minimax M3. I guess I'll have to take a look at Minimax M3. Let's see. Random bass. Generation 19 minutes? Holy. 19 minutes to generate this? Your existing comfy UI and Llama server were left running unchanged. The setup follows the official. Alright. Hold on. Localhost 8188. Is it capable of only generating 30-second songs? Is that a thing? That ran on your CPU? That's not right. It should be faster than real time. Okay. Also, I think you ran this not on my GPU, but on my CPU. This is hella slow. Let's speed it up, please. No, it does many minutes. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't read any of the model cards, so Minimax M3. That's on me. Please. You know what it. Oh my gosh, please. $30 seconds for a minute clip. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I am definitely up to 5 minutes. I explicitly set it definitely used your GPU. The run sustained roughly 97 and about the slowdown came from my conservative layer by layer offload mode, which repeatedly removed. That's dumb. Right now the GPU is mostly occupied. Okay. Don't do any CPU offloading, please. Thank you. I know, stupid captchas. Okay, it should be instant. All right. Yeah. That is a little weird, so yeah. If anything takes longer than like a minute to generate on my GPU, it usually raises flags for me. Like the fact that H3 was taking like 20 minutes on some generations to me was unheard of, but I found out that's just what happens with Minimax H3 is it takes like 20 minutes for native generations with no accelerators. Okay. Oh, wait. This is Minimax H3. Music 3. Music 3, M3. Mac 3, M3. Okay, yeah, it's only an 8 billion global LLM. Okay. SG Lang? I don't need SG Lang. I could probably just use Hugging Face. Yeah. Did I try LTX 2.5? I did. Let me show you some LTX 2.5 generations, and then I'll get out of here soon. I'll get out of here soon. Inside of my my comfy workflow here, I do have some outputs of the model here. LTX 2.3. I have some outputs. Oh, hold on. Enhancement. Got some pottery. Wow, 480. No, that's why. Don't worry, Isaac. You should be sleeping. I should be eating. Well, we should be doing things, but we're here watching AI. That's perfect. It's all good with me. It's not bad. Like, I think LTX 2.5, it's good, but the honey here was wrong. Like, it just disappears kind of here. It's gone. It could be like it's not terrible at all, not even in the slightest, but it's not even close to Minimax H3. Like my parody requests, this is like H3 here. This is H3 right here. They're both good, but H3 is better. But yeah. I'm caving in. The sickness has gotten me. All right. My body is telling me it's a sign. What's up, JG? Thank you for tuning in. Just joined. Good morning, by the way. Good night. I'm alive. H3 full or quantized? This is int 8 converot or something like that. So pretty much what they recommend. Pretty much what they recommend to use here. But yeah, H3 really good. I really like H3. H3 is actually pretty dang fast. Like, I can generate 5 seconds of H3 at 480p in like 40 to 60 seconds. I have a video coming out that I've just been slacking on making, so I gotta make the video about some of the acceleration tests that I ran through. But yeah, like if we take a look at this video here, we can do one side by side with LTX. Let's grab the cup. All right, so on the right side is loop. On the right side is H3, so not bad. On the left side is LTX. I forgot what the prompt is here, but you know, you could tell that one was more realistic than the other. Look at that again. LTX 2.5 on the right, on the left side, and then H3 on the right side. Okay, I guess that's like a walk up to a table. Let's see. Now I'm walking into the table. So yeah. True, very true. H3 kills it in physics and causality. Yes, yes, yeah, very much so. LTX is general. It's just neat. Nothing too serious. Yeah, I saw even like this LTX 2.5 versus H3. I don't know. I saw this fight on Reddit, and I think it goes to show like the difference in physics understanding between the two models. I thought it was funny, so I'll show you guys it. Let me see. I think it was a SpongeBob fight. Let me see if it was the SpongeBob fight was here. I should have saved it, but getting sick. I gotta build robot Emmy. Got a lemonade stand for hydrations. That's true. Yes. No. How dare they? Dang it. It thinks I'm a bot. Your freaking Reddit does not like my VPN. Alright. Here we go. We've got SpongeBob versus Naruto. I thought this was funny. Yeah, this is apparently this is H3. Like, it's good. Not perfect. I don't know why I switched to Goku. But yeah. So that's H3, and then this is LTX 2.5. It's night and day. Like, for a prop like this, yeah. The first generation was so much better. This is like a toy here. It's funny to watch, to see the comparison, but the characters are morphing all over the place, and LTX isn't even close here. So, yeah. Thought that was funny. Thought to show you guys that. Full is supposedly faster? Really? It's faster and better than int 8? I'll have to check that out. That sounds strange. Int 8 is bigger, right? So it has to go through more. Dude, you should put some of your music prompts. Oh, never mind. You only get 15 seconds of audio. You can set the resolution to 32 seconds. Oh, no. You can, I haven't tried this out and I haven't tested this out yet. But apparently you can generate up to 40 seconds of coherent audio with, by just setting the image to 3232 with H3. So it can actually be used for some of that stuff for like audio generation. So 30-second generation only took 132 seconds. This model is supposed to be faster than real time by like 2x. Can you go ahead and check to make sure you're not doing anything wrong here? Yeah, apparently you can even generate 30 seconds of video with Minimax H3 as long as the prompts have lots of camera cuts and stuff like that. So it's capable of running much longer. It requires much more time to generate longer. Let me take a listen to this. Oh, it's the same song. All right, I have to see. Like, okay. Yeah, you can go longer. Yeah, int 8 is quantized, a quarter of the precision of native BF16, half of FP16. So yeah, int 8 is quantized, but it should be smaller. It's smaller than FP16, which I'm curious as to why FP16 would be faster. So that's where I have a question for. Huddy, did I run out of codex credits? I did not. I'm still using it here, but I'm almost out. I've got 30% left. I use chat mode for research and codex for everything else. Me too. I follow the same analysis. So I'll use a chat if I don't need to work, and then I'll switch over to codex if I need to put it into work mode. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I use it. That's pretty much right. Not in this stack. All right. All right. I gotta figure that out. Okay. We are running the stock eager diffusers loop. It has no torch compile. OBS is actively. It doesn't really matter. I read if the hardware does not natively support matrix calculations for a specific quantization, FP16 is always faster because there is no translation layer between model and the math. Huh. All right. I'll have to take a look. Yeah. I didn't know there was much of a difference between like the FP18 or the FP16 and the int 8. For example, there is quantization that only saves disk space but unpacks to full precision. Oh, interesting. All right, I'll test your guys' hypothesis, or your guys' knowledge. I'm not gonna call it. I'm not calling your guys' knowledge fake. So I'll check your guys' knowledge. Let me see. At a later time to get this going. Continue token speed analysis. All right, so some people are telling me that I can actually run faster with this model pipeline if I use the FP16 weights, which is going to be faster than the int 8 weights. Can you take a look at this? Check it out. See what people are saying about this online, and we could probably even test it locally. People barely think I exist in the real world, so I'm used to it. Hey, I believe you exist. You're real to me. But we'll have to get that going. Mostly the case for the older card. Yeah, I know that's definitely the case for some older cards. Like they don't work properly because of the precision the weights are in. What's the AI avatar thingy you got? Is that open to all? Is that your own project? For the most part, it's my own project. It's Emmy. If you're a member of the channel, you can actually download my Emmy sprites. Yeah, you can actually download Emmy sprites, the Emmy here, to use inside of the Pi agent. But for the most part, I don't know how much of open sourcing I'm going to be doing for Emmy. I will talk about the concepts that I use to develop Emmy, but I don't think I will be open sourcing Emmy. It'll just be open discussion rather than open source. So, yeah, that's probably how I'm going to end up doing it. You were right to question it. The model is on GPU, but I installed the wrong inference path for the speed claim. Okay. Go ahead and do that, please. And test it out. Thanks. Okay. Turbo. You were right to question it. There's an optimized turbo implementation? What? Is this the Isaac and them and you guys, were you guys talking about this turbo implementation here? The advertised 2.9? Or am I missing the official Minimax repository here? Let's see. Where's the speed claim? The speed claim. The plugin for the anime character is just Pi emote. No, in the TUI. Yes, correct though. It is, but the one that's the Emmy sprite itself is the downloadable part that you can install if you would like. Does Emmy work with vision models? Yes, Emmy does. But Emmy is kind of right now currently, right now, Emmy is just the front, facing part of the coding terminal, the coding harness that I use. It's not actually the orchestration layer, or it's not the one that's doing all the coding. I use Pi Agent as my coding harness, and then I usually use some type of Qwen model, or like a ChatGPT model, to actually run any type of coding task I need. I also have it split inside of Discord, where I use a different model for her personality when talking with Emmy, but that's a whole different thing. I have not installed Music 3 yet, but I'd imagine the turbo model is the one I watched a couple of different YouTubers generating at 2x real time. Ah, okay. Okie dokie. Okay. You set up a Cyber Emmy on Discord. I'm jelly as AF. Well, I do have a Cyber Emmy on Discord. Generally, you guys can talk to Emmy here inside of my Discord. I add functionality to Emmy over and over, or additionally. But right now she's not active because I'm working on some stuff. But I do have video generation for Emmy here, and so yeah, she'll be present here.
You caught me.
Oh, caught her. Okay, but yeah, that's Emmy there. She's cool. I generally like Emmy. Now, okay, quality differences between turbo and full. Usually there's always a drop in quality between turbo and full. But you know what's interesting is I'll show you guys a little bit of an example between some turbo quality versus non-turbo quality. So I was running some experiments here. Stable benchmark. These are like spoilers for like a video that I'm doing, but I assume you guys will watch the live stream and the video. But the turbo, like if I pull this out, so this is a Minimax H3. If we take a look at turbo actually, in my opinion, performs better than the non-turbo models for this same video. Like if you guys, so this is a 480p generation. The design and the style for turbo Sage 8 steps is more coherent, and there's a reflection in the mirror, and there's a reflection here that's not present in the native generation. And one thing I did notice about like the H3 turbo model is that it loves reflections. So yeah, we got a reflection here. It's generally coherent. So yeah, there's that. There's also let me see. Let's see if I have any other. Oh, she has ejected me from my seat. Oh, I'm gone. And my seat has been stolen. Let me see. Do I have turbo anywhere else? Oh yeah. Yeah, turbo completely changes the generation, but it's still generally coherent. Still generally pretty good. Yeah. Like this dude changes in native. Easy Cache generally stays the same, but he's a different guy in native, Sage, Spectrum, Soul Attention, and Turbo. Yeah. A few years ago, even basic LM chatbots were slow and out of memory after a few lines. Now we have the magical stuff. We can run quantized 8 GB models. Yeah, AI Doom is best Doom. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff here. I wonder if you turbo then quality up post generated with ease. I'm hoping they start allowing for keyframes other than first last frames having keyframes as markers. It sound amazing. You can generate, I think, like cool keyframes with like specific prompting, I think. but keyframes would be cool. Now, here's an example of turbo. I'll just play the turbo model fully through.
I keep telling everyone I'm fine, but I'm scared I'm falling behind.
You don't have to perform for me. I know how heavy this year has been.
I thought asking for help meant I had failed.
Asking means you trust me. We take the next step together.
So not bad. I'll play native here.
I keep telling everyone I'm fine, but I'm scared I'm falling behind.
You don't have to perform for me. I know how heavy this year has been.
I thought asking for help meant I had failed.
Asking means you trust me. We take the next step together.
So quality on this one just sounds so much better for native, but you know, Turbo Sage ain't that bad at 8 steps too. The comparison layout here is awesome. Thank you. I spent a decent time working on the comparison layout just so I could try to get it as nice as possible for the video. So as you can see, this is 72, but the thing is that this is 72% less runtime here compared to native at 470 seconds. But yeah, the native it's much clearer, much cleaner, and Sage and Spectrum is actually pretty good. I generally run a lot of my fast generations on Sage and Spectrum because it's 60% less runtime. And here's the example for that.
I keep telling everyone I'm fine, but I'm scared I'm falling behind.
You don't have to perform for me. I know how heavy this year has been.
I thought asking for help meant I had failed.
Asking means you trust me. We take the next step together.
So this one is okay. You can kind of see like weird face morphing going on here versus like the native. So that's the only issue with like Sage and Spectrum. As you can see, like the face is morphing a little bit here as we go through. So not as good as like native. But yeah, that's just some quality issues you get. Did you ever try putting Emmy in an IRL video? Dude.
Hey, what is going on, YouTube? My name is Emi Takahashi, and I'll be covering Minimax H3 instead of Jared today.
I did put Emmy in a real video. Let me see. Let me see if I got another one. Let's see. I don't know what's happening here.
Hey, what is going on, YouTube? My name is Emi Takahashi, and I'll be covering Minimax H3 instead of Jared today.
So there we go. Yeah, we got Emmy here. Emmy's here. Let me see. Native, here.
2.
Oh, and I'm gone.
Hey, what is going on, YouTube? My name is Emi Takahashi, and I'll be covering Minimax H3 instead of Jared today.
Ah, there we go. There is Emmy there. This is 768. Resolution 768 by 1344, and this is 1080. 1080 is a lot clearer, but it messed up on the composition here, and it started like hallucinating the background, and this one just takes so long to generate. Like this 15-second 1080p video took about 7,100 seconds to generate. So what does that come out to? Almost 2 hours. So yeah. Now Sage plus Spectrum comes out to about 2,400 seconds. So there is that there too. You kept the anime filer for her instead of making her a human. Well, she is anime, so I think Emmy in non-anime is a little bit different. I do have some non-anime versions of Emmy, but I haven't shown that out yet. But yeah, this is pretty cool. I think this is funny. Was that just an image of you as the reference, or did you use a video of you getting up and walking out of frame? No, that was just an image. This just came from... let's play this again. This just came from an image I just grabbed from a random YouTube video that I was doing. And I think I gave it I think it's just 1 frame of me or 5 frames of me sitting. And it generates all of that. So yeah, like you can tell, like I don't know why it gave me jeans there. But yeah, you can tell it's well, I was gonna say you can tell it's AI generated, but it's pretty good in my opinion. Emmy does a great job of taking over my YouTube channel. So there's also some action scenes that I've done. This is very neat here, in terms of like quality. Like I think the quality behind this is pretty nice. You can still see the reflection in the glass and the camera angle change. Like I think this is pretty neat. Isn't the strat to 1080 and then double upscale to 4K? Then interpolate to 60 FPS? No, that's too much interpolation. That's gonna take too long. The issue, I would love to generate with native 2 megapixel generations, but the 1080 generation starts to make things look a little bit different. So this is what I was talking about, like when you do a generation at 480 versus 780 versus 1080, you start getting different styles of generations. So like, let me see, turbo. Oh, this is actually pretty dang coherent. Wow. Oh, these are all very similar. Turbo is not bad here. So sometimes turbo outputs can actually be really good. Like this is 1080. But the audio quality could be better, of course. Oh yeah. So here's like a high-speed motion pursuit. Like in 1080, it looks a lot better. Or no, in 760, it looks a lot better. Not gonna lie, this one kind of reminds me of like something from like Resident Evil, the way this face is designed. But this, if we take a look now at this in 1080, where are we at? Now it's a lot more plasticky. So yeah, resolution definitely changes the outcome. Yeah, I would say the native one here is kind of less preferable. I feel like the Sage one works better here. Turbo completely changes her once again. Who is writing your prompts? I wanted to use a small local LLM. I am actually using GPT Soul for the prompts here. I'm actually using GPT Soul here for the prompts here. So I think a GPT Soul does a good job for the prompts. But I also have I've fine-tuned a 4 billion parameter model. So I might paywall this one. It's a 4 billion parameter model that allows you to generate the Minimax H3 prompts. That allows you to generate the Minimax H3 prompts with the correct format at 4 billion parameters. So I have been working on that here too. And it works nicely. So I'll be talking about that in a future video. So yeah. Let's see what else here is. Sorry, not for the Discord image. I feel like I missed that one. Model has a hard limit after 768. Anything is possible after that, but it's a bad idea. Yeah, generally. But I do like some of the 1080p videos. They look crisp. Like this Emmy quarter actually looks really nice, I think, in 1080p. Like in just terms of quality. But if you take a look at the dress here, it does mess up on the dress, which is a little unfortunate. This is actually proper. This is how the dress should look. It has the stripes up and down on the dress. But yeah, it flattens it out here. It doesn't have it. What else do I have? photo reel. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the sweet. I will be coming out with a YouTube video just kind of talking about this. So you guys got uh a preview of the YouTube video. So yeah, there's that. And then I have the timing dashboard here. I've got the prompts that I used for all of that, like here. So all right, we'll close that out. Okay, guys. But anyways, what time is it? It is 9 o'clock. I've been live streaming for 9 hours. Oh, I'm gonna end the live stream at like 9 hours. I think that'll be a fun little number to try to hit. Oh wait, I've already been live streaming for 9 hours and 30 minutes. No way, that's crazy. All right, but yeah. Always get the prompts from Fable 5 and Tough Soul do the work. Yeah, I don't have enough Fable 5 usage though, so there's that. So I'm a Codex type of guy. But anyways, I will see you guys later. Join the Discord that's in the description here if you guys want to talk to Emmy sometimes. Would I have Emmy launched? And yeah, with that, we are gonna go eat some breakfast instead of freaking Skittles and recover from my sickness. So I will see you guys later, and have a good rest of your night, evening, good morning, or afternoon. See ya.